This is Yorkshire.
Built on pride.
Forged through generations.
Now a new season begins.
Driven by ambition.
We play to compete.
We play to win.
Driven by those who stand with us.
This is Yorkshire.
We don't stand still.
We move forward.
Together.
rewarded for that with a place in the team. I'm not sure any of us envisaged that he'd be opening the
Never know what any of this means, if I'm honest with you.
It means that there's
10 millimetres of grass.
yeah,
Excellent.
yeah. I'm sure he'll confirm or deny that by the modern method of text communication, if he is listening. 2 to come in the over, 1 without loss. And neither batter has yet scored a run, as this one is shaping in towards Lyth quite markedly as well. He's got that one to go. And that brings leg slip into play. I've seen quite a lot of this season across the various matches that Yorkshire have played. And has it been a feature of Surrey matches as well?
Yeah, if it's swinging, they've had a leg slip. It's just interesting they've gone straight away with it for Lyth, because they know what a good player he is. He's scored a lot of runs against every county. Scored a lot of runs against Surrey, but they've gone straight away with leg slip in the shape of Dom Sibley.
Here he is again, and that's played out towards point to complete the opening over, then 1 without loss. You can get in touch at Jonathan Doige is the X address, or at Jonathan Doige 1 for Insta, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com at the moment, the email address.
What I did like about that was the carry into the gloves of Jamie Smith behind the stumps. Good carry into the gloves of Smith behind the stumps, which is what the bowlers will want to see. It's going to be Matt Fisher to get us started. From the Howard stand end. Of course, he's in that squad that was announced this week for the first test against New Zealand. Matt Fisher was rested last week at Trent Bridge. So he'll have 3 slips, deepish backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 men back on the leg side boundary rope. And Luxton is waiting for his first delivery, right-handed, Fisher's into him. Ooh, short climbs at Luxton. Plays it pretty well, keeps it down. And that potters away down towards backward point. So yes, Josh Blake is having what is now can only be described as his annual game against Yorkshire away from home, because he played the one championship game last year at Scarborough, made runs. So again, with Ollie Pope injured, then Josh Blake comes in. Jamie Smith keeps the gloves, but Josh Blake, of course, keeper batter for Surrey, is Fisher over the wicket he comes, and Luxton lets this go. And again, there's a nice carry into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side. Of course, Smith named in that squad, and then Gus Atkinson named in that squad as well. But Gus Atkinson not available for this one, as we knew he wouldn't be due to his concussion last week, where Josh Tong smashed him in the crash helmet a couple of times when he was batting. But thankfully he's okay, but he's having his 7-day concussion protocol. Is Gus Atkinson, bright blue sky, sunshine here. As that's an outside edge from Luxton. Doesn't carry. Down to second slip. There's Adam Thomas in there at second slip, and he felt that on the end of his finger. Did Adam Thomas, but nicely bowled by Fisher. Here we saw Worrell at Trent Bridge getting the ball to go both ways. Very good to see Dan Worrell back fit. And 6 for in the first innings at Trent Bridge. Bowled really nicely, actually. But they've got him 100%. It's his second championship game of the summer as Fisher is in. Luxton will get off the mark. Not exactly where he intended, but he's played it with soft hands. And it will run down to the third man boundary rope. So he's off the mark. Nice round of applause for him there. And in this second over, Yorkshire move on to 5 without loss.
I should imagine there'll be a fair weight of people in the crowd today who'll be delighted to see Will Luxton get his chance, because there were lots and lots of moans and groans after last week's performance, and that was understandable. It was poor. You don't tend to get the baby being thrown out with the bathwater too often, but the change has been made.
Fisher is in, and that's left alone outside his off stump, just nipping away a touch there. And Jamie Smith taking it away to his right hand side. I've been looking forward to it. I haven't been up to Headingley for a while, actually, because, of course, we've always Scarborough. It always seems to be, which is lovely, but it's nice to be back here. It really is. And it's a nice morning for it.
Have we ever actually done a match here together?
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yes. But it's been sort of trips to Scarborough, which has been lovely. As Fisher over the wicket he comes. And Luxton drives. Good looking shot this. And that's away for 4. It's not the longest boundary through the offside. And he's just lent on that. And away for 4. So a couple of boundaries in that first over for Luxton off Fisher. And Yorkshire 9 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher obviously knows Luxie well and knows he's a talent. And he knows he probably can't give him any room. That was ideal, really, for Will to try and get himself going. He knows also that he will score quickly given opportunities to do so, but just like any player, he'll certainly be vulnerable early on with the red ball moving around, and if Matt Fisher can keep him driving but just tighten up that line, he'll certainly be in the game. But it's 9 without loss, as Churchy says, after 2, and here comes Worrell to bowl to Lyth, who will now get himself off the mark with a nice effortless looking flick off the legs down to long leg for a single. Right hand, left hand combi at the top of the order. Finlay Bean, it's not long since, of course, he returned a century here against Sussex in a match earlier this season. Left-handed. He's been a little bit unlucky with a couple of decisions lately as Finn. Obviously, you don't get the chance when teams are announced. All that goes on out there on the field and the warm-ups and all that to get any detailed reasons as to what the change has been made for. They clearly needed to shoehorn Joe into the side, or back into the side as Worrell bowls, and Luxton leaves one wide of off stump. So, just to reiterate for those who might have joined us after the start of play, 3 changes for Yorkshire. Will Luxton in and opening the batting right now. Joe Root back in, having missed last week's game at Edgbaston. Jai Richardson the same. He's back in the side, which has meant that on this occasion, Finlay Bean, James Wharton and Logan Van Beek have proved expendable. Ollie Pope and Gus Atkinson both out for Surrey. Matt Fisher and Josh Blake both in. Worrell bowls. Flicked off the hip this time by Luxton. No run. And just looking at the picture, if you like, from the outset, we know that Headingley these days is a completely different playing surface to what it once was. Good batting decks. You need to bowl well, but also you need to bat well to take advantage of that. And if there has been a criticism of Yorkshire this year, it would be very definitely first innings runs, as Worrell throws one up wide of off stump, inviting Luxton to drive, but he's left that one okay. So yeah, first innings runs have been, well below par, barring that 500, which Sussex matched here at Headingley. And for me, because the runs have not gone on the board, and they've often been the second innings of the match, Yorkshire's bowlers have bowled the first innings. They've only had 60, 65, 40 overs or so rest in 3 of those matches. They're back out after just 2 sessions of rest, trying to do the job again second time around, and that's therefore been a struggle for them. As Luxton leaves one wide of off stump again. And Michael Goff's just having a word with Dan Worrell and just marking out the crease line to his liking.
I was looking at the numbers yesterday, and that 511, but only gone past 200 once in the first innings, Yorkshire.
And even then, that was short of a batting point.
Yeah.
So batting points, there's been a dearth of those, and a lack of rest for bowlers. That's wide of off stump and left by Luxton, and 10 without loss after 3. So, while the fit lads, and they've got strength and conditioning, all those sorts of things, Churchy. It's a long season, 4-day games are long mentally and physically, and if you get to that second innings at Edgbaston last week where Yorkshire went round the park again, they'd only had 40 odd, a session basically and a bit of rest, and they're back out there. So while some of the bowlers were pretty ordinary in the second innings, Jack White, George Hill again were decent, but they just weren't quite as effective. And I'm guessing, that's just the accumulation of overs in the legs, changing the field, is it?
No, I thought for a second Rory Burns was going to go at a second leg slip, but actually he was just marking where he wants Dom Sibley for Adam Lyth, who's on strike for the first time here, to Matt Fisher. Fisher from the Howard stand end. Of course, the rugby ground over the back there. Fisher then is in nice sunshine now, and Lyth plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Be nice for Matt Fisher. Well, think about it, this will be his first game back at Headingley, because it was Scarborough last year, wasn't it? So this is Matt Fisher's first game back here. Had a very good first season for Surrey, which obviously got him back in the England reckoning, and then he's in that squad for the first test as well. Over the wicket he comes to the left-handed Lyth, and that's come back. It's good leave that from Adam Lyth. I'd say that's gone over top of middle and off. Very good leave from Adam Lyth. Bit of movement there for Matt Fisher.
Funnily enough, I was only asking him a question last week. When was the last time you can recall leaving one and being bowled? And he couldn't. And I just can't, remember the commentary.
He knows where his off stump is.
Yeah.
He's one of the better openers out there, is Adam Lyth. He's a prize wicket whenever you play Yorkshire. As over the wicket goes Fisher to him, and he's just tucking this one away into the leg side. And we'll pick up a single. And Dan Lawrence out there does the fielding. One more to the total. 11 without loss. I think that this will be one of those that it might be tough at the start against the new ball, but if you get in, then there's obviously going to be runs to be had here.
Generally, each day on this ground, notwithstanding the overhead conditions, the first session is very much the toughest to bat.
Fisher in, and this is left alone outside the off stump by Luxton. Bit of kick there for Matt Fisher, and as all Yorkshire listeners know, he does have this ball that just kicks. There's no change in his action. He can just get the ball off a good length to kick at you. And good leave that as well by Luxton. There's a good number in already this morning. It's always a big game, this one, isn't it? Wherever either side are in the league, or Yorkshire, Surrey. Great rivalry between these two counties. This one's left alone again by Luxton outside his off stump.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen anybody sitting in view just without having to move down to our right in the Truman enclosure. There's usually people immediately beneath that we can't see. But there definitely are more in today. And a wider spread as well along the bottom tier of the Howard stand. So there'll be a few more on the gate, which is great to see.
I should think quite a few Surrey supporters have come up as well, because they haven't had a trip to Headingley for a little bit of time. So I'd have thought quite a few Surrey supporters are up here as Fisher runs towards us. And Luxon's forward. Plays this off a good length out into the offside. Picked up by Dan Lawrence. Tidy over from Matt Fisher, end of it. 11 without loss then Yorkshire. 5 on 2. Luxon has 8.
Good to see Fish back as well. I've always loved that action. I mean, to say that, he's struggled at times with the body. He's got a beautiful bowling action. That is everything you'd want, I think, from a right-arm fast bowler. Nice, smooth run-up.
I'm
high action.
I'm hoping he plays in that Test match.
Yeah, that would be great. Obviously had that one in Barbados, didn't he, a few years ago. Here's Worrell, Kirkstall Lane end. That's going to be 4. Adam Lyth just waited for that under the eye line. He's just dinked it, really, as much as anything. Just timed it between mid-on and the bowler. And picks up his first boundary, so 15 without loss.
Lovely shot from Adam Lyth. Just let that swing in, and then, as Jonathan Doidge was saying, just punching it straight back down the ground for 4. Lovely bit of batting that from Adam Lyth. Bit of swing though again for Dan Worrell.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to get much easier today. If you look at the forecast, here's Worrell again. That's wide of off stump and Lyth leaves. The only way it may get easier is that any moisture that might be in the pitch, is drawn out, and the ball gets older. But otherwise, I think it's going to get cloudier as the day goes on, from what I saw the forecast. So there will be a bit of overhead assistance if you can keep it swinging when the ball gets older, and I'm sure these guys are experts at working on that and getting it sorted. Worrell turns again. Bowls it now. There is quite a big hoop about this one. That's going to be 4 more. Adam Lyth plays a beautiful straight jab, really, as much as anything. He didn't go through with the shot. Jen just waited for it to get it right up there under his nose and then leant on it.
Yeah, again, just a lovely piece of batting from Adam Lyth.
So he's on to 10, 19 without loss. The challenge is there. Can Yorkshire bat well first for only the second time this campaign? Well, Worrell's going to go for 4 more here, just giving Adam Lyth a little bit too much room outside off stump. And again, he's just leant on it, just stroked it away. Lovely shot. Soft hands, 23 without loss.
That for me is the best of the 3 so far from Lyth. But yeah, Worrell's trying to get the length right here, but Lyth's a good enough player that if you just slightly over pitch, he's going to be onto it. He's not throwing the hands at this or anything. He's just using the bat to guide it away to the boundary.
And you can see what Dan Worrell's trying to do. He's trying to allow the ball to swing. If he nails the right length, he will be in the game. So things can change quickly, as Lyth does have to play this one defensively into the offside. I'm led to believe that there may be a bit of a test going on the in-ground earpieces today. If that is the case, if you are listening to us,
stand up and wave.
Yeah, just give us a wave.
Not if you're behind the bowler's arm.
We're away to the right, of course, at the pavilion end of the ground. So if you can hear us with a headset on, give us a wave. Not sure I saw anybody wave. Worrell's in, and Lyth turns that one wide of mid-on, where there's a stumbling stop by Jordan Clark, and there is no run. 14 for Lyth, 8 for Luxton, 23 without loss at 20 minutes past 11. And a reminder, the toss was won by Rory Burns, who decided that Yorkshire should bat first. A up Doidge, another day, another drubbing, says Martin Bloomfield. Round 6 when we get to face Surrey. The outcome, I fear, is a worry, because if the points are still lacking, they could well send us packing back down to Div 2 in a hurry. But with Rook and Brook both in the side, we can hopefully halt such a slide. So for points that are bonus, our bowlers, the onus is please just stop bowling them wide.
Very
Thanks,
good.
Martin.
That's
Great start to the day.
Very good. As over the wicket comes Fisher, gone. Clipped straight to short mid-wicket by Luxton. Ooh, he'll be disappointed with that. Tom Sibley hung on. There's obviously a plan because they're delighted. Fisher's gone straight to Rory Burns and pointed to him. But Luxton's flicked that straight to short mid-wicket. And the catch is taken by Sibley. And it is the first wicket of the morning for Surrey. And Yorkshire are 23 for 1.
Resist, resist. Well, you either resist and just play that defensively, or you've got to execute, haven't you? Unfortunately.
For 28 for 1. Division 1. Hampshire have lost an early wicket against Notts. That's down in Southampton. Hampshire are 14 for 1. Somerset 19 without loss against Sussex. Oh, and Glamorgan, after their dramatic win against Somerset in the last round, as this one's left alone by Revis as it goes away from outside his off stump. Not the best of starts, 1 for 2. Glamorgan against Warwickshire. So, yes, Tribe's gone without outscoring, or Hassan's gone without scoring, and that one is an extra. So it's not the best of starts there for Glamorgan. In Division 2, Gloucestershire, not the best of starts for Gloucestershire in Division 2. Against Northants, they're 7 for 3. Kent, solid. 29 without loss against Durham. As settling himself down over his bat is Revis as Fisher's into him, and Revis is forward, playing this quietly out into the offside, and there's no run. Lancashire and Worcestershire in Division 2, Worcestershire 21 without loss, and Middlesex and Derbyshire, Middlesex are 14 without loss. So Gloucestershire 7 for 3 against Northamptonshire, and Glamorgan are 1 for 2 against Warwickshire. Here at Headingley, Yorkshire, after being stuck in by Surrey, 23 for 1. Luxton in this over off Fisher, caught by Sibley at short mid-wicket for 8. Fisher once again over the wicket, and looking to let this go is Revis, just hits the face with the bat involuntarily. And round goes Josh Blake to do the felling. Some long sleeve sweaters today. It's not the warmest day today, but it's not warm anywhere. There's a bit of a cold snap from the Arctic, which you don't want. Nobody wants a cold snap from the Arctic. And the temperature has dropped a bit in recent days. It's quite pleasant when the sun comes out, but it is chilly. It doesn't feel like May.
No.
It feels more like sort of March at the moment, temperature-wise. As in over the wicket comes Fisher, and forward goes Revis. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. 6 gone this morning, 23 for 1. Then Yorkshire, Lyth 14, and Revis is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Matthew Revis, 6 matches, 10 knocks so far this season, 223 runs. Is not the return he would have wanted, I'm sure. He's had 1.5 century. He's shown us that he's a better player than that. Didn't get a great decision, I thought. Another one of quite a lot at Edgbaston last week. In the first innings. Dan Worrell going to continue then at the Kirkstall lane, and Adam Lyth just takes a couple of steps away to make sure that he can count 11 opposing players. Worrell over the wicket. Lyth leaves one wide of off stump. Adam started the season well, got a 90 odd at Cardiff in the first match. It looked like normal service had been resumed with him. It's been a little bit stuttering since then. He's had a few starts and not managed to go on, and again he's suffered at the hands of the umpire at Taunton, and again last week when he certainly looked outside the line to me. So those things don't help, but you can't keep harping on about him as a player. You've just got to, you know, you're annoyed, I get that. He defends a full-length delivery and then kicks the ground in frustration. But you've got to move on. Technically, he felt like he'd got his head ever so slightly outside the line in his couple of knocks at Taunton, but he was happy that he wasn't doing that again last week. A little tweak. He's on 14 then. Morrell comes into ball to him now. Another looping inward delivery. Lyth this time defends it to the inside of Rory Burns. Picks up a single.
You can see on the Yorkshire live stream there, lots of spectators. It's still a day for woolly hats and jackets. Don't know if anybody will be sort of stripping off the shorts today. They might do later, I suppose. As long as one of our guests in the back of the box doesn't do that, I'll be fine.
Yorkshire Steve is down in by the far rail in the Truman enclosure, and often has his top off. Has been asked to put it back on a couple of times at away games this year. He is clothed, as that's wide of off stump and left by Revis.
He's got officially asked to put his top back on.
Yeah, he's been asked if he will not bare his chest.
Well,
I mean, he was very brave at the first match at Cardiff. Wasn't the sun was out, but it was not warm.
No. Could put the players off, I suppose.
Comes Morrell again. Oh, good delivery. Best ball of the morning that hasn't taken a wicket. And that had Matthew Revis in a bit of trouble, feeling for it outside off stump. Dan Worrell is taking a little bit of time to find absolutely the range that he wants, but he's working it out.
Yeah, that was just about on the right length with a bit of movement from Worrell. You can see him working it out as well. That's the other thing with Worrell. You can see him during his spell working out where he wants to be.
There he is again. Draws Revis across the crease to defend. 24 for 1 after 7. Yeah, we'll have a change. Churchy just having a breather, and he'll be able to bait DT at the back of the box for the next half hour, while Liam Thomas joins us for the first time today. Welcome back, Liam.
Thanks, Dodgy. Morning, everyone.
What's been going on lately? You played against my nephew last week.
The less said about that, the better, please, Dodgy. But yes, we did. Came up a little bit short.
Here's Matthew Fisher running towards us then from the football stand, the Howard stand end of the ground, punched into the offside by Lyth. The tumbling stop at extra cover, no run. Go on, I mean, talk us through it. How many did you get?
Oh, me.
This is Bradford League. This is Methley against
Clackeaton here in the Premier League. I got a nice solemn 2.
A couple of beautiful shots. Was it just a 2 or 2 singles?
2 singles, and then I went to smack along up to the short boundary and realised that I'm not strong enough and got caught at deep mid-wicket off left arm spinner.
So you've been working on a bit of bicep this week, have you, on the
Yep.
free weights? Yeah. Matthew Fisher bowls. Lyth gets a delivery that's coming back into him. Jamie Smith having to step away to his right to take that down the leg side. No run.
Nice bit of carry there from
Yeah.
Fish.
It's certainly been 0 evils in the pitch, hasn't there, so far? It's been swing rather than seam that has looked like it's dominant at this stage.
Yeah, you can tell there's a little bit of movement in the air, and both bowlers are trying to go on that slightly fuller side to try and bring that outside edge and stumps into play.
Comes Fish then, past umpire James Middlebrook. It's defended. Middy, of course, standing at the Howard stand end of the ground, formerly of this parish. It's one of his county clubs. Probably quite happy as well, as somebody who lives very local, to get the match. Fisher turns again. 1 for 9, Matthew Fisher, halfway through his 4th over. Calls it now. With an open face, Lyth runs it out to point, where it's fielded. Again, no run, as we were saying. Attendance-wise, there are, as I said, plenty more in than normal, which is great to see. Bit of atmosphere at Headingley. It's day of 4 in a match between the two counties who are the winning most in championship history. Always a pleasure. Fisher makes his way in again, goes through that lovely smooth action. It's turned to Jordan Clark at mid-on by Lyth, and then just chastises himself a little bit because he knows there's a yawning gap between Jordan Clark at mid-on and then long leg of, that's got to be 60 yards, something like that. Anywhere in that gap is a single, and he was trying to turn it somewhere through that region.
It's got a little bit squared up there. You can see what Fisher's trying to do. Angle the ball back in. He's got a leg slip, quite like the field that he's got here. Just like I say, allows him to tap them stumps. So the ball shaping in.
Lyth pushing forward, drops that into the offside to complete over number 8 at 24 for 1. If you just joined us, the wicket to have fallen. Will Luxton, who's in for this match to open the batting in place of Finlay Bean. And he flicked a full Matthew Fisher delivery to Dom Sibley at short straight mid-wicket and went for 8.
I think he'll be slightly disappointed with that one. So he looked to, so he got a one that he wanted, potentially clip off his legs into mid-wicket, just a little bit early on it. So short mid-wicket ready and waiting.
Comes down Worrell again, continuing at the Kirkstall Lane end. Once more evidence of swing, but he just started it a little too wide on this occasion. Revis not drawn into playing at it. Matthew Revis, as I was mentioning, he loves some runs at this stage. Good opportunity for him higher up the order. We're seeing Joe Root doubtless at 4, Harry Brook at 5, Johnny Bairstow at 6.
Good engine room, that, innit?
Pretty good on paper. Worrell in. That's punched into the covers this time. Matthew Revis making a good contact on it, but good diving stop, no run.
Yeah, he played that really well there. So to see Worrell trying to shape it across him, he's kind of opened the face. So not come down straight on it. Kind of gone with the movement of the ball. Not rewarded, but a nice shot. See what Worrell's trying to do. Really pitch the ball up. Catch that outside edge. 3 slips ready and waiting.
Sun back out for the moment. And in comes Worrell once again. Firmly driven straight back at him. Might have hit him thigh, knee, something like that. But he stopped any thoughts of a run. At the moment, the scene from the commentary box got a fair bit of brightness. The sun is shining down at pitch level. There's some fair blanket of cloud overhead, and I think that seems like it's going to be the case for much of the day. But conditions pretty good, really. Visibility good. Down towards the city to our left. Probably top coat order out there for the spectators as Revis just steps half forward and blocks this one solidly. John Butterfield has been in touch. Good morning to you, John. Asking if Finlay Bean is injured. Not to my knowledge. There's the answer to that one. Rory Burns just making sure they can start to work on one side of this ball. It's been swinging nicely enough for both bowlers, and particularly Dan Worrell from this Kirkstall Lane end. He's in bowling again. A little bit of shape to that once more. Revis defends square on the offside. Tom Joyner Union says, I looked at our squad and the experience that it now has. This is with reference to Yorkshire, and I thought we'd be challenging for the title this season. How wrong can you be? he says we don't seem to have any batting now. Some grip bowling has seemed surprisingly less threatening this season than last.
I think personally, I think it's just not been put together when we've been at the games. I think they've done it in spells, but not for long enough.
Morrell in again. There's more shape to that, and Revis watched it well. End of the 9th over, 24 for 1. Lyth on 15. Revis yet to score. Godstone Vineyards says good morning to you and Churchy. Great to be back at Headingley. That's Jonathan, brackets Surrey. Morning to you, Jonathan. And Adrian is not happy with the earpiece situation by the sound of things. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I was just given the nod that it was being trialled, I think, today. Fisher is in, that's played out just backward of point by Lyth. Top of the bounce. Matthew Fisher is getting bounce and carry out of the pitch. There's not been much in the way of sideways movement so far, Liam.
No, it's been more through the air than off the pitch so far. Fisher just dropping a little bit shorter there on that one is Fisher. So they've been pick of the bowlers so far, 1 for 9. So you can just see what he's trying to do. He's got that protection on the leg side just in case he does get a little bit too straight to Lyth. But Lyth's played some glorious drives so far, especially down the ground.
Fisher in again. Ooh, and there was maybe a little bit of nip away from Adam Lyth. He was pulling the bat inside the line. Not sure whether the ball had gone or not, though, before he did.
Yeah, it just looks like it nipped away a little bit, that one.
Robert Heath says after the embarrassing pounding we took from JT and HD last week, thank goodness Surrey don't have any ex-Yorkshire bowlers. Oh. Yeah, Jordan was cock-a-hoop with Warwickshire's performance and the fact that he took the winning wicket as well. On this occasion, Matthew Fisher is taking the pounding because he's bowled one short and wide of off stump, and Adam Lyth has uppercut that one backward of point. And it was 4 from the moment. Well, he left the bowler's hand really rather than the bat.
Might have had his heart in his mouth for a slight second, Adam Lyth there. Going up and over that point gully region. I see him commit to that though and get 4 runs.
28 for 1. Got a little bit of a start here, Adam Lyth, 19, having faced 28 deliveries, and that was his 4th boundary. Fisher with the only wicket to have fallen so far. Trying to take that of Adam Lyth here. They've brought in the leg slip to Lyth at this end as well now. Hasn't always been in place. Another dot ball. Jordan Clark is getting loose. Mid-off to Lyth. They've got a mid-on, mid-wicket. Sorry, is that mid-on to Lyth, I should say. They've got a mid-off cover and backward point, 3 slips, leg slip, and the man down at the long leg. Fisher in again.
Ooh.
That one wraps Adam Lyth's thigh pad area, just doubles him over for a moment.
Not what you want. So it looked like you hurt that one a little bit, just judging by the grimace on the FX mic.
Yeah, you could hear the thud as well, if I hear the thud from up here. Let's just check back in elsewhere and see what's going on. Matthew Fisher turns right towards us then. Bowls it now. Lyth. Just a little soft drop into the offside. Dot ball. 10 overs now complete. He's on 19. Revis yet to score. 28 for 1. Hampshire, having lost those 2 early wickets, have moved to 22 for 2 after 9 overs against Nottinghamshire, who stuck them in at Southampton. Down at Taunton, Somerset decided to bat first on winning the toss against Sussex and are 34 for 1. Glamorgan have made a little bit of a recovery to 19 for 2, but it seems to be fairly painstaking progress against Warwickshire, who stuck them in at Edgbaston.
From the coastal line, Jordan Clark.
Change of bowling, and Jordan Clark, who was going through the stretches, he's going to come on at this Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Then Leicestershire 45 for 1 against Essex at Chelmsford. Essex stuck their opponents in. Here comes Clark then for his first delivery. A bit of shape about that. Wide of off stump, and Revis leaves. Gloucestershire are now 3 down against Northants in that second division. In fact, 4 down now. 19 for 4. Charlesworth and Bancroft both out for ducks. Hammond for 2. Bracey for 7. Just Ollie Price surviving it. He's not out 6. And it's Ben Sanderson who's doing the damage. 3 for 4 in his 5th over. Conway with the other one. As Clark is in a bowling, and that's turned nicely off his legs by Matthew Revis. Long leg is going to cut it off on the Western Terrace boundary. And they get back for 2. Matthew Revis has been patient and been rewarded for that by getting off the mark. He's wicketless in the other 3 matches at the moment. Down at Lords, Middlesex 32 without loss against Derbyshire, who won the toss and put the hosts in. Over at Southport, Lancashire put Worcestershire in, and they haven't taken advantage of that. Worcestershire 50 without loss. In the 12th, Clark bowls. Revis takes this one top of the bounce, punches it to point, gets through for a single. And the one of the match to mention is at Beckenham, where Kent won the toss, decided to bat first, and are 39 without loss in the 11th. They're playing against Durham. Swear here, 30 for 1, following that early wicket of Will Luxton.
Jordan Clark had a bit of a mixed bag this season so far. Sussex had a fantastic game. Figures of 5 for 68 and 3 for 40. Last game against Surrey v Notts, 0 for 100 in the first innings and 1 for 62 in the second innings. So we're looking to make inroad into that today.
Clark with a bit of induct to Lyth, who strokes that one to mid-off, no run.
Seems like a certain ploy from the Surrey bowlers to pitch the ball up, give it a chance. So look for that swing movement early doors.
Dan Worrell's gone in at mid-off. Trying to recognise players without the numbers on their backs with the traditional sweaters on. As usual, not easy. And Clark bowls, and that's chopped into his body by Lyth. Thinks about a single, but Matthew Revis uninterested on heels at the non-striking end.
It's a good task for Revis today, being promoted up the order to number 3. A chance to show some real responsibility, good opportunity. Back with the experience of Live. We'll also be looking for a score as well. A bit of a quiet season so far. So I've been unhappy with a couple of his dismissals, but hopefully today, from a Yorkshire point of view, we'll be able to get in and make some big runs.
It's Clark again, good delivery, has the beating of Adam Lyth. It feels like it's going down, although I would hasten to add we're not straight here, about 6 pitches to the left of where that happened, to the leg side of Adam Lyth.
Yeah, going down a little bit high. I think he would have been very, very disappointed if that would have been given. Just to continue with his season.
A few beers being brought in on the periphery by the looks of things. People taking day 1 off work maybe. Surrey in town, and Brook, Bairstow all in the Yorkshire ranks. Sean Abbott, who's been flexing his muscle at mid-on during that over, is coming into the attack.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he follows that same ploy. So that leg flip's come out now for Abbott.
And in he comes. Ooh, a bit like Worrell earlier, but not quite as wide. He's got away without being wided, but it was wide down the leg side. It's a pretty good take by Jamie Smith.
He got across well there, did Jamie Smith. That's a proper loosener from Abbott there. Could be a theme of the day with the aeroplanes flying over as usual. Here on the effects mic.
10 wickets so far this season for Sean Abbott at 56. And Revis is right in behind that, turning it into the leg side. And there is no run.
Got a nice strong action as Abbott, like the way. See already. See his body behind it. A little bit of zip.
A constant in this Surrey campaign so far. Real at the shoulder there in that delivery stride. 77 bowling to 77, and it was the latter who did the defending to that delivery.
So he's just trying to bang away at a hard length so far. To Revis. Start a little bit shorter and then gradually look to go a little bit fuller as he gets into this over and into this spell. So 3 slips ready and waiting for that outside edge if it comes.
With this delivery, that's a beautiful shot by Matthew Revis. He's been patient so far, and again, he's been rewarded. A first boundary for him, just too much width, half volley length, and he dealt with it. A lovely check drive through extra cover.
Yeah, I said he might try to go a little bit fuller as the over's gone on. He's gone slightly too full there, over pitched. Revis just leaning on that, pushing it through the covers. Beautiful. That'll do him a world of good.
Here comes Abbott again. His delivery seems to have a little bit more pace about it as he works his way into this spell. Revis, with a bit more width to work with, has just opened the face, run that down through third man. They've got 2.
Just let the ball come there and just roll it through that vacant third man area for 2. Soft hands. Really good from Revis so far. 37 for 1.
Here comes Abbott once again. Final ball of the over. This time a little bit more awkward for Matthew Revis to deal with, but he did adjust well there and played it soft hands into the cordon to complete that first Abbott over, which went for 6 at 37 for 1 after 12 now. Lyth on 19, Revis on 9. Chris Addy, morning to you. He says, bowling, morning JD, love watching Yorkshire against Surrey, who go about their business in a way that we might aspire to, question mark. While our first innings batting woes are clear, the thing on my mind is our homegrown fast bowling production line. In the current side, we have Hill, who's been fantastic but didn't come through the traditional route, and Cliff, who hasn't found his feet yet. From your knowledge, if we shouted down the pit now, would anyone else answer? Here comes Clark, and that's played out into the offside by Adam Lyth, who picks up a single. As far as I'm aware of those coming through, there's a few injuries around, so there's not a lot of instant backup, Chris.
They've got Furbank in the academy. Bradley Sylvester was in the squad today.
Yeah.
So quite young prospects.
So Bradley Sylvester travelled. He's been around a couple of matches. He was definitely down at Edgbaston last week. As Jordan Clark bowls, and Revis with a high elbow plays that into his feet. No run. So not that I've had this conversation, I should say, but I'm just working on the assumption that as he's around, if, God forbid, there were 3 injuries in this match, or 2 injuries in this match to seam bowlers, then he may get a chance, because, as much as anything, he's a fit bowler, seam bowler, who is able to step in. But if you're asking me whether it's a packed house full of seam bowlers, he's got him. Now then, Matthew Revis misjudged that, left a straight one. It's clipped the very top of off stump, and in his second over, Jordan Clark has struck, and Yorkshire are 38 for 2. Matthew Revis will have a bit to think about there, and what you really need to do is congratulate the bowler for hitting line and length spot on so early in his spell. Revis has gone for 9, half an hour of batting. He's patient, but he's not not been rewarded long term for it.
Yeah, I'll be slightly frustrated with that one. Jordan Clark's gone a little bit fuller. Yeah, just nit back as well. I think he's anticipating that it's going to swing away. Nit back, beautiful delivery. Yeah, tough one that really. Be slightly disappointed, but no. Good bowling by Jordan Clark. Above off stump, maybe even middle. That brings Joe Root to the crease. A situation that he's all too familiar with England and now with Yorkshire. 38 for 2.
And these first innings batting concerns, well, they're not going away at this moment in time. A lot of work for this pair to do. They are a rather good pair, Adam Lyth and Joe Root. Still Harry Brook and Johnny Bairstow, George Hill, Don Bess, Jai Richardson, Ben Cliff, Jack White to come for Yorkshire. But this is beginning to follow a pattern that we've seen so far this season. Can they get out of it? Can they change it? Halfway through the 13th, Clark is in and bowling. This time helpfully, I suppose, as far as Joe's concerned. He slants his first delivery way down the leg side. So Revis bowled Clark for 9 25 deliveries, 30 minutes of batting and 1 boundary.
Interesting to see how Joe plays this. He's very quick to adapt to one of his strengths. So pick up the pace of the pitch really quickly, look to be proactive.
Looking again, and Root. Well, you don't often see him get off the mark with a boundary, to be fair. It's usually a little drop and go. But that is a beautiful shot to get yourself underway. Joe Root with a flick off the legs through mid-wicket, and the flailing dive didn't quite manage to reel that in. So he's on the board with 4, and Yorkshire 42 for 2.
Yeah, beautiful shot, great balance. See how his back comes down straight with a full face, and then just at the final minute, just rolls his wrist, timed beautifully, and gets a boundary for it.
Final ball of the over is wide of off stump, and Root leaves once again. So 42 for 2 after almost an hour of play. And while you wouldn't say, Liam, that they're in peril, you wouldn't go as far as that. They're obviously under pressure once again.
No, I'd agree with that. I think certainly this first hour feels like it's on as even. I think now Yorkshire's next task is for these two to just take a little bit of time out of the game for loss of no more wickets, get to lunch, and hopefully this afternoon, obviously that's followed trend here. The afternoon has been better for batting, so hopefully look to pile on some runs then and take advantage of the conditions. But yeah, really tricky period that Yorkshire need to get through here for these two.
There's Sean Abbott. Just slants one down the leg side. A tumbling stop by Jamie Smith. No run. That's at least the second time that Matthew Revis has left a straight one this season, because he did so, I noted, against Lewis Gregory in the first innings against Somerset the other week down at Taunton.
Did that one bad leave, or did it nip back a little bit, or from memory?
What did I write down? I usually try and write something down as top of the bounce. Lyth plays that out into the offside, and there is no run. Where are we?
That one just like it nipped back a little bit from Clark. So it looked like it shaped away and nipped back as it hit the seam.
I wrote in brackets, left one angled into him, top of off stump.
Might want to write that again.
It was pretty similar this morning's. So Matthew Revis gone for 9. Abbott in, and Lyth solidly in behind it. He looked about long, and I mean really long, for the first time this season. Adam Lyth, he batted quite a long time for his 90 odd at Glamorgan, of course.
Yeah, a bit frustrated that he's not got a score yet Oh, another score and backed it up. So efficient for Yorkshire and prolific on score over the years. Looking to get in and show that leadership with Joe Root today. Hopefully these two can put on a big partnership.
And again, nicely dinked off the hip by Adam Lyth. He's not quite going to have the legs to make it to the boundary. Dan Lawrence round to do the fielding. So pretty quick in doing so, and they get 2. Back to Chris's email, which I was halfway through when the wicket fell. He gave you a response with regard to the players who are waiting in the wings, but unfortunately several injuries are stopping them from kind of putting upward pressure on at the moment. Abbott bowls. Lyth leaves this one nipping away from him. Another good leave by Adam Lyth. And Chris finished off saying, P.S. I think, like you, read your comments at Edgbaston, looking back at the Fisher, Thompson, and Dolby exits is misleading. Personally, I think it's particularly sad not to find a place for the talismanic Thompson. The question is the production line in good shape? Well, as I say, hopefully we've answered that question. If everybody's fit, it may well be in good shape, but right at this moment in time, a couple of injuries would be, to seam bowlers, would definitely be a concern. And obviously there is one with Ben Code. As that's slanted across Adam Lyth for the final ball of the over. Lyth on 22 and Root on 4. It's 44 for 2. Just let Liam change seats to accommodate me, because I'm just like that. You can take the mickey out of me as much as you like, lads, for the next 4 days. I don't care.
It's the talent.
I'm just being here.
It's the talent.
And so Churchy's back, and I'll leave you with he and Liam.
Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan Deutsch. 44 for 2. Hard work this for Yorkshire this morning. So with those 2 wickets, Joe Root on strike here to Jordan Clark. Clark is over the wicket, and Root, cleverly played, just moves across his stumps, opens the face of the bat, and then just guides that away down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. Nicely played by Joe Root. He moves on to 8. When you watch this back again on the replay, you can see Root's just moving before Clark delivers the ball to get himself a bit further outside the off stump, and then that just enables him to use those beautiful hands of his. There he goes. Just a little bit edgy, but he's deliberately opening the face, and that's where he wants the ball to go. As Clark is into him in bright sunshine, that's down the leg side, taken by Jamie Smith. Liam, good afternoon to you, sir. It's been hard work this for Yorkshire. Surrey have just banged away at a pretty good line and a pretty good length so far.
Yeah, there's a little bit of movement through the air. I've seen a couple of balls move off the pitch. It's like 48 for 2. I think you can see clear play from the Surrey bowlers that they're trying to edge on that fuller side, catch that outside edge, inside edge, bold LBW, and you can see what Root's trying to do, batting and off, milling off, and that trigger movement's taking him outside off stump to negate that LBW potentially, and if Clark does get a little bit straight, he'll be outside the line of off stump.
It's in again, and Root there, I think the bat came behind him after he thrown his hands through that. They whistled off to the boundary rope. Gorgeous cricket shot.
Definitely feel much better after getting that one away. Beautiful shot.
He's a terrific player, Adam Lyth. He's done it for years. The other thing is, it's quite interesting. I was saying to David Townsend at the back of the box that if a player comes in with not a lack of form, but had a couple of low scores and suddenly sees Surrey, it tends to focus everybody up, especially this attack. As in over the wicket goes Abbott, and this is turned by Lyth into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over, 56 for 2, Yorkshire, because there is such a healthy history of rivalry between these two counties. At a test match ground as well.
With a lot of England players on show as well.
Exactly, so that will focus everybody up today.
There's a lot of quality on show today, hence the crowd. We're one of the biggest of the season so far.
There's a few in the press box as well today. Yeah, it's jacket potatoes for lunch as well, so that probably got a few more in, I would have thought.
Goes down well, does that one?
Yep.
I'm back with you with day 3, and it's shepherd's pie on
No,
Sunday.
shepherd's pie Sunday.
Happy with that one as well.
As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, then to Joe Root. Root gets a ball that just bounces at him, turns it down towards long leg. Won't get a second run because Lawrence was quickly up to do the fielding. So Root and Clark have a little natter about that as Clark wanders past Joe Root. One more to the total. Root moves on to 13. Lyth, the left-hander, comes back onto strike. I love that. So I got an email from Josh, the man who controls everything here, quite rightly. And on it was a little menu for each day, and you tick your option. It was brilliant.
Lovely touch.
Although I felt a bit under pressure with what I wanted on my jacket potato.
Well,
because I liked all options.
Well, I've brought my own cheese, so I put beans and I brought my own cheese.
That's experience. As forward goes Lyth, turns this one into the leg side. Already grated?
Yeah,
that's
can't
good
say it was my idea.
It's
My
good
wife
from
said,
you.
why don't you take a bit of cheese with you? I thought,
Good
well, that's
from
a
you.
good. It's like, well, I want
Excellent.
cheese and beans.
That's very good from you. 57 for 2.
Nice bit of shape by Jordan Clark there, just in swinging to Adam Lyth. A little bit of movement through the air.
Well, he's got his quick options, and as I say, Rory Burns also has the option of Dan Lawrence and a bit of Adam Thomas as well, who bowl very tidily at Trent Bridge. As Clark is in, again, little bit of shape, left alone by Lyth, outside his off stump. Clark and Lyth have a chat about that delivery.
Yeah, just tried luring him into that drive outside the off stump there.
Gus Atkinson missing this one with the concussion protocols, quite rightly. He didn't half get smashed by Josh Tong last week, Gus.
I heard he were bowling quick.
Oh, yes. But we were all saying, Paul Steele, the Surrey physio, and the two umpires, Nigel Long and Ian Blackwell, brilliant the way they handled that. Absolutely brilliant. As in over the wicket is Clark and left alone by Lyth. Because the first time he got hit, Paul Steele went out there, and actually you could see he was all right. And then he got hit again in the next over from Tong. And they took their time about it. But what Paul Steele said to the umpires was, I'm coming back in 2 overs. Can you keep an eye on him as well? Came back out after 2 overs. He continued. And then after about half an hour, the umps got in touch with Paul Steele and said, you need to come out and have a look at him. Took him straight off. So it was brilliant communication. As here is Jordan Clark. And that's well bowled, but very well played by Lyth. Again, got a stride in there. It's a no ball as well from Jordan Clark, so it's off the edge, but it's always going down, and it's down to the third man boundary rope for 4 plus the no ball. 61 for 2, Yorkshire.
Yeah, played that well, did Lyth then.
It's quite interesting watching Lyth chatting there to it, and he's saying this ball's kicking off a length. There's the odd one that's kicking off a length. You could just see the hand movement from him there to Root.
Well, when Joe Root played last time for Yorkshire up here, I think it were against Sussex, and got one that bounced, caught the outside edge, which surprised him a little bit. So like I've said, there's definitely something in this for... It's definitely a fantastic cricket wicket that Robbo's produced here. So throughout, it's been one of the themes of the season for me so far when we played the home games. If you get it right, you get rewarded.
In again goes Clark. That's over pitch, driven by Lyth. He's got protection out on that cover boundary. And Lawrence is out there. And they'll pick up one more. Root will come back on to strike. I think we're meant to be all right weather-wise today. There's a lot more cloud than when we first started this morning, but I think I didn't see any rain forecast today.
No, I think we're going to be okay. Just looks a bit overcast at times. Maybe get some blue skies breaking through.
Well, you've got a game tomorrow, haven't you?
Yep.
Hopefully the weather for that's going to be.
Fingers crossed, yep.
Yep.
Morley at home tomorrow. We can get back to winning ways. Just a couple. It's not been the best start of the season for us, but
Clark's in. That's climbed outside the off stump and left alone by Root and taken by Jamie Smith off his feet. That will look spectacular on the replay. It really will. Root was never going anywhere near it, but it will look spectacular on the replay. And it's the end of the over from Jordan Clark. The fantastic thing with Jordan Clark is he waits for Rory Burns to tell him when he's bowling. Then he lets Rory Burns set the field, and all he does is bowl. That's it. That's it. Very simple way of going about things, Jordan Clark. But it's always the captain that, and if the captain asks him to do something, he'll just do it. Adam Lyth comes down to do a touch of gardening.
yeah, still got that option potentially to try pushing back with that bumper. Or that one that's straight and targeting the stumps.
And he'll be tempted with the short ball because, as I say, it's not a long boundary. As Abbott is in, and he's gone full of length here. That's just pushed away by Adam Lyth.
Especially coming right arm round now.
Yeah.
Right around the wicket.
That angle as well for Lyth will be tempting.
It does feel high risk, so it's not a big hit.
It's just
Western Terrace.
if he can get it up, that's where Tongue and Stone and Worrell and Abbott and Clark last week were so good with the short ball. As Abbott around the wicket he goes. Oh, well, that beats the edge. And Lyth just rehearses that. Taken by Jamie Smith. But that spell from Tongue after tea on day 2, was it? Proper nasty, horrible, quick, fast bowling.
I think because he comes over the top of it as well, you always feel like he's at you.
Yeah, he did bowl well. Did bowl very, very well.
Just feel like something's happening in these last 2 overs potentially. Just seems to be doing a little bit more off the surface.
How many overs are we in with this ball? Into the 18th now as Abbott's in, and that's left alone by Lyth. Outside is Austin. This is great cricket, though. It really is again.
High quality as well. Abbott, former Australian cricketer.
It's sort of an international attack going up against an international batting lineup. It really is. And this again was what we had at Trent Bridge last week. It's fantastic stuff.
High quality cricket on show, which is what everybody wants. From an England point of view as well, that's what we need as well. To help us develop and progress.
Around the wicket once again comes Abbott. Let's turn into the leg side. There goes all action Jordan Clark. Diving away to do the fielding. It's a good bit of work actually from Jordan Clark there. Lyth was thinking about a single, but he saw the huge figure of Clark heading towards the ball.
It's been a great signing for us, Jordan Clark. I think he looks like a real someone that you want to have on your team. Workhorse, bowl whenever you want, whatever end you want. So he backs it up with his batting as well. Got 50.
Oh, he makes his runs. He takes
Sussex.
his wickets. As Abbott is in and dropped by Ryan Patel at third slip. Ooh, and as slip catches go, that's a pretty straightforward one. Abbott's worked on that from around the wicket, and he's got Lyth playing tentatively at this ball, and that really, as slip catches go, and that is a pretty straightforward chance dropped by Ryan Patel at third slip.
A bit disappointed with that one as we were down here before the start of play, working with George Batty off the catch it board, practicing them slip catches.
Around the wicket again goes Abbott, and Lyth pushes this one down into the gully region. You can still see Ryan Patel thinking about that now.
Abbott obviously could see the plan then, trying to just angle the ball in, see with that natural shape, and then just obviously catch the outside edge as he did. Be a little bit disappointed, but high five for Patel there as he walks past him, but be a little bit gutted. Told away there in that over, found the outside edge, change of angle to around the wicket. The chance goes down.
You never mean to drop one, but I also think it's who you drop. And you don't want to give Lyth too many lives, really. He's a tough bloke to get out of the best at times.
It's an awful feeling as well
Horrible.
as a cricketer when you drop a catch.
He
And
really-
everybody tries consoling you. Don't worry, mate, keep your chin up. I'm like, please just go away, swallow me up the ground, please.
It is the worst feeling, I think, in cricket. It's even worse than getting out first ball or something, because you feel you've let everybody down. As Root on strike, Patel's gone down to third man now. That's not because of the drop catch, as that's too short from Jordan Clark. Had a bit of width on it, and Root's off his feet, cutting this through the covers and away for 4.
Runs away quickly over the practice wickets here at Headingley. Bit of a gift from Jordan Clark there, short and wide outside the off stump. You can't be bowling that to Joe Root.
Yeah, nice start this from Root. What's that now? 4 boundaries in the 17?
We're watching him against Sussex on a pitch that was similar to this, doing a bit, and it were just different levels.
Yeah,
He were like we're having a net. It was absolute joke. The way he just found the gap, manipulated the field, it was so good to watch. Fantastic cricketer.
Clark is in over the wicket to him, gets it up on his toes, and Root plays this one back up the pitch. No, I've bored people with Jordan Clark now for a number of years, but with the championship side, you get your blank piece of paper, Rory Burns goes on first, then it's Jordan Clark. Every time. Because he holds the whole side together. But basically, he bowls his overs and takes his wickets, then he'll come out and score runs when he needs to. As everybody knows, he's a maniac in the field as well. In over the wicket he comes again, and that's climbing outside the off stump, and Root lets that one go outside that off stump. And I don't think it's any great surprise. Surrey hung in there last season, and then that Nottinghamshire game loomed as the decider, but Clark missed that game, and they did miss him in that Nottingham. Now I'm not saying Surrey would have won it with him, but they do miss him when he's not about.
Just seems like it's a little bit of X factor that's something that's always going to happen, whether he's bowling well, batting well. He just feels like even if he's not going to bowl 5 bad balls, but then get that big wicket, potentially seems like he's just got that aura about him.
He's in, and Root's pushing into the offside. Comes Thomas to do the fielding. And the other thing is, he's as tough as old boots. You know, he will run through a brick wall. Cameron Steele's been with us, and Cameron, who's had to retire now, sadly, but he says that, you know, he reminds Cameron of sort of a special forces SAS type. We always say with him he could be in sort of a Sunday night drama on the BBC as Heathcliff or someone. As this one's tucked into the leg side by Root, and he'll take a quick single to the right of Dan Worrell. One more to the total. And if you ever get Overton and Clark either bowling together or batting together, it's a terrifying sight. It really is. Unfortunately, though, I see that Jamie Overton's injured for the IPL now.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think so.
Calf, I think I saw. He's had a good IPL, though, mind. But that's a shame.
So it's going back in now for Adam Lyth.
He's going to come around the wicket to Lyth now, Jordan Clark. 69 for 2, Yorkshire. Clark around the wicket to Lyth. He's just had that life off Abbott. Just prods this one back up the pitch. And the fielding is done by Sean Abbott, who shows a nice little sidestep there to Jordan Clark. End of the over.
Yeah, quite like that deep cover as well for that protection. Say to that short boundary. So if it pierces that gap, it runs away for 4 runs. So it's only a single. So good from Rory Burns already, just giving that little bit of cover. So a bit Root on strike to face Abbott now.
Just noticed Dan Lawrence ran all the way up and put a consoling arm around Ryan Patel at the end of that over.
That's the worst thing. People keep coming up to you.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Yeah, horrible. Clark's doing a bit of stretching down there at mid-off at the moment.
That or he's getting some mud off his boots.
I'm just thinking, Root, I think, has faced everything from Clark so far. So, first time he's been on strike here to Sean Abbott. 3 slips for him. Abbott from the Howard stand end is in, and Root on drives. Doesn't really time this. Worrell does the fielding, who I'm sure we'll see again before lunch. Up there at mid-on. Matt Fisher down at long leg. As I say, it's his first game back here at Headingley because the game last year was at Scarborough.
Yep.
So first one back for Mr. Fisher. He's been terrific since he's come to Surrey.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
so
a fantastic bowler.
pleased to see him back in the England stuff. As over the wicket goes Sean Abbott, and Root is forward, playing this one back up the pitch.
So still after he plays that as well. Such good balance.
Well, there isn't anything that anybody can say that hasn't already been said about Joe Root. He is just a run machine now, Joe Root, and he's still got plenty in him. Up. Which runs in Test cricket. As this is pushed into the offside by Root, rolls out there towards cover, and there's no run.
Just love his intent. He's always his first thought is, how can I score? Always looking to score. He's always proactive. Always looking to move the game forward. Take a decent delivery to prize his wicket.
It does, and it's been fascinating watching how his game's developed over the years as well. As he waits again, that familiar bat raise, and then Abbott's in, and again solidly forward he comes, Joe Root. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I was watching him for England in the T20 World Cup a few years ago. Was it the Sri Lanka chase? It might have been. And you tend to forget. I know you see some of the funky shots. You saw a lot of it when sort of the McCullum era started with him. But you tend to forget what a brilliant T20 player he was as well, or is. So over the wicket once again comes Abbott, and Root plays this one down towards backward point, good running. Lyth and Root. One more to the total. One more to Root. He moves on to 19. 70 for 2.
It's like Worrell's going through a few of his pre-routines there for bowling. Let's see him again, like you said before lunch. If Abbott will come round again. Got that protection on the leg side.
It's been a really good morning's cricket, this. Hard fought, couple of wickets for Surrey. Now you've got Lyth and Root together. Little partnership forming between these two now. Around the wicket again goes Abbott to Lyth. Beats him. Beautifully bowled. Beautifully bowled by Sean Abbott. Beats the outside edge again.
He's looked much more threatening when he's gone round to Lyth. I say sometimes as a left-hander, when someone's being a left-hander myself, when someone comes round the wicket, you feel like you just have to play a little bit more. Sometimes you a little bit know what to play, what to leave. You feel that ball's always angling back in. So if you get one that just straightens off the seam a little bit, catches that outside edge, it makes it much more difficult, much more challenging.
And actually, the one that Ryan Patel dropped was the perfect bit of bowling, really. It was exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, just executed his plans perfectly. So found the right line and length. And right on cue.
Here is Dan Worrell. Back into the attack. So Clark comes out of the attack. Worrell had 5 overs this morning, none for 15.
At our club, we call Dan Worrell as he comes into bowl, one of the second teamers, as he runs into bowl at us. Similar action.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the most laid-back blokes you'll ever meet, though, Dan Worrell. Here he comes again, then. Kirkstall Lane end over the wicket to Root, and he'll enjoy this battle. Oh no, now sit Dom Sibley, but he's back, and it will be overthrows. So Sibley hits the stumps, but Root was quick to recover, and Root got in, and then the ball ricocheted away, and they'll pick up a single there.
Yeah.
But it was tight, wasn't it?
I think a good call in the end from Adam Live. I don't think you would have made it. Looked a pretty tight one.
There was just a bit of hesitation, wasn't there? And then Sibley was quickly up, hit the stumps. I think Sibley there, with the dive as well, I think he's just not cricked his neck, but I think he's just feeling his neck after the dive.
Dan Worrell to come round the wicket again to Adam Live.
3 slips in there for him. As Worrell's in, and up on his toes goes Lyth for a back of a length delivery, takes the single. That's the other thing with these two, is the running between the wickets. Yeah, that one was a little tight, but they're finding singles, rotating strike.
Makes it much more difficult for a bowler as well to settle into your line of length with a right and left hand, and I think that's what Joe Root does for everybody. Let's say rotating strike, singles, let's say forces everybody to make them runs looking to score. I'll be surprised you see him maybe take a couple of steps down at some point just to negate that movement when Dan Worrell goes a little bit fuller.
Worrell's in now, and forward he comes. Joe Root. Worrell will enjoy this, the battle with Root as well. He's a terrific bowler, Dan Worrell.
Decent movement through the air as well.
It keeps everything very simple.
I think obviously not the quickest of bowlers, but when you're relentless with your length, look at Ollie Robinson, Ben Code, people like that, just hammering away. Have the ability to nip the ball both ways. It's so difficult. Makes it even more so if the keeper's willing to come up at times. If you're batting a yard out your crease to try and negate that.
He's in.
There you go.
Yep, and a little step forward by Root, then plays it down into the leg side. And of course, we have the joy of watching him bat, Dan Worrell.
Yep.
So you know he has none of his own kit.
Just borrows it.
He borrows kit.
Love that.
Yeah, and has never taken guard.
Well,
Never taken guard. So just walks out. It's always, well, when he comes out to bat, I hope you're here, because we can play the game, whose kit's he borrowed.
yeah.
It's always good fun to see whose bag he's gone into.
Be interesting to see if he holds his length here after Joe Root just trying to knock him off by taking a few steps down.
Just goes a bit wider.
Short, wider, yeah.
Yeah, and Root lets it go and then just rehearses cutting that.
It's good from Root, that. Knocking him off his line and length.
Goes for a little wander, does Joe Root. I've really enjoyed this morning.
How will Surrey feel going in at lunch if it stays the same, similar to this?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be too perturbed. I think, you know, they picked up a couple of wickets. Yorkshire certainly haven't got away from them. And you often see that, okay, you might go in 2 down and then suddenly after lunch a couple go quickly as Root's pushing this to backward point. And they've had a chance to get rid of Lyth, which was put down, so it could be 3 down. But I think where you're always concerned is if that rate is about 3.4 at the moment. You're always slightly concerned if you go in at lunch and the rate's above 4. That's where you're concerned, because you're a 4 ball and over, you're not happy with that. There's not been much that's been cut and pulled. So I think they'd be quite happy with this at the moment, sorry. They'd dearly love another one before lunch,
I think if we get a big scalp, one of these two, before lunch, I think they'll be a lot happier going into lunch.
Because they know what's to come as well. So it's going to be hard work getting through this sort of Yorkshire batting lineup. As in around the wicket then goes Sean Abbott to Adam Lyth. He's bowled a no ball here. The arm goes out. Thank you to Liam. Be with us throughout the day. Jonathan Doidge is back, 74 for 2. Sun's out again now here in Leeds. Very pleasant. It's very nice. This morning when I arrived in the Headingley area, it was blue sky and sun out, and there were a gathering of Yorkshire supporters waiting for the Surrey bus to turn up, I think for some autographs. As around the wicket goes Abbott, pushed by Lyth, down towards backward point, and there's no run. So there was one gentleman with his England shirt, I think looking for a couple of signatures.
That's a point, actually. I need to get some signatures on these.
That is your
The
Yorkshire County Cricket Club yearbook.
Yeah, 128.
Very
edition.
smart, that.
Available in all good bookshops and some not so good ones as well.
As around the wicket again goes Abbott, forward goes Lyth. Did you see the drop for Lyth?
No, sorry, I was out
it
the
was
back
good,
corridor
it was a
having
good bit of
a chat.
bowling.
What was he on at the time?
Well, he was on 31, dropped by Ryan Patel at third slip. Nice bit of bowling from Abbott. I've really enjoyed the cricket this morning. Been a proper hard-fought morning of cricket so far. Around the wicket then goes Abbott to Lyth, and Lyth's turning this one into the leg side. And there's no run. But I said Surrey will know what's coming. Lyth, Root, Brook, Bairstow. It's not the worst 4 names you're going to see on a piece of paper.
No. Still got to perform.
Absolutely, you've got to score your runs. But I just think when you see that, you think, right, okay, I'm going to have to be on our game today. Lyth waits again on 32. As around the wicket goes Abbott. And that one's left alone outside the off stump. But I think as well for both sides, really, I think, you know, we saw this at Trent Bridge last week. It can focus you up as well. You know, Lyth may have been short of a few runs, but you can see he's fully dialed in this morning. But it's the same for the bowlers as well. I'm saying that Worrell will love bowling a Root. Absolutely love that challenge. Abbott, around the wicket he comes again to Lyth. And Lyth drives inside edge. And roll into the leg side. And they'll get a single. One more to Adam Lyth. He's on to 33, 75 for 2. It's a lovely yearbook, that.
It is, isn't it?
Is it always like that? Is it always in that sort
It's
of...
bound like that,
It's
yeah.
lovely,
It's different
isn't
colour
it?
for each year. Last year's was red, for example.
It's a bit like when you go to church and you get
Yeah,
given...
but
it's
it is
gorgeous.
the Bible of
Well,
Yorkshire cricket.
absolutely.
Edited by a very good friend in the press box across the way, Graham Hartley.
Oh, Mr. Hardcastle production. It's lovely, isn't it? Really nice. And nice on your bookcase as well, with them all lined up. 2 catching mid-wickets for Root, and he's turning this one. Got a bit straight there, did Sean Abbott, turning it down towards Dan Worrell. And we'll get a single. End of the over, 76 for 2 then. Lyth on 33, Root 21, the 2 to go. Luxton just flicking a ball from Fisher straight to Sibley at short mid-wicket for 8, and Revis bowled by Jordan Clark for 9. But a partnership beginning to develop here between Adam Lyth and Joe Root as we're into the last half an hour before lunch on this first day.
Yeah, Dan Worrell. The Kirkstall lane end then. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. In fact, Worrell and Abbott with bang on the same figures at the moment. As in he comes, and Root drops that one along the deck to Ryan Patel, coming in from 3rd slip to field. Been in touch. Let's just check back on the correspondence. Stephen Patterson's been in touch. He's downstairs hosting. Apparently came in search of me just after I'd left the building earlier on. So, hello, Pato. Suffolk Yorkie, Mark Woods, says, looks a belting pitch. Sadly, the usual soft dismissals threaten to derail the innings. Time for Brook and Bairstow to lead by example, not just cameo contributions, says Mark. Here comes Worrell. And again, and Root turns that one into the leg side. Fielded by Jordan Clark at mid-on, no run. I did mention the trialling of headsets today. I'd like to quash all rumours on that front. I've been speaking to our technical gurus who say it's probably not going to happen today.
No.
I don't understand.
Fair enough.
It'll probably be a wire that won't quite fit into the square peg and a round hole thing. So hopefully...
That's probably why people didn't stand up and wave.
Yes.
When the announcement was made earlier.
Worrell pitches that one up and allows it to swing again, and Root has that covered. It is going quite a long way, isn't it? Right from the word go for Dan Worrell today.
And Root's playing it so well. Because Root's trying to get out to Worrell. No, he's actually getting to it before it swings. That's the key thing. You've got to be a very good player to do that. He's just practicing as well, playing it as late as he can as well.
Here comes Worrell again, past umpire Goff. A little bit wider on the crease, if anything, as he bowls that, and maybe just trying something that he thinks might work with Joe Root. Maybe some sort of setup, draws him across, but Joe, he knew that was well outside off stump and left it.
And Lyth and Root just having a bit of a chat about this. They've both been down doing their gardening next to each other.
Bothering to shine that on its way back. The ball shiner did that job for him. A couple of flicks from one hand to the other, makes his way in again. Bowls it now, and Root deflects that on its way to Gully. No run, he plays it so late. It's still, I mean, it just looks so simple. I don't think there are many people, if they're honest, who put their hands in their pockets on the gate to watch a bloke run the ball down to third man, but there's an art to sort of how Joe Root does it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Really?
And you see Jamie Smith practicing this all the time. Play it as late as you can, especially if it's swinging.
Yeah, man's just been sent back to the squarish mid-wicket boundary, and Worrell has managed to get Joe Root to play a little edgily. He's got 4 through the slip cordon, and that will take his score to 25 and the total to 80-2. I'm not saying it was a totally and utterly genuine edge. He may have been opening the face, but it was towards the edge of the bat.
I think he's edged that. I think he's done him yet. And what saved Root there is they just split second and third slip. So they've moved third slip to a more of a fourth slip. But I think Root would be honest enough to say he got my edge there. It's a great bit of bowling. But you know, look at Root. He just practicing playing that as late as possible. 25 to Root, Lyth 33. Fisher's coming back into the attack for a go before lunch. He picked up the wicket of Luxton. It's Fisher over the wicket, he comes into Lyth, and Lyth's up on his toes. Playing this one out into the offside, so Tal couldn't hang on to that chance from Lyth on 31. Worrell, I think, has just found the edge of Root's bat. So there are chances being created. And I like this pitch because it's one of those that looks, if you bowl really well on here, you've got a chance to take your wickets, but there's also runs to be had, which is a nice contest, really, and we've seen that this morning. It's Fisher's in, and Lyth's letting this one go. Outside is off stump.
Yeah, the sort of blueprint these days, if you like, is that the ball doesn't do a lot sideways off the pitch, but just offers a little bit, and that always keeps you interested. But with grass left on, there's generally good carry for those who've got a bit of pace. So you know you're going to get true bounce. If you can bat time, it will play well for you as a batter.
Sure. With the Howard stand behind him. As up on his toes goes Lyth, pushes this down to backward pointed. There's no run. That's been there, what now, a couple of years, the Howard stand?
My first season, 2019, it was just about sort of being finished.
It's a lovely stand. I like the umbrellaed roof. It's a little bit of the mound stand to that roof, isn't there? Yeah. And then it doubles up for the rugby league ground as well, doesn't it, on the other side? Great setup, really is. Over the wicket again comes Fisher, and pushed off the back foot by Adam Lyth. And again, there is Dan Worrell to do the fielding.
Yeah, the club has recently announced plans for the future, which may involve some changes in terms of the periphery. They've not gone into a whole lot of detail on that front, but there was an artist's impression of this stand in which we're sitting, which may have a slightly different look and be used. This, of course, was built for educational purposes, if you remember the partnership with Carnegie at the time.
Over the wicket again goes, Fisher. Lyth's had a go at one. He's just hung it out there a touch more. Lyth's gone on the drive, it beats the edge. Taken by Smith, so a little tick in the box there for Matt Fisher. Just tempted Lyth here to throw his hands at it. And it's beat the edge of the bat.
Good delivery and a few words in the shell-like of Adam Lyth by Joe Root afterwards. He's just had a little go at it, and I was only saying to him last week, he doesn't do that very often these days.
Beats again. Lyth as fishes into him. That's too wide, and Lyth doesn't have anything to do with that. Good over from Fisher Maiden. End of it. 80 for 2 Yorkshire.
Yeah, one of Adam's qualities watching him play week on week now for the last 8 years has been that he's reined in those tendencies. He's known where his off stump is. I think he's probably, for me, he might argue otherwise, but I think he's probably become more patient. And then obviously that has given him due reward on the scoreboard, because he's had 1,000 a few times in the last few seasons. He's at the non-striking end at the moment. As Dan Worrell comes into bowl to a certain Joe Root, who's played that beautifully off his legs for 4. Great contact this time from Joe. About that looked right from the batter's point of view, and it wasn't a terrible delivery by Dan Worrell. It was there or thereabouts, but he's just strayed a little bit leg stumpish, hasn't he? And that has seen Joe Root latch onto it, and leaning away to the offside, he made sure that he got good contact off the middle of the bat.
Yeah, just slightly over pitch, wasn't it, by Dan Worrell, and a bit straight. Lovely shot from Joe Root. He's not going to miss out on that. Must keep an eye on Joe Clark as well, because he does have a chance of becoming the first man since Hick in '88 to score 1,000 runs in May. Yeah, so.
Worrell in and bowling, and Root angles that one to backward point, no run. Tony Haynes emails in, that's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. With the rise of women's cricket, and as it's not a contact sport, do you think we'll ever see charitable, friendly, mixed side matches or women v men's matches? I know there are a few mixed sides at village green level, but could this go to higher cricket standards? He's watching on the stream, he says.
I don't know when you'd fit it in with all the cricket that's played.
Here comes Worrell. Nicely played again. A repeat of the earlier shot in the over by Joe, but this time a man had been dispatched. Dan Lawrence out there to do the sweeping. So just the 1 run. Yeah, I think that Churchy makes a good point, Tone. The when would be an issue. Maybe you play, Christmas Day, Boxing Day, New Year's Day, something like that.
There's not there aren't any gaps now in the schedule. Of course, the excitement and slight madness of T20 starts next week.
Yeah, here's Worrell round the wicket to Lyth, and he leaves it. Robert Heath saying, can we just stop worrying about Leeds United being relegated? We have to start worrying about Yorkshire. Oh, sorry, just when we last stopped worrying about Leeds United being relegated, we have to start worrying about Yorkshire.
I've got an awful confession to make to everybody. I haven't been worrying about Leeds United getting relegated. Possibly I should have been, but I must admit I haven't. I'm sorry, it's happened.
That was a little while ago, but since Christmas, not particularly worried. Here comes Worrell again, and Lyth right in behind that. Punches back to the bowler with a nice fancy bit of footwork. He flicks that into his own hands and then dispatches it to be shined. No sun at the moment.
I must say, I'm a big fan of the Yorkshire live stream mufflers.
You like that, don't you?
They're very smart. Very, very smart.
So 2 slips at the moment, plus a leg slip. Cover sweeper, backward point, wide mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg is the setup. As Dan Worrell chooses to bowl round the wicket again to Adam Lyth. Just asked Matthew Fisher to move a little bit more extra coverish on the boundary than he was. And then bowls one that Lyth tucks into the deck at mid-wicket. End of the over. 25 now complete in the first hour and 46 minutes of play, 85 for 2.
Yep, and we've got, 14 minutes until lunch on this first day. A very interesting morning of cricket thus far. Oh, now, here we are. England Lions. So this will be interesting. Dan Mosley is going to captain the England Lions in a 4-day series against, I think they've got 2 games, haven't they? 2 4-day games. The Lions. And just having a quick squiz across this from a Yorkshire point of view. James Wharton is in there.
Yeah, congratulations,
Yeah, congratulations to him. From a Surrey point of view, Tom Laws. As here is Fisher. Oh my goodness me, Joe Root. You are a lucky boy. He's tried to run this down to third man, got an inside edge, and that was inches from his off stump. Just trying to open that face again. Ooh, that is mighty tight, but it's the 50 partnership. But he has had a moment there as Joe Root.
Yeah.
There we go. Even Joe Root needs his moments of luck.
The lesser
And that
spotted,
was.
the lesser spotted Joe Root falls short.
Yeah. So, settles himself down over his bat once again. In over the wicket goes Fisher to him. That's down the leg side and not cleanly taken by a tumbling Jamie Smith. And this will be byes, I think. Because I don't think Root got anything on it. Yep, that will be byes. So that England Lions squad, Mosley to captain, Charlie Allison, Henry Crocombe, only for the second game. Eddie Jack, Ben Geddes, please see him in there. Ben Mays, Ben McKinney, Tom Laws, Alfie Ogborn for the first one. Liam Patterson-White, James Sales, Navia Sharma, Mitchell Stanley, Asa Tribe, and James Wharton. So congratulations to all of those gentlemen. As Lyth lets this one go. Outside is off stump. So yes, that's 2 4-day games, one at Arundel and one at Beckenham against South Africa A. The dates of which I've completely forgotten. I think the first one starts, off the top of my head, 22nd of the month. And I'm quite sure when the second one is. Here we go. Yeah, 22nd at Arundel and then 29th of May at Beckenham. 2 4-day games. Fisher's in again to Lyth, and Lyth is playing this one down to Mackwood Point. And Dan Worrell does the fielding, moving round to his left-hand side.
Just 10 minutes or so away from lunch, at which point Kevin Howells will be speaking on Sports Extra with Yorkshire's Chief Executive Sanjay Patel.
Excellent. Very good. I saw Mr. Hamilton this morning in fine form. Over the wicket then comes Fisher. And Lyth lets him go. Good over this from Fisher. Really good over again. 91 for 2. That mumbling you can hear at the back is Dave Townsend. Just mumbling to himself. It's that time of the day where he starts talking to himself. You're all right there, David. He's managed to find himself 3 jacket potatoes. Well done. Good from you, David, as always. Find the food. He's like one of those dogs of the wild. Always finds food. As Fisher is in, and up on his toes goes Lyth. Plays this one out into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 91 for 2 then, Yorkshire. We've got 9 minutes till lunch. Lyth has 33 and Root's on 34.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, Yorkshire Chief Executive Sanjay Patel going to be interviewed with or by Kevin Howells on Sports Extra during the lunch break, which will be well worth a listen. I'm also going to be speaking to Jill Smith, former Yorkshire, Middlesex and England cricketer. Jill played in that 1993 World Cup final for England, and she's in conjunction with another writer put together a couple of books, as Worrell Good delivery to Root. It's just falling over it slightly, but I think he got it more or less where he wanted it to go, through mid-wicket for a single. But he's on the money, Dan Worrell, at the moment. So, yeah, Jill Smith's going to come up and have a chat during the tea break. You'll be able to catch that on the stream, and, of course, that's on the BBC stream as well as on the club's stream. And we'll be having a chat about the two books, her love of cricket, both Yorkshire and otherwise. And those who she's spoken to, so a series of kind of essays, if you like, on why I love cricket and why I love Yorkshire cricket, two publications that have been out just for the last 6 weeks or so. Worrell's in and bowling. Nicely played by Adam Lyth. It was full, and he's going to get 4 down through long on. Nicely played. Takes him to 37, 95 for 2. Just ever so slightly over pitching Worrell, but he's persisted with this sort of length throughout the morning. And although it hasn't yet brought him any reward in the wickets column, it's brought its challenges now and again to one or two of the Yorkshire batters. He's round the wicket now. And Lyth turns that one to mid-wicket. Tom Sibley does the fielding, no run. There's certain players, when you don't see them every week, that you still recognise just from watching them play before, and there's probably one or two. Scratch my head up. That Sean Abbott in the field, can't remember covering a game with Sean fielding before, so that body language not quite struck yet. You know what it's like.
No, he's a good identifier. He always wears his white floppy sun hat.
So Lyth drops this one into the leg side again. Some more hoop about that delivery. And Dan Worrell has consistently got the ball to go away from the right-handers and into the left-handers. And then the delivery that got Matthew Revis out just before the hour mark was up was one that didn't. Matthew Revis thought it probably was going to and left it. He took his off stump.
The interesting thing is Lyth's been made to work really hard since the drop from Ryan Patel. He was on 31 then, so that boundary would have done him a bit of good.
Yeah, nice compact defensive push into the offside this time. With the Bill and Ben floppy on. Do you prefer a floppy brimmed floppy hat or a stiff brimmed floppy hat, Churchy?
I like a stiff one, because the floppy one, if the wind gets up, it blows off your head. But with the stiff one, it stays on your head.
Worrell bowls. Lyth leaves one wide of off stump. We have 6 minutes to go before the lunch break, which will probably mean, well, 5 in fact now. We'll get 2 further overs in, you would think, as they skip around to get into position pretty quickly, the Surrey fielders. 95 for 2.
Yep. And it'll be Matt Fisher, stand end. And Fisher's been very good this morning. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. So very tight stuff from Matt Fisher. So 2 slips and a gully for him. Sun's out again now. As over the wicket goes Fisher. Oh, that's a beauty. That has beaten Root all ends up. So that is an absolute cracker from Matt Fisher. I think that's probably just pitched on about middle and off and then just gone away from Root. And you know it's a good one when Joe Root sort of ends up with both feet pointing towards the bowler. Terrific bit of bowling from Matt Fisher.
I reckon if you're going to bowl like that, you should be getting big for England, don't you?
Yes, I do hope he plays. I think he will. I think they'll play him at that first test as Fisher's in. Ooh, and that's tucked away by Root. Good batting from Root. He's got himself down to the pitch of that and then just works it out towards Dan Worrell. I thought he might play those last 2 tests when he got called into the Ashes squad. But didn't. But it's great to see him back in that. It really is. Oh, there's the shadow of the aeroplane going overhead. Because we can hear it. But there we see the shadow of the aeroplane there going overhead. Free slips for the left-handed Lyth as Fisher is into him, and Lyth pushes this one out into the offside. Up comes Dom Sibley to do the fielding. One of the more recognisable figures, I think, in the Surrey lineup is Dom Sibley. They're at cover. But it's long sleeve sweaters for some of the Surrey players today, because when the sun goes in, it's not particularly warm for me. But that's the same across the country. It's freezing. Yesterday, before I got my train up from King's Cross, really cold. 6 for 2 as over the wicket goes Fisher, and that's left alone by Lyth. Outside is off stump. Lyth has really battled away this morning. 37 of 87. That big Life on 31. Look at them both down there gardening away. Messrs. Root and Lyth.
Yes, the now requisite killing of a few seconds between deliveries just to try and take the edge off it before lunch.
As in over the wicket once again goes Fisher. That goes away outside the off stump. I'm doing this Sunday service on a Sunday, funnily enough, podcast where I give a cricketing sermon every week now. And my sermon this week is on how, when games are obviously heading towards a draw, that the umpires should have the chance to take the game around the back of the pavilion and put it out of its misery at tea time. But I understand with people who've paid for a ticket for the day, they want to see something after tea. So I've come up with some alternatives of what could happen. As Fisher is in, and that's left alone by Lyth. He's got that one to nip back at Lyth, but good judgment from Lyth.
Go on then, let us into the secrets.
Well, I thought the most obvious one was everyone brings bats and balls for lunchtime, don't they? If they're allowed out on the outfield, well, let them out after tea then. Have a nice long game, have a wander around. I said a cricketing historian could sort of do a bit of a chat about the history of the ground and things.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
But the only reason you reminded me of that is because I said you will learn though how to tie a bootlace. Take 5 minutes tying a bootlace, or 10 minutes putting on a long sleeve sweater.
Worrell to Root for what will be the final over in this first session of the match. Joe defence. Yeah, I mean, this is something actually Richard Wilford brought up last week in our broadcast from Edgbaston. He's got his, whatever he calls it, his theory that, yeah, if there's no prospect of a result by tea on day 4, then they should be allowed to shake hands at that point rather than just a waste of 40, 50 minutes, whatever it is, of everybody's life post tea on day 4. Worrell. In again then, Root just defends another one that's full and swinging away from him in the offside, and Sibley does the fielding. 6 for 2. Sorry, put Yorkshire in this morning. Will Luxton caught Sibley at short straight mid-wicket off the bowling of Matthew Fisher for 8. That was when the score was on 23. In the 6th over, full delivery from Fish and just flicked uppishly by Will. And then Matthew Revis leaving a straight one to be bowled by Jordan Clark for 9 as Root defends his latest Worrell delivery.
Yeah, I think this, if they don't lose another wicket here, I think honour's pretty much even this morning. Yorkshire have
It's a better morning for Yorkshire than they've had in all bar one match if they don't lose a wicket in this over.
got away from Surrey. Surrey picked up a couple of wickets, created a chance off Lyth.
Worrell bowls again. Root. Very solid once more. And Sibley making it a 3-man game at the moment. Dom in to do the fielding. Logan van Beek said to me at Edgbaston last week, he said, I thought about you yesterday. This was on the final morning when I bumped into him at the breakfast table. I thought about you yesterday. I said, really? He said, yeah, because there was an over where 4 balls went bowler, batter, same fielder. And he said, I thought, Wonder what
Ah,
Deutsch
there,
is
there.
saying about that in the box.
Well,
How boring is
if
that?
he'd have said, I dreamt about you last night at breakfast, that would have been a slight concern.
Yeah.
Oh, a bob.
Well, I did raise an eyebrow when he said, I thought about you yesterday. As that's a short ball, and Joe Root down on one knee and ducking away from it, but Dan Worrell just reminding us that he can get it through.
It's a cracking piece of cricket. It really is. Very well played by Joe Root. He probably didn't get up as much as he was expecting. Swayed inside it, did Joe Root.
Here we go then, final ball of the morning session. Providing it's legitimate. In comes Worrell. It is, and it's defended by Root, and at precisely 13:02 hours, they will leave the field for lunch on day one with Yorkshire 96 for 2. Adam Lyth, having survived that drop on 31, is now 37. Joe Root on 36, a partnership so far for this third wicket worth 58 runs. And we'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time to take you through the afternoon session. But just a reminder to Sports Extra listeners, stick around because Sanjay Patel, Yorkshire's chief executive, is about to speak to Kevin Howells. We'll say bye for now.
Gentlemen, time for some lunchtime scores from around the Rothesay County Championship, starting in Division 1. Leicestershire have reached 166 for 2 against Essex. Hampshire are 68 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Somerset 107 for 2 against Sussex. And finally in Division 1, Glamorgan 91 for 2 against Warwickshire. Moving into Division 2, Gloucestershire 76 for 5 against Northamptonshire. Kent 115 for 1 against Durham. Worcestershire 95 for 2 against Lancashire. And finally Middlesex 70 for 3 against Derbyshire. Just a quick second 11 update from Mr. Potter. Yorkshire made 117 against Nottinghamshire, and Notts in reply are 62 for 2. Just some other bits of housekeeping while we wait for play to resume. Firstly, we'd like to wish many congratulations to Rory and Eric, who are here with us today celebrating their engagement and their forthcoming wedding. Many congratulations, gents. And also, in case you missed it earlier, James Wharton has just been named as part of an England Lions squad that takes on South Africa in a 4-day series. Many congratulations, James. And just to remind you that we'll be interviewing some of the past players down in front of the pavilion during the tea interval. As Michael Goff and James Middlebrook. So leading out Surrey. Adam Lyth. Joe Root continuing the batting for Yorkshire.
Well, welcome back from Headingley for the afternoon session on the opening day of this County Championship match between Yorkshire and Surrey. And we saw Surrey win the toss, stick Yorkshire into bat. Will Luxton out for 8 and Matthew Revis for 9. The 2 wickets to have fallen in that morning session. Matthew Fisher, Jordan Clark, the 2 men successful at picking up those wickets, and it's Matthew Fisher who's going to start from the Howard stand end for the afternoon. Liam Thomas and yours truly, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first spell. And that first delivery is going to be flicked off the legs by Adam Lyth down to Jordan Clark, who's fielding at long leg, 1 run. 38 now to Lyth, 36 to Root. This partnership so far worth 59 for the 3rd wicket.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy, Yorkshire, to get to lunch. Went out the other side, only 2 down. On the real risk of losing 3 and 4. Big scalps for one of these 2 would not have been ideal for Yorkshire. 2 men set back on the leg side now for Joe Root.
Comes Fisher. Root drives firmly. Good diving stop by Dan Lawrence in the covers. No run. And was bound for the Western Terrace boundary. Lawrence not been able to get down for it.
Looks like there's a change of plan after lunch. Ball a little bit straighter. The clip's gone out. Bit of a ring field. Deep mid wicket, long leg. Looks like Fisher's going to target the stumps. Maybe the odd short ball. Ball a little bit straighter, potentially.
Fisher in again. Root drives firmly through the covers for 4. Too much width from Matt Fisher. And Joe Root, whether he's just been off the field and having a spot of lunch or not, was not going to miss out on that. Good afternoon to AJD Willis. In relation to RGD Willis, perhaps Alex, he says. He says, find it baffling and bemusing how Wharton, who after a tricky start got 92 last week and has been dropped. The England Lions call up with a bad luck on the club. And surely it highlights what a ludicrous decision it was to drop him. Well, actually, don't want to be pedantic, Alex, but he didn't get 92 last week. It was the week before, wasn't it? As Fisher over pitches and Root takes full toll again, stroking that beautifully down through the onside of straight for 4 more.
Yeah, not quite got it right after lunch on Fisher. Straight on Adam Lyth's pads for the first delivery. Offering up a wide half volley. It's going full and straight there to Joe Root. Timed it beautifully. Moves on to 44.
All the 4s. Fisher bowling to Root once again, who just drops this into the offside. No run. So yeah, just to pick up on what Alex was saying, yeah, 40 and 0 last week actually for James. 92 was at Taunton, wasn't it, the week before? Where do you go with this? What would you have suggested, Alex? Then, what would your 11 have been for this match? Let me ask you that question in response. Fisher at the Howard Stand end turns. And makes his way into bowl over the wicket to Root. Once again, he falls over this one slightly. The big appeal, and he has gone. Joe does not look very pleased at all with the decision and looks at his bat as he walks off. 105 for 3. And the facts are that he is LBW Fisher for 44 in the first over after lunch.
Yeah, Joe shaking his head there. He's walking off. Said previously in the over, looked like I'm going to target them stump, but didn't quite get it right. Looks like he's got this one right. He's removed the big wicket of Joe Root. Just have to have another look at that one again. To see if he did get a little inside edge. Did look fairly straight though.
Be privy to the full replay by the looks of things, or are we? Yep, there we go.
She looks convinced. Joe just turned round. Turned around sharply in disbelief that he's been given. Couldn't see anything visible there, Doidge, to see if it was off the bat, but
It was just the way that he glanced down at it as he walked off, which may have been Joe's way of indicating that he got a little tickle on it. Yeah, as you say, from the replay shot, it wasn't a really obvious inside edge if it was one.
no, it wasn't. But that brings number 88, Harry Brook, to the crease. Jordan Clark coming into the attack after lunch. Goes to the lane end. All pretty well this morning, removing Matt Revis.
Yeah.
Left one that just nipped back a little bit, but we'll be disappointed with that, will Revis.
What we can say about that dismissal, Liam, was well bowled Matthew Fisher. It was a good delivery, no doubt.
Yeah, it's what I've been trying to do. I think the plan was set, the field was set. Just didn't quite get it right, but then final delivery of the over, he did get it right.
As Clark's first delivery, Adam Lyth, happy to watch that go past off stump. So 105 for 3, the final ball of the first over post-lunch. So bang on 30 overs, the dismissal of Joe Root for 44. He faced 52 deliveries in 74 minutes at the crease. Hit 9 fours, and he did have one let off, didn't he, earlier on, where he got a thick inside edge past leg stump, but he played some beautiful shots as well. That was wide stump from Clark, and Adam Lyth once again leaves. So they can't seem at the moment to get out front when batting first.
I think it's been a tale of the season. Every time they just start to edge in front and look settled, lose a wicket. And one thing that has been telling, one's always brought two. So these two kind of just need to settle the game down. The sun's out. Afternoon and late on into tea has been the best time to bat here at Headingley, so hopefully they'll take some time out of the game.
Clark was in to bowl and then has not let the ball go.
Oh, it's just
Interesting. Obviously fancied just an extra delivery in this over, so he thought he'd run up 7 times, but only bowled 6.
you want that as a fast bowler, bowling more deliveries than you need to. This ball got stuck in his hand there. So yeah, just from this, said to Churchill this morning, from this Kurtzel lane, seems to be more carry from this end. Seems to get a little bit more zip off the surface and from the other end.
Here he comes again, Clark. Beautiful shot live. Short, wide of off stump, and gave that one the kitchen sink. Dan Lawrence was not too far away at point, but couldn't get a mitt on it.
It's gone short and wide to Adam Lyth. Too good to miss out on that. That's just that short boundary racing away. Beautiful shot.
So Lyth on to 42, 109 for 3. Clark bowls and Lyth dropping this one out into the covers. Lawrence into field, and they get through for a single. So Harry Brook to face for the first time, taking his guard. Of course, We saw Harry in action for the first time this season at Edgbaston last week. 26 he made in, said checking back through the records, was that the first or the second innings? 26 in the second, he made 40 in the first, before he was bowled by Lyth and Bairstow, so got starts on both occasions. Exaggerated leave of this first Clark delivery that he receives wide of off stump. Struck the ball particularly firmly on several occasions. There was a 4 he hit across to the covers away to the left as we look at it from the com box at Edgbaston. So he had his back to the Birmingham end of the ground, and he really did give it the full Monty.
Mid-wicket just going out to deep mid-wicket now. One out of deep square.
110 for 3. Clark in, gone, no, dropped. I think by the looks of it at slip, or was it short? Nobody's looking like they've dropped a catch. Rory Burns was one of the players going for it, and then he was obscured by one of his teammates. Certainly got an edge on it.
Not sure if asking for the LBW there. I think.
Looked like he got an edge on it to me.
Yeah, not sure if it a little inside end to patch. It seemed to go really slow to second or third slip. Not sure if we'll get a replay of that.
Either way, he's still out there. It was the marginally the quickest delivery of the 6 in the over. So 110 for 3 after 31. Did he edge it? Did he not? Was it a catch? Was it not? Hard to tell in the moment as Fisher with a good delivery goes past the outside edge of Adam Lyth's bat.
Good delivery of that.
And there is no run.
Just getting squared up there, Adam Lyth.
Welcome back to Sports Extra listeners here at Headingley. Liam Thomas and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you for this first spell of the afternoon session. On already an eventful one because Yorkshire have lost the prize wicket of Joe Root, LBW to Matthew Fisher, the last ball of the first over back for 44. And Fisher bowling here to Lyth, who tucks that one off the hip, down to Jordan Clark coming in from long leg, 1 run. Lyth has now moved on to match that Joe Root score of 44. Harry Brook is the new man out there. He's just had a look at a couple. We were just trying to decide whether or not he'd edged a ball towards Rory Burns at slip off the final ball of the last over or not. Rory was slightly obscured by his mate at second slip as the ball was heading towards the ground. Liam speculating that might have been a bit of pad involved as well. We're not sure. They didn't dwell on it long as if it had been a drop chance. Yeah, it was pad according to Churchy, who's given us a signal from the side of the box. Thanks, Mark. That's why there wasn't too much fuss made about it out there in the middle. Man's been dispatched. Dom Sibley, deep at mid-wicket for Harry Brook. As Fisher bowls to him, and he just runs that one out to Ryan Patel. Coming round from point, no run.
Should know each other pretty well, these two, Dodgy. A good battle, I think, good contest.
Yeah, played a lot of cricket together. Just for the moment, no love lost. 2 for 28, Matthew Fisher now in his 10th over.
Be interesting to see how Brook plays this. So, a bit similar to Root, likes to use his feet, knock the bowler off his length.
Fisher in again, and Brook advances down the pitch and picks up 4 along the deck through straight mid-wicket. Played it nicely. It was just in the air for a moment. Didn't get totally and utterly over the top of it, but certainly did enough. It was, I suppose, not dissimilar to Will Luxton's shot that got him out this morning, except there was nobody in position there for a catch. It was maybe a bit more mid-wicket than straight mid-wicket, wasn't it, this shot?
Yeah, I think Brook's done brilliant there, as I said previously, using his feet to knock the ball off his length. Gets a little bit more respect that he's got the men back already.
Fisher in again, and Harry Brook has a haymaker at this one, wide of off stump, and draws an ooh round the ground. They want to watch him bat, and they want to watch him bat long. And he's not going to survive too long if he has too many attempts like that, you wouldn't have thought.
It always makes me feel, I don't know why, but I always get one of them people that you watch, even though he's fantastic and he's brilliant, you get a little bit nervous watching him, but you never know what you see. It's sublime with the sometimes dances down, whips it through mid wicket, and that one chasing a wide one there, don't you? You feel the same.
115 for 3. Goes back and across and defends this final ball of the over. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, look, from the moment I started doing this job, I say it every week just about when he plays, which is not that often these days, obviously. But I just love watching him bat. Always have done. He's such a great talent, so much time, so many shots, all those things. And so, yes, you do want to watch him bat long, don't you? And when he comes out with a shot like we've just seen a couple of balls ago, it's kind of heart in mouth time. But I think, nothing has changed really in the sense that you've got to take the rough with the smooth with Harry. You will get that. There'll be a lot of good stuff as well as Clark bowls. That's shaping back in towards the left-handed Lyth, who leaves.
Yes, his fearlessness, which makes him so brilliant. He plays and misses, he just backs himself so much. I think that's why you probably feel how I do when you think you're just a little bit nervous watching him back, because you really want to watch him back because he's absolutely magnificent. And I think from a Yorkshire point of view today, they really do need him to bat these two. They need him to take a lot of time out of the game, bat for a good period, and hopefully drive that game forward.
Clark, and Lyth has got underneath this one. He's not hit that cleanly. Managed to get it away from Sean Abbott, who was at mid-on. But a measure of how poorly he timed it really is that it plugged like a 9-iron. They got back for 2. Yeah. Just looking at Joe Root's dismissal again, just rolling it back and forth, back and forth. If he did get an inside edge, very difficult to discern. Or maybe he thinks it was going down, and he might have a case possibly for that, but remembering, umpire only gets a split second to look at these things. And another dot ball from Jordan Clark there to Adam Lyth.
Yeah, I think when you watch it back first time, I think I felt like it was close. We're out, not too disgruntled with it. But obviously, seeing Joe's reaction, potentially a little inside edge going down when you rock and roll it, potentially. But so we've got the added luxury of being able to review that. The umpire sees it for the first time live.
Clark in, good delivery. Lyth just drawing the bat inside the line. Yeah, it certainly wasn't of howler proportions like the Don Best dismissal here a few weeks ago, where there was a big, thick inside edge on it.
Yeah, even the slip fielders were like in disbelief that Dom had been given. Got a hefty follow through with Jordan Clark, hasn't he? Takes him right down into the 3/4 of the way down the wicket. Or shaking hands with the batter, Adam Lyth.
And he comes again. Lyth defending that one out square on the offside, no run. Yeah, I've always sort of compared Jordan Clark. I've said this with Churchy on commentaries before. He kind of looks like a rugby centre, doesn't he? Big, strapping lad. He's got some pace.
I won't be stopping him if we're running at me.
No.
Step out of the way. You've got yourself a try, son.
He's from that part of the world, of course. Rugby league territory.
62 corridor, all the teams. Rugby league, up north.
Well, from Cumbria, actually, so not quite in the M62 corridor. That's wide of off stump and left by Adam Lyth to complete the 33rd over, with Lyth on 46 and Brook on 4 at 117 for 3. So Will Luxton for 8. Caught Sibley bowled Fisher the first wicket. Matthew Revis left one and was bowled off stump by Jordan Clark for 9. 96 for 2 at lunch, and then 105 for 3 when Joe Root was LBW to Matthew Fisher for 44. And Fisher, he's going to continue from the Howard stand end of the ground.
Bryce Harry has a little run at him first ball here. Put pressure on straight at the start of the over.
Leaves one wide of off stump instead. They're not on the field of play at Southampton at the moment, where Hampshire are 68 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. It just says ground delay, so I don't know if that's weather. Such like, hopefully not an injury. At Taunton, Somerset 125 for 2 against Sussex. At Edgbaston, Glamorgan 100 for 2. They lost a couple of early wickets, but they've recovered pretty well. 102 for 2 now, in fact, against Warwickshire. And Leicestershire 172 for 3 at Chelmsford against Essex. Fisher bowls. Brook drops that out square on the offside and will pick up a single. Takes his score to 5, the total to 118 for 3. Gloucestershire in trouble at Bristol against Northants. They're 81 for 5. Middlesex also in trouble at Lords against Derbyshire, where the hosts are 85 for 5. At Southport, Worcestershire 101 for 3 against Lancashire. And at Beckenham, Kent 130 for 1 against Durham. That's the latest in the early moments of the afternoon sessions around the country. Here, 118 for 3 Yorkshire. Matthew Fisher bowls to Lyth, who drives straight back at the bowler. Fields that in his follow-through.
Conventional field now, free slips, ring field, 2 men out deep on the leg side to that short boundary. Just tells me that he's going to try to angle that ball back in a little bit. His natural shape is to bring that back into Adam Lyth. Also having that variation of the one that holds it line and goes across him. So a couple of options for Fish here to get it right.
Bowls and Lyth may have been thigh pad on that. He dropped just down to the leg side of him. It was leg byes. They've got through. Laughlin's messaged in saying, tell Tomo to stop talking about Brookie's shots when he played this on 2 on Saturday. You might get a bit of background noise on this, folks, and I'm going to have a look at it. Not sure where the stream camera's lined up, but it's not giving me a picture on that.
Yeah. Lucky I didn't hit it for 6, dodgy.
Oh dear me. That's a shocking shot by Liam to get out last weekend. Meanwhile, Fisher bowls to Brook, who leaves one wide of off stump. Just to describe the shot I've just seen, Bradford League match last week, folks. Liam having a wild swipe across the line at one.
No, that was caught in the deep. I went back to pull one. I've nailed it and I've picked out the fielder, unfortunately. But I think Laughlin needs to stop worrying about his my batting and worry about his own. And his dress sense as well. You got similarities, you both wear jeans and you're running trainers. Says you and Laughlin, takes after your style, dodgy.
Fisher bowling to Brook, draws him across and has a little flick at that one. And you heard that audible ooh around the ground as well. 34 overs complete, 119 for 3. Matthew Fisher bowling well today against the county, which gave him a debut as a teenager some years ago. And he was represented with great distinction during his time here. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 33.
Yeah, he's bowled well so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, he keeps on coming in. Here's Clark. Oh, now then. Adam Lyth leaves one. There's a big appeal. Not out, says Michael Goff. Hard to tell from this angle.
Maybe a little high, potentially. Looked fairly close, but...
Yeah, height-wise. Probably going over the top of about middle and off. Certainly shaping back in towards Adam Lyth.
Beautiful shape on the ball from Clark there.
Here he comes again. And it's not dissimilar delivery, but this time Lyth solidly behind it. Jonathan messages in saying, Mr. Church's comments about ending the match at tea time if the match is heading for a draw were interesting. While some matches, e.g. Surrey versus Notts last week, can be effectively over long before Tea time seems like a good cut-off point. Any financial grumbles could be avoided if spectators are charged less on the final day, as in test matches. I'm not sure how common this is in the county game. As Jordan Clark again with some in-swing to Adam Lyth. Bowls it full. Lyth bat twiddling in his hand as he blocked that. No run. I'd also like to ask Mr. Church which match is regarded as the big one for Surrey in terms of rivalry, now that Middlesex seem condemned to Division 2, and which match sets his cricketing juices flowing most. I'm sure he'll answer that when he's back on air. Clark bowls. Ooh, Lyth had a little scythe at that one, and then he quickly has a pop at himself. Knows he shouldn't have wafted the bat. Church is currently sat at the back of the box with DT, who you will be hearing a little bit later on. David Townsend is in the building, and then he can look forward to quite a lot, I would think, of on-air banter between the pair of them tomorrow when DT is our official third voice.
Couple of giddy kids already sat behind us.
Jelly and ice cream out shortly, as in comes Clark, and that's within swing, played out square on the offside by Adam Lyth.
You'll have a job on your hands with these two tomorrow.
Suppose I could just introduce the day's play and have a wander out and go have a seat and leave them to it for the day, couldn't I? There might be nobody left on the broadcast though by the time we get to about 11:30.
Can't let these two run riot.
Adam Lyth still there. Suffered a scare earlier on. He's turned one to mid-wicket. It's a good diving stop by Dom Sibley to prevent any addition to Adam Lyth's 46. The score then, 35 overs into Yorkshire's first innings, having been put into bat 119 for 3.
Yeah, he's worked hard as Lyth on 46 already, striking at 42, so shows that he's been patient. Just one hit away from 50 now. Brook on strike. 5 off 10 deliveries with Fisher's going to continue. He's got an in-outfield again as Brook, as third man. Drops out, 2 men out on the leg side. Long boundary. Cover just going a little bit squarer now. The offside.
Fisher then. 2 for 33 balls, and Harry Brook has just placed that one nicely down towards third man where Jordan Clark was round to field. He got through for 2.
Beautiful piece of timing for Brook there. Clark just looks like he's hobbling around there in the deep. Too sure if he's holding his hip flexor.
If you are listening but unable to watch, then they're playing across towards the western terrace side of the ground, probably about 4 strips across from where they might play a test match, so closer to that side of the field. The boundary rope on the east side of the ground has been pulled in quite a bit. Fisher bowls. Brook trying to turn it to leg, gets wrapped on the thigh pad. So still early moments for Harry. He's faced a dozen deliveries, 20 minutes out there in the middle to get used to how it is, maybe how the pitch is playing, those dozen deliveries. And also, I'm sure, some intel on that front from his partner, Adam Lyth, who's now faced 110 balls and been batting for, what, 3... No, not 3 hours, I was going to say, I thought it said 185 minutes, 165 minutes. So we're going on for 2.5 hours as Brook shoulders arms.
Saying to Churchill that it's been a good cricket wicket this year at Headingley. So when you put the ball in the right areas, there's nothing for the bowlers, and then if you dig in and bat, you're rewarded if you can bat long and get some runs. I think it's been a really, really good cricket wicket that Robbo's created.
Three to come, and then we'll have a change in the box. Fisher in bowling. Oh, Brook has edged it to first slip and gone. Rory Burns taking a comfortable catch, and Yorkshire's big guns not fully firing again. Harry Brook has gone for 7, and the hosts are 121 now for the loss of 4 wickets. And as Liam called it, they've been coming in twos so far today. The first 2 fell in fairly quick succession, and the next 2 have also fallen in fairly quick succession.
Yeah, he's just tried to put the pressure back onto Fisher there, and danced down and caught the outside edge. Good low catch by Burns at first slip there. You could argue that, did he need to do that? Lovely bit of shape on the ball, outside edge low to his left. Good catch by Burns there. It's been a bit of a theme of the season for Yorkshire, like I say, when just as they start to build a little bit of pressure, lose a couple of wickets and then put themselves under pressure. That first over after lunch, Surrey came out and we didn't get it quite right with Fisher in them first 5 balls, but managed to pick up the big scalp of Joe Root. And now he's picked up the bigger scalp of Harry Brook, which brings Johnny Bairstow to the crease.
121 for 4 then. Matthew Fisher, well, what a day out he's having back at his old stomping ground, because he has 3 of the first 4 wickets to have fallen. Will Luxton, Joe Root and Harry Brook. Not a day that I'm sure he would have been dreaming about when he went to sleep last night. 3 for 35, 2 balls to come in his 12th over. 14 balls, 21 minutes out there in the middle, and just that 1 boundary in his 7. So lots of work for Yorkshire's batters to do again in this match if they're going to take it deep. Adam Lyth continues out there, but he's running out of partners at the moment.
Yeah, we're down in the press box this morning. Someone turned around as I was making a coffee, said it stinks of a Matthew Fisher 5-fer, and he's only a 2 away.
Yep. And he's bowling very well. He's keeping the pressure on. And now he's going to try and ask the Yorkshire skipper, Johnny Bairstow, a question or 2 in his quest for a 4th wicket. Bairstow's gone through the process of taking his guard, had a look around the field and faces up now to Fisher's first delivery, and straight away Johnny drives one to Sibley in the covers, and there is no run. Churchy is back alongside. I'm going to nip out after this next delivery and leave the pair of the boys to it. But a very good start to the afternoon session for the visitors. 2 huge wickets. In context.
Yeah, and it was what we were saying before lunch, that Surrey, they kept it pretty tight, didn't they? And we said if a couple go quickly after lunch, the whole complexion of the day changes.
Fisher to Bairstow, who drops that one down square on the leg side. And we'll get off the mark with a single. So 122 for 4 at the end of the 36th. You'll hear Liam again in a moment, but first of all, Churchy.
Yeah, and look, Fisher's bowled beautifully since lunch and gets Joe Root LBW. I'm not sure it's a shot that Harry Brook will want to watch back, really. Look, he is a huge talent, we know that, but at that stage of the afternoon, against an international bowler, it's probably not the best bit of cricket he's going to play this summer. Surrey won't mind. 122 for 4.
Yeah, come out this side of lunch now of Surrey and take them 2 big wickets, Root and Brook.
Yep, and it means they get Bairstow out there. Meanwhile, Lyth is continuing in the Lyth manner at the other end.
He bats in his own little bubble, doesn't he, when he gets on one like this? Only 1 hit away from 50 now.
Yeah, apart from that edge that was dropped, 3rd slip, wasn't it? He's played very, very well here, Adam Lyth.
Can't remember what they were on at that point, was it 20 odd?
He was 31 at the
31.
time. Here's Jordan Clark then to Johnny Bairstow, and Bairstow tucks this one into the leg side, and there is no run. But yet Brook had sort of tried that shot against Fisher previously. And then big edge and caught by Rory Burns.
Yeah, I saw what he was trying to do, trying to put a bit of pressure back on Fisher, but sometimes it's decision making, and it's sometimes he's got all the talent in the world, all the shots.
He certainly has. As Clark runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Bairstow, who's letting this one go outside his off stump. It's the old running towards the danger, Liam. But I'm an old man these days, and I keep saying that I prefer just to hide round the corner until the danger disappears, and then play the danger.
Yeah, I don't think I'm running at anybody bowling 83 mile an hour at me.
No. So Surrey in a good position here now.
Yeah, they've got a chance to attack now. 3 slips, ring field, only 1 man out on the leg side, which is Fisher. Deep square leg.
Clark
Just behind.
in and forward goes Bairstow. Just plays this one softly back up the ground to Sean Abbott. I've been watching from the balcony down below us. Good crowd in. Down to our left and right. Lots of spectators at this end of the ground watching away.
Yeah, I got a couple of mates down there. Went to sat with them earlier while we're off for half an hour. Just to get a different angle of the game. Joe looked in total control at that point just before lunch. Fisher dismissed him for those that are just joining us.
Clark is over the wicket once again. And Bairstow's forward. That shaped a touch and turned into the leg side. There was the question that Jonathan had about what games get me excited and rivalries. I think the not Surrey one is becoming the rivalry now. And we saw that in the game last week. But this fixture as well always gets me excited because there's so much history between these two great counties, and they are two great counties, that I always look forward to Yorkshire, Surrey, Surrey, Yorkshire. As Clark goes wider of the crease and Bairstow just helps this off his pads, very well played, down to that fine leg boundary rope and away for 4. So Johnny Bairstow's first boundary, very nicely played, and Yorkshire move on to 122 for 4.
Yeah, just got a little bit straight there to Johnny Bairstow. Just drifting down like side onto his pads. Yeah, Johnny just helps on his way. Picks up a welcome boundary for Yorkshire. Going to need a tough innings today from these two now. I was saying to Doige, it's been a bit of a theme of the season for Yorkshire. Every time they start to just edge a little bit in front, not get totally in front, but start to just look like they're taking a little bit of control in the game. They just lose a wicket, and so one always seems to bring 2 as well and puts them really back under pressure.
Bairstow, that popped at him as he was, I think, in the end looking to leave that. In fact, just hit the face of his bat and rolled behind him and the stumps. End of the over from Jordan Clark, 126 for 4. Yeah, as I said to Jonathan, I was looking at Yorkshire's first innings scores. And draw against Glamorgan 226. The Hampshire game 172. Then there was the 5-11 against Sussex. 274 against Somerset, and then 152 against Warwickshire. So I only got, apart from that 5-11, I only picked up the 1 batting point so far, batting first. And that's going to make life tough. It's going to make life very difficult, that.
Yeah, as Abbott comes back into the attack to live, bowling round the wicket. Yeah, they need to be, say it's one too many times to keep losing wickets in clusters and not getting them big scores.
Abbott around the wicket to Lyth. Lyth is forward. Abbott was the bowler that had Lyth dropped by Ryan Patel at 3rd slip. It's a very nice bit of bowling from around the wicket to find the edge of Adam Lyth's bat, but Ryan Patel couldn't hang on. Tom Law's down there. He's been named in that England Lions squad for the 2 games against South Africa A. Abbott. 3 slips again for him. As around the wicket he goes to Adam Lyth, and Lyth is forward and plays this one back up the pitch. And there is no run. Been looking forward to watching Bairstow bat. I do enjoy watching Johnny Bairstow bat.
Yeah, and it's normally best when he's got his back against the wall. He's coming off the back of a few low scores. He got 6 against Sussex, 34 and 18 against Somerset, and then 25 and none against Warwickshire. So we're looking for a score. I certainly think that he's due one. So hopefully no better time or place for it here at Headingley.
As in again goes Abbott. Oh, now that is a perler.
Just Died a little bit on the way through to Jamie Smith.
It did. I don't think he edged it. For a second, I thought he had got a nibble on that.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of extravagant movement, didn't it? Like he took a deflection.
It's interesting, isn't it, that sometimes the ball starts doing stuff after lunch on day one. It did a bit this morning, yes, but after it looked tough here after lunch. What are we in? The 38th over with this ball now. It's Abbott. Around the wicket he comes once again, and Lyth's forward, playing this one away into the offside. And I think that's why I was making that point about when we hit lunch, I think both sides would have been pretty satisfied, because I think Surrey have seen before this happen that as long as you haven't allowed the opposition to get away from you in that first session, then this can happen after lunch on day one.
I think it just comes by building sustained pressure, and that's something that's probably been a feature of Yorkshire season. They've bowled well in spells and batted well in spells, but it's not that sustained pressure. I think Hampshire and Sussex did it brilliantly against us.
As Lloyd's turned around by this one, it's a leading edge.
Having that ability to put the ball in the right area for longer periods and to test that patience. I see Adam Live's 46 of 115 deliveries, so playing really patiently.
Yeah, in the first three games with the ball, and Surrey put their hands up, they weren't at it with the ball in the first three games, even though they were high-scoring affairs. Whereas the last two, they have, as a bowling group, again, been at it and making life difficult. As Abbott's in again, and forward goes Lyth, plays this one straight back up the pitch. Abbott does the fielding off his own bowling. There's no run, end of the Sean Abbott over, a maiden over from him. And Yorkshire 126 for 4. Lyth has 46, apologies. Lyth's on 46 and Bairstow's on 5. And Jordan Clark comes marching up to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Worrell's getting warmed up as well. And this is where, when they're on it, and we saw it with the Notts attack as well, you don't get a break. So Fisher's bowling beautifully, then Abbott comes on. Clark will bowl, then Worrell comes on. And it's just constant at either end. They're sort of on you the whole time.
It's just relentless pressure, and then someone's got to give then. As a batter, sometimes if you're having a couple of scrambled brain moments, you make that mistake.
Clark is in, and this one's left alone by Johnny Bairstow. Outside is off stump, climbing into the gloves of Jamie Smith, moving away to his right. Actually, when you were saying, well, when Jonathan was saying about myself and Mr. Townsend, we were actually talking serious cricket at the back, tactics, looking ahead to tomorrow. Dave Townsend, he's like a good snooker player. He's 7 shots ahead on every day.
For those that can't see, can't hold back his smile as he's saying this. I don't know whether to believe him or not.
As this one's pushed down in front of Johnny Bairstow. And there is no run. He kindly does the fielding. He has got a very deep knowledge of cricket, David Townsend. But it only tends to come out on special occasions. So, looking forward to it. Thought we'd build it up a bit to tomorrow. And you're playing tomorrow.
I'm playing tomorrow, so I'll try dipping
serious matters on your hand tomorrow.
Listen to you two, giggling on air.
This one's left alone outside the off stump by Johnny Bairstow. It's good bowling again from Jordan Clark.
You'll be looking after him tomorrow as his carer, won't you?
It's difficult for him these days to get around. So if he needs a cup of tea or anything like that, we'll look after him. If he needs, call of nature or anything, we'll look after him tomorrow.
I believe he's coming on for a little bit with Doidge.
He is. He's going to have a net, I think, sort of a net. As in over the wicket goes Clark, driven by Bairstow down the ground. Hasn't got all of this, but he's so strong, Johnny Bairstow, that he'll get a boundary. So it hasn't gone quite where he intended, and he hasn't really timed it, but he's so strong.
No, he's kind of muscled that.
Yeah.
I think Clark getting slightly full and kind of swinging away, so just kind of muscled it down the ground. I'd say probably, yeah.
It's more inside edgy, isn't it? But it's still powerfully struck by Johnny Bairstow.
Make him feel a little bit more confident.
He's on to 9 now, 130 for 4 Yorkshire. Clark is in again to him. Driving again, doesn't really time this either, and is a little uppish up towards Sean Abbott at mid-off.
Just looks like he's reaching there for that one, just pushing out it instead of letting the ball come. So I was just saying to to Dodge earlier, and I've said to you previously, it feels like there's a lot more carry from this end, from the Kirkstall Lane end towards the Howard Stand end. It feels like it's just getting a lot more zip to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. This end looks like it's just keeping slightly on the lower side.
Yeah, Smith's taken a couple, hasn't he, that are, when you know as a keeper, that keep rising. As this is clipped firmly into the leg side. But there is no run as Josh Blake does the fielding, a wicket keeper by trade, who is also a very good fielder. But keepers tend to be that, don't they? If they're not behind the stumps, they tend to be brilliant in the field as well. End of the over, 130 for 4.
Yeah, got to be athletic. I think one of them as a wicket keeper, you like when you get the chance to field. If you haven't got the glove, you like to be diving around doing something, being involved in some way, shape or form. It takes a crazy breed to become a wicket keeper. He was not wired up right in the head.
Well, we were not that he isn't, but we were chatting about the great Jack Russell last week, who now, of course, amazing artist that Jack is. One of the best keepers I've ever seen. Unbelievable keeper. But we were talking about cricketing superstitions, and Jack with his tea bags that he used to hang up to dry because he wanted to use them all the time. Certain way of making his cereal for him is shredded wheat. As in around the wicket goes Sean Abbott, and that is clipped away by Adam Lyth. It looked leggy to me. Yep, leg bye is the signal. So 4 of them down below us, 4 leg byes. He used to famously, so that Gloucestershire side really reinvented the one-day cricket format in the field. They would be right on the edge of the circle, and every time the ball went to them, they threw it as hard as they could back to Jack, who'd be up to the stumps.
Yep.
But he didn't used to brush his teeth, so his breath really smelled while he was all these things. As this is cut very nicely by Lyth, and he'll get a single. Josh Blake moves round to his left. But still, one of my favourite ever moments in cricket was produced by Jack, which was the stumping of Dean Jones off Gladstone Small in an Ashes game in Australia. And I said to Jack when he was with us, I said, was that pre-planned? And he went, no, I just decided to come up to the stumps. Nothing was happening. Oh, and Gladstone Small was bowling quick. And he comes up to the stumps, and it's a leg side stumping the first. Oh, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous bit of work.
Some of his highlights and his takes are so good to watch.
Yeah,
his gloves are in tatters as well because he wants to feel the ball nice and soft. I'm like...
As in comes Abbott, and this one's hitting Bairstow as he looks to work it leg side high up on that front leg. Oh, and that floppy white hat he wore, but he mended that hundreds of times, and the gloves as well.
He was so good to watch when you look at his side. I never lucky enough to watch him in person. When I watch all his highlights, some of them stumpings in that one day game when he brought his in up to the stump, that one-handed take, full of length down the leg side. Whoa, one-handed, unbelievable.
Brilliant keeper. As forward goes Johnny Bairstow. I was also really pleased to see that Sarah Taylor's doing the test team fielding, and Jamie Smith will have someone who knows about keeping there as well. Same with Rue.
I think sometimes as a wicket keeper in them environments, sometimes feel a little bit forgotten if you haven't got a specialist. And I think having someone who can relate to it and talk to you about it and just look at little things, I think.
And you might have your own set routine that you like to do. As in comes Abbott. Oh, Bairstow's tried to haul this over the leg side.
I think with wicket keeping as well, I think it is a lonely place sometimes. I think I've been in teams, or even, like I said, we've signed 2 players who both at Methley who can both keep wicket, and there's little things that you do as a keeper which you know as yourself is a good take, but it's them who'll come up to you and say, great hands. And stuff like that can go a long way in helping you with your confidence. I think sometimes people just think, well, you just catch it ball with gloves on, and they think it's easy, but like I say, it can be a lonely place out there, and if you've got someone like Sarah Taylor who's got great knowledge, great hands.
This is Bairstow punching off the back foot in there to Dom Sibley.
It's nice she's been given the job on merit as well. She's been doing some great things with the Lions.
Will all stewards go to code 100 positions? All stewards go to code
so
100
yes,
positions.
it's great to see Sarah Taylor there, and I think it's so important for the keepers to have, a specialist keeper there as well. I know with Ben Folkes, when he was with England and there wasn't one, and he's even been quoted as saying Keaton Jennings was my keeper. You know, it's
when
not
you're
ideal.
When you're as good as Ben as well, you want someone who knows the game and knows keeping, who can just offer little bits of things. Someone who knows his game and whatever can just say, you look like you've just done this, or sometimes you look like your feet are just getting a little bit set too early, or your weight shifting to your right a little bit for certain. So it's obviously you're having to push more that way and you're getting a little bit flat-footed.
Jordan Clark coming into Adam Lyth, thinking about a quick single, but there isn't one there. As up comes Worrell to do the fielding. Well, of course, here he's got Alex Stewart, and those two. Ben Folkes' warm-up is amazing to watch before games. You know, some of it's been on social media. And it's a very specific way of he gets himself ready for keeping. And as you say, he's got Alex Stewart here who can just keep a little eye on it. As Jordan Clark is in to Lyth, and Lyth is forward.
I could talk about wicket keeping all day. I love it. And I just think, like you say, it's having them people there who can say, look at Ben Folkes in his routine and people see it, it's wow, but that's years of training. And a lot of things with wicket keeping is nailing down your technique and then just catching a load of balls. So it's just repetition. So next thing you know, when you are into that, you've got that much behind you and that prep there's done. That it is literally then to yourself as a wicketkeeper who's done it for plenty of years. It's just catching the ball. Yeah. So it's about nailing your technique and getting it right.
Deep backward square goes in. He goes fuller of length, driving his line off a thickish outside edge down towards the band. I just wonder if the floodlights might have to come on here, you know, because we got some more dark cloud above us.
Yeah, it looks like it's coming over there. Looks a bit clearer. Western Terrace side. Dan Lawrence at second slip. Looks like he's getting warmed up.
Adam Thomas.
Sorry.
I think. Yeah, well, he just bowls little swingers, but bowled very nicely up at Trent Bridge. Well, in these conditions, you'd expect it to swing. And Fisher and Worrell and Abbott and now Clark are finding swingers. Forward goes Bairstow. It's a no ball from Jordan Clark. Oh, he's a bit gutted about that. He's just turned around and seen umpire Goff with his arm out. So
is that something he struggles with, no balls?
Not really, no. It's been Sean Abbott this season, sort of at the start of a spell that's been overstepping, but not really. You don't often see him bowling one. I think that's why he looks so disappointed, because it's sometimes a bit of a surprise if he does.
Second one today that he bowled.
As in over the wicket he goes, and that's left alone by Bairstow. Outside his off stump. Well, as I say, it's been a while since Surrey have been here, so it's just getting used to it all again. Worrell's going through his warm-up down below us in his long-sleeve sweater. And Worrell. You can see by the end of this game, Worrell's run up on the curve on the outfielders. Oh, shout for LBW. It looked like it was going down from here. And umpire Goff just shakes his head. Didn't look quite right, that one.
No, looks like it's just angling in, going down leg side. Yeah, just swinging down.
You can see why.
Bairstow's head just falling over to the offside there.
Oh, Jordan Clark was very close to treading on the ball there as he was appealing. Very, very, very close to treading on the ball.
Square's just gone back.
Yep. Goes Josh Blake. As in comes Clark and Bairstow on driving, and Worrell does well. Gets round and gets hands to it. End of another interesting over at lunch. Oh, here we go. Another announcement booming around the ground. At lunch it was 96 for 2. And Brussels sprouts on special offer this week. It's like one of those supermarket announcements. Lyth 37, Root 36. That was the score at lunch, and now 138 for 4. So it's been tough going for Yorkshire since lunch. 42 for 2 since lunch. And those 2 wickets, Root, LBW to Fisher for 44, and Brook caught Burns bowled Fisher for 7.
Yeah, Root dismissed off back-to-back boundaries for Fisher, then LBW.
Abbott is in, and around the wicket he goes to Lyth, who's still there. Adam Lyth. It's the first one of this over, go outside his off stump.
Really cautious so far after lunch, which is good, just soaking up a little bit of pressure. So, been really slow through the 40s. Adam Live.
121 deliveries so far.
Strike rating just under 40.
That's fine, isn't it? In these conditions against this attack, that's absolutely fine. As Abbott, around the wicket he goes to Lyth, lets him go again. Oh, and that's bounced just in front of Jamie Smith, and this will be byes, and 4 of them. That's a tough one for a keeper.
That's a honky one, that.
Yep, just bounced in front of him, just in front of his gloves, and then skipped over them, and away for 4 byes.
That's another 1 foot fines meeting, 4 byes. Why didn't you stop that one, Jamie?
You're right, though. It is from this Kirkstall Lane end, the ball's carrying into his gloves. From that Howard stand end, there's been a couple like that have just died on him.
Just gets you second guessing yourself as well. Just gone up another yard there as
Yeah,
Smith now.
and then the slips will follow him. Around the wicket goes Abbott. Shot from Lyth. Wasn't that short, but he's just pulled it up and over the leg side, and this will be his 50. Well played, Adam Lyth. Yes, that big life on 31, but he's really got his head down here. 52 from 124 deliveries with 9 boundaries. And you can tell the appreciation of this innings from the Headingley faithful.
Yeah, fantastic. Not from Adam Live, patient, watchful. Lucky to get that life on 31. But needed a little bit of luck after a few bad dismissals, but hopefully looking to cash in now. And I think that's what Yorkshire want to see for the Yorkshire fans. A little bit of fight, a little bit of grit. The Yorkshire grit, digging in.
Abbott's in, and forward goes Lyth, punches this, doesn't really time it towards Dan Lawrence at extra cover. Yeah, good shot, because he was taking it from outside his off stump, but got a lot of bat on it.
Yeah, I don't think he quite timed it as well as he would have liked, or I've seen him like in previous times, but so he managed to clear that infield and skipped away for 4. It does seem like it's got really overcast at the minute. Looks like it's good conditions here for bowling, so could be a little challenging period for Yorkshire to get through.
And I wonder whether, they might think about a little bit of Thomas. They're definitely going to go to Worrell next. As Lyth punches this up to Worrell. That's why I mentioned the floodlights, because it has got quite gloomy as well. So the umpires had a little chat about 2 overs ago. I'm sure that would have been about the light. Of course, these magnificent floodlights here. Heading.
Not on bias, but it is a fantastic ground.
Oh, wonderful ground now. Really is. Not that it wasn't before, but with the new Howard stand as well. It's just pushed off the back foot by Adam Lyth. End of the over, 146 for 4. In my older days, or younger days, when I used to do rugby league commentaries as well, I used to love it, because sometimes I'd come for a 4-day game, and then the London Broncos would be playing on the Friday night against Leeds. So I'd finish the commentary here, and then just wander around and then do the commentary of the rugby league in the evening. It's perfect.
Yeah, we were here last time, and on a Friday, Rhinos were at home. They were against Catalans, or Toulouse.
I've had a couple of my favourite nights over the road, at the back of that stand with the rugby league. Oh, my word. The atmosphere was unbelievable. And in those days, the London Broncos would bring probably 100 fans. And then it was everybody else was Leeds Rhinos, and I was the only one doing commentary. And I'll be honest with you, I was extremely biased. And, a couple of nights when they won there, amazing evenings those were. Now, Worrell is back into the attack. Coming in over the wicket to Bairstow. Oh, shot. The on-drive from Johnny Bairstow. Slightly over pitch, first delivery from Dan Worrell, and Bairstow's just in the perfect position there and drives that one down the ground for 4. Last time these two met in the Championship, Jason Roy was playing for Surrey, and every ball he was just wandering up and saying something to Bairstow. Of course, those two know each other so well, because they were the best opening partnership in one-day cricket England had probably ever had.
Yeah.
As in over the wicket goes Worrell, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Johnny Bairstow. Didn't stop, kept chuntering away at him. It's very funny. I think it was along the lines of that he got his head down, and then I think we had a little bit of come on, John, it's an entertainment game, this. Play a shot or two. Crowd have paid good money to watch you here. Constant.
Not your game, that, Johnny.
Constant it was. 150 up then for Yorkshire with that lovely boundary from Johnny Bairstow. 3 slips in there. As Worrell is over the wicket to Bairstow. Oh, that's just pitched outside leg stump as he's trying to whip that through mid-wicket. So these two just trying to get a partnership going. They've put on 29 now. So, of course, captaining Yorkshire.
Yeah, you're proud to take that role on. Responsibility.
It's a big old job. I don't think people realise how much away from the pitch the captain has to do, as well as here is Worrell and Bairstow's forward. Thickish edge. That's going to run away down towards third man. They're thinking about 2, but there isn't 2. And that'll just be the single. Jonathan Doidge is back. Thank you to Liam Thomas. He'll be back with us throughout the day. On to strike comes Adam Lyth. 52 not out Lyth. Holding this together at the moment from a Yorkshire point of view is Adam Lyth. Yes, for a county cricket captain, captain of your county, there is so much off the field as well as on the field. So the field now for Lyth is going to be a backward point, a short extra cover catching, a mid off. They're just dropping a third man in as well as Worrell's into Lyth, and Lyth looks to work off his hip, hits his thigh guard, drops away into the leg side. Up comes Dominic Sibley, and there is no run. Welcome back, Mr. Doidge. It's got quite gloomy out there. I was saying maybe the lights are going to have to come on.
Maybe, yeah. I've just been down, speaking to one or two of the speckies down to my left in the northeast stand, and when you're down at pitch level, it's okay.
It's all right,
Yeah.
is it? Worrell. Over the wicket he goes to Lyth, and Lyth, that just hurries him up. A little awkward, playing that shot. Adam Lyth into the leg side, but he'll get a single. 1 more to the total, 1 more to Adam Lyth. As I said, Lyth is holding this all together from a Yorkshire perspective at the moment. 152 for 4.
Yeah, it's been, well, we'll wait until it's done, but at the moment it continues to be a bit of a struggle. First up for Yorkshire with the bat, for whatever reasons this season. They've not had the same personnel in every match, but difficulties have been apparent throughout. Here is Sean Abbott bowling right arm round the wicket to Adam Lyth, who steps forward and then leaves. It's difficult to know sometimes with the Yorkshire crowd what is the mood. It's fairly quiet though, as you can tell at the moment, so I wouldn't say it's buoyant. There was an expectancy about things this morning as we see the 14:33 from Fuerteventura coming in and the floodlights are on.
Yeah, I did wonder whether they would. The umpires had a little chat a couple of overs ago, I think.
Abbott in again, that's played out squarish on the offside. There's a tumbling fumble by Ryan Patel, but he's okay, he's been backed up.
It doesn't feel conducive to batting these conditions at the moment. It's sort of grey and gloomy and the lights are on. Very low flying aircraft today.
It isn't great when the lights come on here. It does tend to spell danger if you've got Willow in hand, which Adam Lyth has, but is solidly in behind that one. I was kind of, well, not ticked off, but put straight when I said something similar at Taunton the other week, because apparently the lighting there does not give off any heat or anything like that.
that old chestnut. Yep,
Yeah.
I've had that before. Yeah. So so when they come on, the ball doesn't swing because they don't give off any heat. The lamps, bulbs, whatever you call. They also can do a light show on with that thing.
Here comes Abbott again.
Shot.
4 runs for Adam Lyth. The punch through the covers. It is slowing up, but it's going to get there comfortably. Dan Lawrence, the about 15 yards behind as it bobbled over the rope. So Lyth on to 57. This is his second best return of the campaign so far.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just waited for it and then cut it away through the covers. Yes, those lights at Taunton that don't emit any heat, apparently because of their special bulbs. You can do a light show with those lights.
He comes again, and that's run out to backward point. No run.
So it's got a stroboscope effect. It's got all sorts of different things. Yes, I only know this because dear Ben Warren, who does all the media there, one evening he was showing me it just before a 2020 game started. And I was tempted, just as the players walked up, to go, what does this button do? What does this button do? But you can have sort of, as I say, stroboscope effect, different colours. It's all very exciting.
And again, past umpire Middlebrook and driven up to mid-off to complete that over with Lyth 57, Bairstow 14, 156 for 4. 44 overs of batting so far by Yorkshire. And wickets of Luxton for 8, Revis for 9, Root for 44 and Brook for 7 are those to have fallen. And Matthew Fisher having a grand old day against his old county, 3 wickets.
Yeah, he's bowled very nicely today as Matt Fisher. Very nicely indeed. As Rory Burns and Dan Worrell are having a chat about something. They're pointing towards, well, Burns is pointing out towards the leg side. He's already got deep backward square. Ah, that's it. Josh Blake's coming up now. So Blake's coming up to an orthodox mid-wicket. And then Reece Topley is out there, I think at the moment, for Matt Fisher, who's just snipped off. He's out now at deep backward square. It's going to be Worrell to continue from this Kirkstall Lane end. Coming in over the wicket to Johnny Bairstow. And that swings back and Bairstow just works this down into the leg side. And there is no run. Let's have a little look at some scores from elsewhere, if I can find the right glasses. Got to that age now where I need the right glasses on, otherwise I can't see anything.
Get your readers on.
Get the readers on, because there were a couple of sides in real trouble after the first session of play this morning, as here is Worrell, and Bairstow drives, doesn't time this, and it rolls up to Jordan Clark at mid-on. Leicestershire are now 198 for 5 against Essex. Hampshire's trials and tribulations are continuing against Nottinghamshire, 96 for 5, but it's raining. Against Somerset and Sussex, Somerset 175 for 3. Glamorgan, heck of a recovery this, because they were 1 for 2 against Warwickshire. They're now 153 for 2, so that's a great effort. Whoa, that's taken off. Lovely bit of bowling from Dan Worrell, and it's the captain again, Kieran Carlson. He's having a heck of a season. He's 70 not out, and Ben Kellaway's 70 not out. It's a very good recovery. In Division 2, Gloucestershire 99 for 6 against Northamptonshire, but it's raining. Kent 179 for 1, and that's against Durham. Worcestershire 145 for 6 against Lancashire, and Middlesex are 116 for 6 against Derbyshire. As Worrell's into Bairstow, Bairstow's letting him go outside his off stump. So those are all the other scores from around the country, and there is a Metro Bank One Day Cup game today, and it's Hampshire Women against the Blaze, and Hampshire Women 209 all out of exactly 50 overs. And the Blaze are 41 for 1. Those are all the other scores from around the country. Adam Thomas is continuing to get himself warmed up in there at second slip. And Worrell over the wicket again. Bairstow forward, playing this one back up the pitch once more. Watchful stuff this from Johnny Bairstow. Jamie Smith wants something from the dressing room helmet. So that means Thomas is coming on. And he just bowls little swingers, does Adam Thomas. stretching away. Adam Thomas, who made his championship debut 2 games ago, made 100 on debut, the youngest ever Surrey player to do it, but he made a really good 46 at Trent Bridge as well. Worrell's in. That's swinging back, but nicely played by Bairstow. Just tucks it off his pads out towards deep backward square. So that's the end of the over. So 57 for 4. Yes, I think Thomas is coming into the attack now from the Howard stand. Had his first bowl at Trent Bridge. It's pretty tidy, actually. Sort of taken over a little bit from Ryan Patel, who used to come on and do this job. But he took 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 23. And 11 overs, no maidens, none for 44 against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge.
Reese Topley was brave out there with just the short sleeve shirt on. It is a bit of
From
nip in the air.
Howard Adam Thomas.
There you go, the golden voice of Howard Ferguson.
It is a lovely voice.
Yeah. Nice. He could definitely welcome us to Jazz Club. Meanwhile, as Churchy called, Adam Thomas then into the attack for the first time in this match to floodlit Headingley skies, 157 for 4. And for your first bowl against Yorkshire, well, you might as well bowl against Johnny Bairstow. Why not?
Bairstow's got to be a little careful here, because as I say, they're just little swingers, really.
Right arm and 4 runs. Wide of off stump with loosener. And at that pace, obviously, meat and drink to somebody of Johnny's abilities. But he'll want to just settle the nerves, get himself a little bit loose. Johnny, well, we'll see how he plays him here. Will he try and dominate him, get him out of the attack? Or will he just take it ball by ball? There's a deep backward square, leg out, a slip, a man at 45, sort of short third man really, plus a point, a short extra cover, a cover sweeper, a mid-on, mid-off and a straight mid-wicket. As he's in again, and this time more circumspect, Johnny drops that out for the incoming Ryan Patel to field from point.
Now, Mr. Deutsch, I seem to remember last year in the game in South London that was it in the 2nd innings?
And he comes again, that's wide of off stump with Smith standing up. Johnny leaves.
Didn't Ryan Patel bowl Johnny Bairstow? I seem to remember that he did get Bairstow.
Was that at Scarbados?
No, this was the one
The Oval.
down at the Oval. I'm pretty sure he got Johnny Bairstow.
So Thomas again, and Bairstow right in behind that fields.
On the last day it was. Pretty sure he did. I think he bowled him. I may have dreamt it. I don't know what made it up, but pretty sure he got him in the 2nd dig.
We met at the corresponding weekend as well last year, didn't we?
Did we?
More or less, yeah. Thomas making his way in again. Bairstow drives firmly at this one. He's got it beyond the diving Dan Lawrence at short extra cover, but not past mid-off. And just 1 run. Bairstow caught Lawsbell, Lawrence 89. That was Johnny's highest of last season, actually, down at the Oval.
I think it was on the last day.
Bairstow bowled Patel. You are right for 77.
Yeah, I seem to remember that. So maybe the golden arm comes on at some point. Ryan Patel.
Final ball of Thomas's first over is to the left-handed Lyth, and it was tight lines and left though by Adam. So Bairstow 20, 57 to Lyth, 162 for 4 after 46 Yorkshire.
Yeah, boundary off the first ball of the over, but then pretty tidy stuff from there from Adam Thomas. Worrell's going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end. Bairstow and I just beginning to put something together. What have they added now? 41. 41 for this 5th wicket. Dan Worrell Still got his 3 slips. Burns at first, Thomas at second, Ryan Patel is at third. Into Bairstow. Bairstow pushes this one firmly back up the pitch. Jordan Clark comes around to his left to do the fielding.
Adrian Smith asks, does the debt-free Yorkshire County Cricket Club have any intentions acquiring property close to the stadium, for example Cardigan Road away to our left, guest houses or hotels, asking for a friend?
Well, probably not by the end of this game. Over the wicket comes Worrell on drive from Bairstow. Powerful shot. I did answer the email you had about what gets me excited of rivalries, and I said the Nottinghamshire-Surrey rivalry is now a good one. But I always look forward to this as well because of the history of these two great counties. So it's always a terrific game between these two sides. A lot of Surrey supporters have made the trip up here for this weekend. Worrell is in once more to Bairstow. Bairstow's forwards. Good stuff this from Worrell. Just hammering away at that good line of length to Bairstow. Yorkshire captain wanders off towards square leg for a think about everything.
In terms of answering that question, Adrian, I think probably not sure is the answer. I know previously there have been thoughts of buying up properties on the periphery and that sort of thing, also by the Rhinos across the way.
Forward goes Bairstow again. Lays it back up the pitch and Clark does the fielding.
But it's never, they've never managed to pull it off yet.
It's interesting, isn't it? The sort of redevelopment. We were at Trent Bridge and the pavilion now is all being done.
Yeah.
I think it's the direction of travel, really, for the grounds now. As Bairstow, oh, he's gone after this one. Bit of width, and it was uppish, but it's a typical Johnny Bairstow shot, really, and it's over the boundary rope and away for 4. Just a bit of width, and he's thrown his hands through it, and it's away for 4. Bairstow's on to 24, 166 for 4.
I don't know if it's something about the slightly baggy sweater or what, but he kind of looks bigger out there than he does when you're close up to him, Johnny. And he's got that way of dismissing the ball on the bowler with that sort of shot and then advancing 3 or 4 strides down the pitch, chest stuck out.
He's a strong man. He's Johnny Bairstow. He's quite intimidating, I'd have thought, bowling to at the crease. As he's driving in, doesn't really time this one. And that potters out towards Dom Sibley. End of the over, 166 for 4. Then Yorkshire Lyth on 57. Bairstow on 24 with the floodlights on this opening day here at Headingley.
Yeah, and to develop on that response to Adrian, I didn't hear Kev's interview with Sanjay at lunch. Apologies, folks, I know I advertised it, but stuff to do across the lunch break, but I will try and catch up with that. Be an interesting listen, I'm sure. So if you're responding there, Adrian, perhaps to having heard that, then I'm afraid I can't fill in any gaps at the moment, but I'm sure the club will want to do that as we go forward. And Thomas is in bowling the first ball of the over to Lyth, who knocks it into his own body, I think on its route up to Dom Sibley. No run. There's obviously been talk about demutualisation again, and that, as you might imagine, doesn't go down well with certain quarters. Lyth drops his bat on this one. There is an appeal, as if there was pad before bat, possibly. It was a bit of a Matthew Fisher celeb appeal there from Thomas.
It looked a good shout. Not given, but it looked a good shout. Lyth got a stride in, so it's possibly just hit him outside, but a nice bit of bowling from Adam Thomas. Great appeal.
Lyth on 57, Thomas bowls now, and Adam just dragging that one back to the onside of straight. Joe Newman, Joey, says, hello, listening to your coverage in the Leeds Uni Library, so you are very local.
Well done.
What do you make of Revis so far? Started batting at 6, up to 4, and now 3. Surely it could be a reason for lower output because he's moving every week as Thomas bowls, Lyth leaves. Wharton has looked like a bit of a walking wicket in parts, but to move Rev from 6 up to 3 seems ridiculous. You think they'll still trust him to bowl and perhaps bowl when the field is not spread and the ball is very old like he's done so far? A few good questions thrown in there, Joey. And maybe get through this over because only 2 balls to go and he's getting through them pretty quickly. Adam Thomas, Surrey notably were on -1 at the start of the session, but he might speed things up just a little bit. I know he's bowling seam. That was another dot ball. Hurriedly running, walking back to his mark. We saw Craig Overton running back to his mark at Taunton the other week, which was all in good fun, I'm sure. Just to try and squeeze in that extra over before lunch, as teams do. 3 o'clock ticks over as Adam Lyth plays this latest delivery out into the offside, and Ryan Patel with a good sliding stop keeps them where they are. 166 for 4. Matthew Revis, well, yeah, clearly, as I said earlier, not started the season as well as he would have liked. The 1/2 century so far. And I think, you know, if Yorkshire have the side that they had at the start of the season, then yes, he will be batting 6. But it's a matter of trying to get 11 players in the side, isn't it, some weeks? And that's, I guess, what has happened this week. Joe Root and Harry Brook are available, then you're going to play them. And so you've still got to have enough bowling in your ranks. Matthew Revis does that as an all-rounder with the remainder of the players that have got picked for this game.
Dan Worrell continues from the Kirkstall Lane end, coming into Johnny Bairstow, who's driving this, slamming this up the ground, and the fielding's done by Rhys Topley, who's still out there at the moment.
Thing is, it's not a lot of the Yorkshire players are in tremendous nick with the bat, particularly when they go in first time. You're kind of looking at it thinking, I'm not sure when you look technically that there's, you know, there's a lot that's not right. Temperamentally, maybe some shots have been played that shouldn't have been, but that's what we get from most cricket sides.
As this does swing back, but Worrell's overstepped the mark here. And this is going to be a no ball signal by umpire Goff. It is indeed. So that's going to be another couple to the total.
I would have said that James, and he admitted himself to me as well recently, that, you know, he'd not felt sort of that great in 1 or 2 of the early matches. So the walking wicket thing, I can see what you're kind of saying, but he did get the 92 the other week, and he got batted pretty well first innings last week for his 40 before he got out.
Worrell over the wicket he comes to Bairstow, driving straight back up the pitch, hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and there's no run. I hope you don't want a chocolate biscuit.
DT's got stuck in, has he?
He certainly has.
So there's obviously an irony with James Wharton that he's got England Lions selection, but at the same time been left out of the side here. But as I said to somebody earlier who messaged in, what 11 would you pick for this match? Not an easy decision.
No, that's why the coaches get paid the big bucks. It's a really hard decision sometimes, as this one's pushed by Bairstow down into the gully region.
I do think, to answer your final point, Joey, that they will bowl Matthew Revis. At what point of the innings, I'm not sure. He obviously got to go with the second new ball last week, partly because they were just trying to not put any further overs into George Hill and Jack White when it was unnecessary at that stage of the contest.
Again comes Worrell. Bairstow, that's off the thick inside edge. Rolls into the leg side. He'll get a single, will Johnny Bairstow. Moves him on to 25. Lyth comes back on to strike on 57. He's seen most of the strike the last couple of overs, Johnny Bairstow. Lyth seems to have been at the non-strikers end for the last couple, but he gets back back on strike now. Yes, for the head coach's job, you sometimes have to make some really tough decisions, don't you? I always think that if the player's out of nick and you have to sort of tell them that they're not going to be playing, that must be hard. Must be very hard. To Lyth, short one. First one we've seen from Dalmoral today. Lyth ducks underneath it. Slaps into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
You'd still say, though, wouldn't you? It's the captain's team, primarily, not the coach's. So while the coach might have to relay that news, they'll be speaking to his skipper first and saying, who do you want? It's your 11. You've got to go out there on the field of play and ask these players to perform.
And Lyth waits again. Final ball of the over from Dalmoral. He's into Adam Lyth, and Lyth lets this one go. Outside is off stump. End of the over. 169 for 4. Then Yorkshire. Lyth on 57. Johnny Bairstow on 25. Root going for 44. Harry Brook going for 7.
And at 3:05, we're just past the halfway point in terms of overs scheduled to be bowled today. We'll see how that one pans out. But still 15 overs, another hour's cricket pretty much before tea.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a late finish tonight.
'Twas ever thus. Bairstow on strike on 25, then to face Thomas, who started pretty well, barring that loose delivery, his loosener, which went for 4. He just dragged one down the leg side, of course, as I say that. Jamie Smith, though, right across there. Jamie and Johnny, well, of course, there's been some England-related rivalry, I guess, between the pair over the last year or two. Johnny now not centrally contracted as he drops this one down backward of point. Ryan Patel fields no run. And I just mentioned when Churchill was asking me about whether Ryan Patel had bowled Johnny out last year. 89 and 77 was far and away Johnny's best return across a first-class match last season at the Oval. A year ago, effectively, to this match. As Johnny drops one into the leg side this time, and Dom Sibley, who sort of moved towards that a bit like I might do at this stage of the day. Well, 30 years his elder.
He always looks like he's been riding a horse. There's Dom Sibley.
.69 for 4, halfway through the 50th, and Bairstow's going to get 4 here. Just straying again too close to leg stump, Adam Thomas, and tickled nicely by Johnny off his legs. 29 to Bairstow then. 5th wicket partnership now worth 52. It's taken them 86 balls to get there, and they have, well, at least steadied the ship from 121 for 4, because had Johnny gone quickly, it could have been serious trouble as it is at the moment. He's playing well out there. There's been some swing, but the deck itself is playing typically well, and you're going to need plenty. Bairstow gets a ball leg stumpish again, just takes off on him slightly, nudged it down to his left into the leg side, and Jamie Smith cleans up.
I like Adam Thomas as a bowler because, as I say, it's really just swing and a bit of seam, but he's definitely got a fast bowling mentality, hasn't he? That appeal for the LBW.
Yeah, Bairstow driving him this time to Worrell at mid-off to complete the over at 173 for 4. What's the background? Is it?
He's come through the Surrey system, and
Is he a London lad?
yeah, but went to Cranley School. Was in the England under-19s. Guildford started his club career there, and then opened the batting in the One Day Cup last year. Got 100 against Derbyshire, and then got his chance in the game against Sussex and made 100, and then made a very good 46 against a quality Notts attack last week. He's got a bit about him. And as I say, everybody was scrambling for record Brooks, but he is the youngest on Championship debut or first class debut to make 100 for Surrey. 90 old Here's Adam Thomas. It'll be Dan Worrell continuing from below us at this Kirkstall Lane end. It's going to be a leg slip and a slip. Third man, backward point, extra cover, mid off. They've got the extra cover really, and no mid off as Worrell's in. Ooh, hello. That's a short one that's a bit loopy. And Lyth watches it, and then it bounces once into the pads of Jamie Smith. Going to try and get down and see former Surrey bowler Mr. Tim Lidley whilst here, of course, with his coffee shop. Very well with that.
It's a few years now, isn't it, since we had that? It must have been on for an hour with us at Scarborough that day.
That would have been 2018. This is short, pulled off the hip by Lyth. Get a single out there towards Dominic Sibley at deep mid-wicket.
Could have been 19, 18 I wasn't in.
Oh,
in situ.
19.
The match that finished with 10 balls to go.
That's right, yes. There's always been good games between these two at Scarborough. So deep pack of square goes in for Bairstow. Worrell over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, and Bairstow drives, it's upish. And a couple of bounces towards Sean Abbott at mid-off, because you have got Dom Sibley lurking in there at short extra cover. But that was a little upish from Johnny Bairstow.
David Neal asking, what's the latest on Sam Whiteman? Yes, he is still injured. Nobody's really saying a time scale on that. I think it's a difficult one.
Dan Worrell over the wicket to Bairstow, who's had a flash at one, looking to uppercut, beats the edge. Taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right-hand side.
So Yorkshire not lots of luck with their overseas signings, as you're well aware, Churchy, in the last few seasons. Sam Whiteman, Yorkshire born but Australian raised, got a ton against Sussex here. Looks like he can play as you might expect, and then yes, he got hit.
Worrell to Bairstow. Bairstow's letting him go outside his off stump.
Got hit in the same match. The unmentionables, and it's a bad one. So wishing him well if he's tuned in. Not sure what the situation is, as I say, other than he just needs time because it was bad.
Oh, bless him. Yeah. It's no fun, that. Worrell ready to come in again. Over the wicket to Bairstow, and Bairstow's forward. Again, very solid looking defensive shot from Johnny Bairstow. Thou shalt not pass, that defensive shot from Bairstow. End of the over, 174 for 4. Yorkshire, Lyth has 58, and Bairstow is on 29.
Adam Lyth, the one constant at the top 5 for Yorkshire, top 6 for Yorkshire so far this season. We're going to change in the box as Mr. Church is going to step out, have a breather. For the first time this season, David Townsend has been released and is coming back on commentary. 58 to face Thomas. He cuts firmly into the deck, and Ryan Patel feels that at point. And there is no run. Michael Hickman says, great news that David Townsend is going to be back on commentary. Absolute legend, David's brother, Michael.
Have you just made that up?
No, it's on X. As Lyth runs one down short of length to Jordan Clark at third man, no run. Nick Moxon said, afternoon JD, great commentary as always. Disappointed I can't be there today, but watching. Disappointed to see Joe get out when he was looking as good as ever. Thomas And again, Lyth has timed that one very nicely past the diving Dan Lawrence. He must have been within a whisker of getting his fingers on it, but the ball whistles away along the carpet to the western terrace for 4.
Shortish boundary that side. And as you say, well timed. You're not the only one who was disappointed to see Root get out. I think Root was particularly disappointed as well as he walked off. Suggesting subtly that there might have been a little bit of bat involved, but you never know.
Full length delivery this time, almost Yorker length, and dug out by Lyth. Yeah, I mean, look, it did give that reaction, so maybe we are to assume that he got a tickle on it. I think just from looking at the pictures, it's not one that is obvious to you as the viewer, and therefore may well not have been obvious to the decision maker as Lyth turns that one in front of square and picks up a single.
We still haven't got VAR, have we?
And
On County Championship cricket.
thankful for that as well. There are enough stoppages already, DT, in County Championship cricket without bringing that in. Takes till at least 6:30 to get through just about every day. And one of Yorkshire's matches going on till 6:45, 7 o'clock, as Bairstow dinks that one square on the leg side. And will keep the strike with a single. 178 for 4 after the end of the over, 52 of them. In fact, 180 for 4, my apologies. They've just updated the board. Bairstow 30, Lyth 63.
And these two going along nicely. Johnny Bairstow does play some beautiful shots back past the umpire, doesn't he? Through the V, times those shots. And it's hard to think of better players playing those shots. Players that play them as well, I suppose. But it's nice to be able to watch that. The plane going over. Wonder where that one's come from.
I reckon that's Tenerife, usually this time of day, 3:15.
I was with him last week, Marty Emerson.
Ah.
Down at Worcester, popped my head in there for a couple of days.
John Abbott in a change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end, and Bairstow drags that delivery into the onside. Bit of bottom hand involved. Dom Sibley does the fielding. Abbott just scratching the footholes. Not happy about something at the point of delivery there. He bowled 10 overs already earlier in the match. 2 maidens, not for 26.
You won't be getting down to Worcester this year, or have Yorkshire got a T20 down there?
No, I don't think they have. As in comes Abbott, nicely worked off the legs by Bairstow. And they get through for a single. It's one of those where I've written them all down in the diary, so I know where I'm going, but I kind of don't know where I'm going, if you know what I mean, because they've not committed to memory. Start off at Trent Bridge, Friday the 22nd of May. Back here at Headingley for the first time on Sunday the 24th. Go to Chesterley Street, then back to Headingley. Grace Road. On strike, facing Abbott, 4 runs. Over pitching, wide of off stump, and Lyth leans into that beautifully. Taking his score into the 70s. Should be 189, I think, for 4, unless they've gone quicker than I did. They play at Southampton in a T20 game. Chesterfield for the annual beating there. They have a double weekend here. They go to Old Trafford. Back here again. And that's it. So no is the answer. They're not at New Road. As Lyth defends his latest ball, which is back of length from Abbott. And Lyth not into the 70s. He remains on 67. So John Potter and co, or whoever's operating the scoreboard, went very early when the ball pierced the gap in the offside.
Very quick, that one. Just starting to pick up the pace a little bit again, isn't he? Lyth. He went through that quiet period either side of 50.
Here comes Abbott. That's dropped out square on the offside. Fielded at point once again.
They stuck to the task pretty well, the Surrey bowlers, but there's been nothing really in the pitch to encourage them greatly, I don't think. A little bit of movement in the air, a little bit of swing.
Quite a bit of swing ready, particularly for Worrell. I thought earlier on. It's Abbott, though, with ball in hand at the moment, looking for his first wicket. And that's wide of off stump, and Lyth has a push at it and then taps himself on the helmet as if to say, no, just leave well alone, Budge. End of the over, 185 for 4.
It was one of those deliveries that he would have left well alone in the first half an hour of play, because that's what he does. But now he's been there, what, 3 hours, 3.5 hours? Just feeling for those outside the off stump. Good to be back on commentary here at Headingley. Deutsch, and every year I turn up here, you know, you pay respect to the great man. You expect to see Callie coming shuffling round the corner in his suit. And even though it's a long time since he was here, started a new over. Thomas bowls, and that's through to the keeper. No, a run. Still miss the old boy.
Yeah, what, 8 years this year. It was, wasn't it?
17 or 18, was it?
18.
18, yeah. Next delivery from Thomas, who's a bustly little medium pacer. He's defended to the short extra cover. He got just the one slip in place. I think we can call him a short third man, can't we? Then a backward point, cover sweeper on the boundary. That short extra and mid-off, so he needs to keep that side of the wicket, and he does so again, and Bairstow defends again to short extra.
Not sure what he would have made of the jacket potato with a filling for lunch. I think it might have been jacket potato with a filling and what, a fish and some mushy peas as well. Where's the rest of the menu? Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
That was my tuna potato was very nice. That next delivery is striking Bairstow, possibly on the paddy, looking to play that on the onside. There's an appeal from the bowler, enthusiastic, but no help from behind the stumps or from slip. 3 men on the onside, so as I say, he does need to keep it that offside of the wicket, and that one's played down to short third man, and there's no one to be had there. Yes, Callie enjoyed his food, has to be said. The man who, Dave Callaghan, who was your predecessor as the voice of Yorkshire. I think we can possibly give you that, Monica now, Doigi. Next delivery from Thomas is struck by Bairstow, stands up, strikes that through the offside, gets a single out in front of the western terrace on that far side. Keeps the bowling.
He definitely enjoyed his food. I did some, as I mentioned before numerous times now, some commentaries with him for other services, and some of those were on England overseas tours like Ashes matches. And I do remember being in the studio just a couple of miles away down in Leeds one evening when we all turned up for whatever it was, an 11:30 start at Melbourne or something like that at night, you know, going through till 7 or whatever the following morning. And he turned up and said, right, well, nearly time to start. Start of the day, better have my breakfast. Abbott bowls. Ooh, Bairstow looked like he was just being smothered a bit line-wise, but managed to get that out to the offside. No ball signalled. Thanks, DT. That's 10 runs in no balls, 21 extras so far. Every little helps, Yorkshire will say. Yeah, he fancied his breakers at whatever it was, 11:15 at night, because it was the start of a day's play.
That was probably his first breakfast.
Good old Callie. It's fondly remembered. 188 for 4. Short ball pulled by Bairstow for 6. The best of Sean Abbott and the very best of Johnny Bairstow, because he played that with rare aplomb and just guided it round the corner. It was all about the timing, DT, and lofted it well clear of any fielders out there.
Yeah, struck that one nicely. It's funny, the interesting theory of having your breakfast at the start of play.
For a night match.
Yeah, you might have run into this in Australia.
And he comes again. Oh, now he's gone underneath this one, Bairstow, and he's not timed that anything like as well as the ball before, so he nearly fell for the second one, but this time it dropped just short of the sweeping mid-wicket, and he's got through for 1.
You know, when you're playing at different times of day with the day-night games, particularly with the day-night games, remember the first one I saw, watched the first session, players walked off, and I said, yep, definitely Australia's morning. It was about 5 o'clock, they were going off for tea. But the first session is always the morning session, isn't it? It's, in your head, anyway.
Yeah. Abbott with the third ball of this over to Adam Lyth now from round the wicket. Another no ball, another couple on the score.
Was it a day night in Adelaide? I can't remember. Was that the one in Brisbane?
It was the one in Brisbane, wasn't it? Yeah, Adelaide was a day test match, as was the other one I went to at Melbourne.
You'd have enjoyed Adelaide. Well, I'm sure you enjoyed Melbourne as well, but Adelaide's a fabulous spot, isn't it?
Oh, loved it. Yeah, great. Welcome once again to listeners to 5 Sports Extra. As Sean Abbott runs into bowl to Adam Lyth, that's dropped down at his feet. A little defensive push. We're midway through the 55th over here at Headingley. Floodlights are on, which tells you that it has been darkish, a little bit gloomy, but the sun is shining at the moment. Yorkshire 197 for 4 with Lyth 67 and Bairstow 39. Those 2 wickets fell in the relatively early stages of this afternoon session. Joe Root, LBW to Matthew Fisher for 44, didn't appear happy with his decision. Harry Brook had a few complaints, caught first slip by Rory Burns off Fisher for 7. Here he comes round the wicket. Abbott, and that is that lovely little tuck up of the leading leg for Adam Lyth, and he just flicks it away nicely off the hip. It's not that many deliveries in the last, well, I'd probably say season or so, where he's able to do that. Used to see him play it quite a bit, and when he plays it well, he very often soars away backward of square leg for a 6, a 1 on this occasion. Still on 39, now has strike. Abbott comes over the wicket, and Bairstow plays that out to the offside. He's got one of those actions, Sean Abbott, where he really, as he lets the ball go, he really bends his back quite exaggerated fashion. So he's almost touching his toes. Not that many fast bowlers around go right through with their action like that, but he's definitely one of them. Wayne once again. Last umpire Goff, there we go. As he really gets some shoulder behind the ball, it thuds into Johnny Bairstow's hand off the bat, apparently, because he's got a single for that to complete the over at 198. Typically, they hadn't gone quick this time. 199 for 4. Bairstow now on to 40 and will retain the strike.
I think they'd be quite happy with that, wouldn't they? Yorkshire, having lost the 2 wickets, as you said, 2 very big wickets, let's be fair, Joe Root and Harry Brook in first, 20 minutes or so of this afternoon session, and progressed pretty serenely since then. Bairstow's been playing.
Yeah, the
I don't want to put the kiss of death.
No, Adam Thomas.
That delivery is pushed back to Thomas.
Basically about 80 minutes of batting together now to put 78 runs on. time in the middle as important as the runs at the moment.
A little bit of sunshine out there, though, Luigi.
Yeah.
Always welcome. Next to delivery is pitched up, driven up to straightish mid-wicket. Another plane goes over. We're on the flight path, of course, for Leeds Bradford Airport, which I believe is the highest airport in the UK. There's little bits of trivia you pick up, and this ball from Thomas is played down backward a point. There were two fielders there. There's no chance of a single.
Yeah, its detractors would say it's a ridiculous position because anytime you get any weather, it's always bearing the brunt of it. I know that I once went on holiday in September, for example, and ended up getting diverted to Manchester to fly from there because it was foggy in September in Leeds.
Next ball is played backward a square, but this time finds the gap between those two fielders. Paul has to move quickly, sharply to his right to field, and a run, a cruise to Bairstow.
The irony
And that's
is,
his 50.
as the Yorkshireman, paying a supplement
Sorry,
to fly
but
from
that's the 200, not his 50.
paid a supplement to fly from my local airport, and then had to go from the airport where you had to pay the supplement to escape from Manchester.
Thomas falls, and Lyth eases that off away backward of square for a single. You didn't have to pay to go to Manchester, did you?
No, but no. So when you try and book your
what are you
flights,
complaining about?
well, I did effectively have to pay to go to Manchester because flights were from Manchester, but if you wanted to go from Leeds Bradford, you paid a supplement. So I paid the supplement, and then it was foggy, so they stuck you on a minibus and drove you to Manchester. You with me?
Thomas, I'm glad I wasn't. That delivery is backward a square.
This is a long time ago, but as you can tell, it still hurts. So I had, whatever it was, a 50 quid supplement or something back in 1990 odd. And yeah, they don't give you a supplement back if they have to stick you on a minibus and drive you to Manchester Airport to go from where you didn't want to go from in the first place.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Well, it would have cost you less than that to get over to Manchester in the first place, as you said, and it was. And you only live just around the corner, as we know from
Leeds Bradford.
Leeds Bradford. So that's the end of the over. 202 for 4.
Yeah. Yorkshire moving dangerously close to the lesser spotted batting point at the moment. The 3 of those in 1 innings this season, they all came at once. A bit like local buses round here. The DT might rediscover during his return to these shores. Bairstow on strike to face Sean Abbott, who is bowling from this coastal lane end over the wicket. Johnny's got a thick inside edge on this one, out into no man's land on the leg side. Players converging on it from all angles, and they get a single. That's the upshot.
He thought there might have been 2, though. It probably would have been 2 had it been to the eastern side of the ground, but boundary much shorter in front of the, what do you call that now, the western terrace, the western stand. Used to be the White Rose Community Stand or something, didn't it? It was all sorts of names.
I think we all know it as the Western Terrace. Lyth on strike after the singles on 69. Abbott goes short, and that's helped around the corner with that front knee tucked up again. And he's picked up a single. Ryan Patel making good ground to do the fielding. So Lyth on to 70, 204. For the loss of 4 wickets, we still have 7 overs and 4 balls to go before the break for tea. Plus the 32 in the final session. So it is going to be a pretty late one. But in, Bairstow pushing half forward, blocks that.
Tee shout from behind the stumps there for LBW, and the bowler not interested at all, probably because there was a lot of bat on it. Certainly a bit of enthusiasm from behind them.
In some matches with some officials, that doesn't seem to matter. In comes Abbott again. Short. Johnny has played the pull shot. And he's got it away down to long leg for a single. I think that's Reith Topley back on the field as a substitute. So Johnny on to 44. It's been a productive partnership so far of 84. This pair, well, there's a couple of years between them. The birthdays are more or less, in terms of calendar days, the same. I think there's a day difference, something like that. And a couple of years apart. And I think came across each other back in the day of playing through the junior age groups and all that. So they've been teammates one way or another for a long, long time. A few good partnerships in the time as well. Field change here. We've got an in-out field as he bangs this one in short. Sean Abbott, just the one slip now. Rory Burns, a lone figure alongside Jamie Smith. Was short and he ducked under it, did Adam.
Was Bairstow behind the sticks during...
Attention please, attention please.
Oh, they're calling you back to the home, DT.
I've had my tea. We haven't had the tea here yet. I just wondering whether he's behind the sticks for Lyth's fairly brief test career.
Short ball, Lyth ducks underneath it, and there is no run. 205 for 4 after 57. That's fairly easy to...
That's probably easy to look up, but I just,
yeah,
you
I'll have a
know,
look.
you with
I can't remember specifically.
Encyclopedic memory.
No. I'm afraid not, sorry.
Or whatever it was. Because Bairstow wasn't always behind the stumps, was he? He was spells just as a batter was useful man to have in that side, being good enough to play solely as a batter. I suppose Jamie Smith is... He's nowhere near as good a keeper yet, though, as he is. Bairstow was and still is. Thomas then starts a new over, and that's a very smart take down the leg side. Standing up to the stumps, Jamie Smith, and that's just, as I said, not as good a keeper yet as Bairstow. That was a very nice piece of work. Thomas bowls again, and that's driven nicely by Bairstow up to mid-on, no run.
Joss Butler was keeping on Adams' debut for England against New Zealand at Lord's in the first test and the second test.
Don't usually change a keeper mid-series, do they? I don't know. Thomas to Bairstow. And that strikes him on the pad and bounces out towards square leg. Was there a little bit of bat involved as well? Wait for a signal from the umpire. Yes, there was. So his bat on the pad, ballooned up. Well short of any fielders. And Bairstow gets one run. He moves on to 45. Lyth on 70, 206 for 4.
So they didn't play in the same test side in the first 4 test matches that Adam played that summer of 2015. They did in the 5th match of Adam's career.
Thomas bowls to Lyth, and that's just eased down to long leg for a single.
But they didn't bat together in that match. Johnny wasn't keeping, it was still
Butler.
Joss Butler. That was in July. He played 2 more test matches. Adam, let's just check those out.
Were they before the Ashes series? Next delivery bounces a little bit there from Thomas, taken by Smith.
I'm in the Ashes series at the moment. So he played 2 against New Zealand, and then he played in the Ashes series. And this is the 4th test I've got to now. They did play together in the 4th test at Trent Bridge. So they played at least 2 test matches together, maybe a 3rd, just checking that out now.
Next delivery is driven nicely straight, but fielded to mid-on, no run to be had there. So For once, Bairstow doesn't get one off the final delivery, as he has been for the last 3 or 4 overs. And that's the end of the over, 207 for 4.
Yeah, so of Adams' 7 test matches, they played 3 together. Not in his first 4, but yes, in his last 3.
But he wasn't behind the sticks for any of them.
No.
Oh, fair enough. Sun's out nicely now. You'd think it was a pleasant afternoon for watching cricket, but there's not a lot of shirt sleeves to be seen in the crowd. In comes Bowles, and another no ball. He suffered from those today. Lyth just ducked under a short delivery through to keeper Smith. So a bit of a problem for Sean Abbott.
Bringing Liam back on, and then Churchy back on for you at the end of the over.
Oh, fair enough. Here comes Abbott again. Bowles, and that's struck away. Well, attempted to strike it away. Square the wicket and on through to the keeper. No run. Liam, what do you make of it?
Yeah, it's been a good recovery from Yorkshire. I think losing them 2 early wickets after tea.
I was actually meant the sunshine. It's coming.
Oh, sunshine's beautiful. Always sunny up north.
Yeah, you've been out with your shorts on today, which is a brave move.
I always wear shorts, mate.
Abbott. Well, what's happened there? Because Abbott's bowled short. Lyth has sort of rocked back to try and ease it down to third man. And has he got a touch on that?
Yeah, I think it's off the handle of the bat, I think. I think it's just... Oh, no, he's just dropped his hand and it's hit the outside edge of the bat and gone over the wicket keeper for 4 runs.
Well, they all count, but that's some success there for the bowler. He didn't get his hands down quick enough, did he? And
I think that's the first one that I probably haven't seen from that end that hasn't carried. I say like kept a little bit low, that one. So most of the carry that's come from the Kirkstall Lane end towards the Howard Stand end.
Here's Abbott again round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth, who this time plays the shot that he was thinking of playing last time and just sort of ducks on. He gets in that position where he can play either. He can get his hands out of the way, or he can just sort of help it on its way down to third man. And on that occasion, he got his hands out of the way. 213 for 4, Lyth 75, Bairstow 45. It's always nice to watch a bit of cricket outside rather than what we do a lot of the time, which is watch it behind glass, isn't it? You feel more connected with the play. Abbott bowls, and that's down the leg side this time, and no shot from Lyth. Been a good recovery though. You're right. The first 20 minutes or so after lunch belonged to the Surrey bowlers, but good partnership here.
Yeah, I think this has been what Yorkshire struggle with. Every time they've started to edge in front, they've kind of lost a couple of wickets, but these two have managed to put a sustained period of pressure back on the Surrey bowlers.
Abbott bowls to Lyth, and Lyth has a fiddle at that one outside. That one bounced, taken just above his head really by Jamie Smith, and a funny old over this one. Could have perished on a couple of occasions, Lyth, and he's gone down the pitch now and he's just attending to the surface and just smoothing it out with the end of his bat. The Church is pointing to something. He's unusual leg side field, which were Abbott bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. Yes, that's the end of the over. If Abbott has the same field next over, I'll leave you to talk about that with Liam, because Mark Church is coming in to replace me.
Thank you very much for that. It's live, currently on 75, Bairstow 45, edging closer to 50. It's the first one of the season. It will be. Thomas is to continue. Howard Stand end. Welcome back, Churchill.
Thank you, sir. He's bowled all right here, Adam Thomas. Just kept it pretty tight. Little bit of movement. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21 with Jamie Smith up to the stumps. As over the wicket he comes to Bairstow, who lets this go outside his off stump. And taken by Jamie Smith. Yeah, nice partnership. Back to battle. At 92 now, at 213 for 4. But again, I sort of go back to what we were saying before lunch. If Surrey can nick one of these two out. As in comes Thomas. Bairstow lays back, cuts. It gets through Ryan Patel. Ricochets away to Jordan Clark. And they will pick up a single. And that will bring Lyth back onto strike. I think Lyth was playing those shots in the last over because of the field. He had 4 back on the leg side. And I think he was working out, actually, do you know what? If he goes short to me, one place I could go is down towards third man. As here is Thomas to Lyth, who allows this one to go outside his off stump. Nicely bowled again. As I say, it's been tidy stuff, this, from Adam Thomas.
Yeah, I think when the keeper stood up, ball just nipping her out, nibbling about a little bit. Just playing on Yorkshire's patience a little bit.
214 for 4. Sun's out again now, as Thomas is in, and Lyth just digs this one out towards cover point. It was 121 for 4. As after lunch, Root was LBW to Fisher for 44, and then Brook caught by Burns at first slip off Fisher for 7. So in trouble at that point were Yorkshire. Not quite out of the woods yet. As Thomas is in to Lyth. Oh, and that just hops at Lyth a touch. Just makes life a bit awkward for him. Hits the thigh guard. We're not too far away from tea either. 4 overs after this one. Until the tea break. Floodlights are on still. But as I say, we've got a patch of blue sky now and the sun's out. Very pleasant.
Very nice, yeah. Do you reckon we'll see maybe a burst from Fisher again before tea, or think it'll do these two to continue until...
After what happened in Abbott's last over, they'll definitely have another go with Abbott. Looking to drive here is Lyth. Up towards Bidoff. Round comes Sibley to do the fielding.
Get a token, Dan Lawrence over, potentially.
We haven't seen any of Dan Lawrence's yet.
No.
I thought he might do a bit of bowling today, but actually Thomas is sort of doing those overs for him at the moment, the way he's bowling, keeping it very, very tight. So it's going to be Sean Abbott to continue. I wonder as well whether 20 overs until the new ball. And that could be important today, that second new ball. Maybe just give Fisher a little burst after tea and then hold him back for that new ball.
Yeah, besides, been the pick of the bowlers today. Running fresh to go again with that new ball, or as fresh as he can be. Bairstow 1 hit away now.
Abbott's into him, and Bairstow, that comes back at him, hits him a mid-drip, and rolls away into the offside.
As we speak, Dan Lawrence is just getting limbered up.
Yeah, he's bowled a lot of overs this summer, as Dan Lawrence. Really has bowled a lot of overs. Just jump into my computer here. Takes a while for my computer to now fired up. Bowled 18.1 against Warwickshire, 29 against Leicestershire. This one is put away by Johnny Bairstow, down through backward point. This will be his 50. So Johnny Bairstow moves to 50. Proper captain's not this. Came out with Yorkshire in a spot of bother. And Johnny Bairstow 50 from 89 balls with 7 fours and 1 6. So he's ticked along. Very good innings this from the captain at the moment.
Yeah, he's needed this. So on the back of a few low scores, Yorkshire up against it a little bit, in a little bit of trouble. He's come out there, batted beautifully, played a couple of eye-catching shots. Nice hits into the western terrace. It's a short wide run from Abbott and dispatches it accordingly. Great batting from Johnny Bairstow. 218 for 4. Yorkshire now.
As in over the wicket once again goes Abbott, and Bairstow drives up the ground. There's Worrell to do the fielding. Partnership's worth 97 now. Yes, so Lawrence is going through his warm-up routine. But in the last game, 32 overs against Nottinghamshire in the second innings. So he's bowled a lot of overs this summer as Dan Lawrence.
He hit 100 in the last game as well, didn't he?
He did, he batted
32 overs,
beautifully.
100 as well. That's a
Yeah.
good heavy workload, that, for Lawrence.
As here is Abbott, and on drive from Johnny Bairstow. Just beginning to get into that mode, Bairstow, where he's middling everything.
It seems like he's settled in nicer now. Everything's coming out of the middle of the bat. Seems confident. His movements are good. Seems in his nice little rhythm that he's got going now. Interesting to see that they're adopting the short ploy to Adam Lyth to the longer side of the boundary. Just see if they can ruffle him up a little bit, draw him into that mistake. Abbott's going to keep hammering away at that full length. They don't want to get too short. He's already been picked up over the leg side for a 6.
Comes in once again. There's Abbott. There's a short one. Oh, well done, Johnny Bairstow. He's looked to pull that. It's come straight off the toe end of his bat. And that's rolled up towards mid-on.
But disappointed with that with Johnny. Eyes lit up probably a little bit as Abbott's dropped it short there.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about the 10th row of the Western Terrace there, wasn't he?
I think we all were watching that, and we saw where it was, pitched halfway down.
He may need some chalk for the end of his cue here, because he's still looking at the end of his bat, because he was through it very early, and he just hit the toe end of his bat and went straight up to mid-on. Abbott's in once more, over the wicket to Bairstow. That's well bowled. It's a lovely length from Abbott. He can't believe his luck today. That beats the edge of Johnny Bairstow's bat. But just looking a bit stiff at the end of that over. End of it. 3 to go till tea. Ryan Patel's warming up as well. So Dan Lawrence it will be with his off breaks. He'll have a left-hander to bowl at in Adam Lyth. He's on numerous occasions, Dan Lawrence, been the bloke that's broken a partnership with his off breaks. Bowling and bowling and bowling at the moment. Dan Lawrence, all arms and legs. Dan Lawrence with that action of his. So
Not sure if Patel's trying to capture the eye of the skipper there to say, let me have a chuck, son.
But he hasn't done very well because Roy Burns had his back to him going to first slip. So unless he's going to shout at his captain now. What's the field going to be here? A mid-on, man back on the mid-wicket boundary, man back on the sweep, a slip, a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope. He's actually going to have a mid-off rather than a long-off. So Sean Abbott comes to mid-off. And Dan Lawrence in his short-sleeve sweater comes around the wicket to Adam Lyth. And the first ball, Lyth's just tickling down towards the fine leg boundary rope. And this is going to go over the rope and away for 4. And that's the 100 partnership. And they've done it tough, these two. Done it very well so far. And 101 the partnership is worth. And Yorkshire 222 for 4.
Yeah, needed that, did Yorkshire. Especially looking at precarious position after lunch, losing them 2 big wickets. So these two have dug in well. Managed to edge Yorkshire slightly ahead of the game, which all the Yorkshire fans will be happy with.
Lawrence is in and Lyth forward. Smothers this one away into the offside. Dominic Sibley comes wandering up to do the fielding. Yeah, interesting day this. As I say, that second new ball could be quite important today. As Lawrence is into Lyth and Lyth pushes off the back foot. Rolls down to backward point and there's no run still to come. George Hill, Don Best, Joy Richardson, Ben Cliff and Jack White for Yorkshire. Forward he goes, little inside edgy, but he'll get a single. Cry of anguish from Dan Lawrence. He thought he was through him there. And Jordan Clark lobs the ball back to Jamie Smith. I think he thought that was going to creep past the bat and hit the front pad for a second there. Dan Lawrence. Now Bairstow. It'll be interesting to see how Bairstow goes about this.
I think there's a lot of risk, especially before T got long on cow corner. It's a straightish mid-wicket, and then a deep square leg, so it'll be probably a brave shot to take on that big boundary.
Well, he's paddle sweeping straight away. Nicely played by Johnny Bairstow. He'll tear the first, wants to come back for 2. He's coming back for the second as the throw comes in. Excellent running. Johnny Bairstow there, charging back for the second run. And Bairstow moves on to 52. The partnership moves on to 104.
Very low risk that. using the pace of the ball, a little paddle sweep over the shoulder. Leg slip now in place. Rory Burns, I believe it is.
It is. He's moved across from orthodox slip to leg slip after that. There's Burns. He's reverse sweeping. That's
Beautiful
clever because he's taken Burns out from orthodox slip to leg slip. So straight away it's the reverse sweep. Exactly where Rory Burns would have been. That's terrific batting
And I
from
think
Johnny
that's good
Bairstow.
From Bairstow and live there, attacking Dan Lawrence. So trying to get them see him as a little bit tired before that new ball's due. If they can get after him, hit him out the attack, kinda. I think good tactics, good plans.
Yeah, it was.
The Yorkshire batters.
Very well played, that. Look, Ryan Patel's got his way.
Well, he probably feels a little bit sick after that drop catch on 31 from Adam Live, who's now on to 80. So maybe a chance to try pay skipper back.
Well, we were looking it up. He did bowl Johnny Bairstow in the second innings in South London last year. Did Ryan Patel. Of course, his famous spell was when he came on at Guildford when nothing was happening, and within 11 balls had taken 5 wickets. But it's never sort of happened again for him since that. As he'll just bowl his little medium paces here, will Ryan Patel, with Jamie Smith up to the stumps. Lyth is just checking the field. So here is Ryan Patel in around the wicket to Adam Lyth, and Lyth nudges this one into the leg side, and there's no run. It was an extraordinary passage of play because Somerset batters rather obligingly either edged it to slip or missed it and were LBW. And he all of a sudden had 5. And it broke the game open and Surrey went on to win.
Amazing.
But he's never quite repeated that with the ball.
Has he been given the chance?
Well, a few times, yes. As he's coming around the wicket to Lyth here, and Lyth turns this one out towards deep backward square, and Dan Lawrence comes tearing up to do the fielding. Great arm from Dan Lawrence. One more to Lyth. So, Bairstow comes back on to strike. Can Ryan Patel repeat what he did last year to Johnny Bairstow? I'm sure Bairstow is aware of that. I'm sure he probably remembers it. I think he went for a big booming drive and inside edged it straight onto his stumps. On the last day down in South London last year. Ryan Patel getting ready to come over the wicket to Johnny Bairstow on 56 is the captain, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. You see, great respect there from Johnny Bairstow to Ryan Patel.
Yeah, not letting that happen again. Not on this occasion.
Well, there was a great interview on, I think it was the Wisdom podcast with Greg Kinnear, who's the actor who was in all the Bond films, and he's a massive Surrey fan. I had no idea that he was. Massive Surrey fan. As in over the wicket goes Patel, and this is driven. And there's no run there as Warren does fitting. He's a huge Surrey fan, as I say, but he's been in Bond films with Judi Dench and on the stage with Judi Dench. And they said to him, be honest, were you more nervous the first time you met Judi Dench or Ryan Patel? And he said, forget Dench. He said, I was a nervous wreck when I met Ryan. As Ryan Patel is in, and forward goes Bairstow. That just bounced a touch more on him.
Nice little bit of shape, that, just swinging away.
He does swing it. He does swing it.
Tidy start, not one you want to be getting out to just before tea. One more over after this.
Yeah, and I think Yorkshire would go to tea actually quite happy with this. These two are still there in the position they were in at 121 for 4, with Root and Brook back in the dressing room. I think they'd have taken this. Comes in once again, does Ryan Patel. And that's left alone again by Bairstow. Tidy over that from Ryan Patel. End of it. 1 to go before the tea break here on Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live stream. Liam Thomas with us today, which is lovely. Although Liam's playing tomorrow. So can't be with us tomorrow, but back on day 3.
Back on Sunday.
Excellent. With a win.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
8 catches behind the stumps and a
that'd be
stumping.
lovely.
And
That'd be
100.
absolutely delightful.
And 100.
Well, 8 catches and a stumping would be nice.
Yes.
Batting lower down the order, so maybe a little 20,
Well,
30 now, potentially.
You never know what could happen, my
As
friend.
long as a win. That's the main thing, get a win.
Yep.
About to tell you all about it on Sunday.
Fantastic. Here is Dan Lawrence forward. Goes Adam Lyth, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Very interesting day of cricket this so far, as Lawrence is in again, a bit flatter this time, just pushed away off the back foot by Lyth. Sprinting up here is Matt Fisher. Good bit of work, gets a throw away quickly, keeps it down to a single. One more to the total. 231 for 4. Thank you to Liam. Jonathan Doidge is coming back in because he has a guest during the tea break. Rory Burns is going in at an orthodox slip now for Bairstow. Gave him the runaround in the last over, did Johnny Bairstow, sweeping and then reverse sweeping. As Lawrence is into Bairstow, Bairstow forward, plays this one down into the leg side. Potter's in there towards Josh Blake in the short mid-wicket position. So this partnership worth 110 very good runs for Yorkshire. Dan Lawrence having a chat with Dan Worrell. Said something that's amused him. Spinning the ball in his fingers is Dan Lawrence. Comes bouncing in. He's into Bairstow, just nudges this one down into the leg side. Ryan Patel will come up to do the fielding. And they'll stroll one more. Brings Lyth back on to strike on 82. Been saying all day there's a very good crowd in today. You can't really see from up here how many people are down below, but there are a lot. Round the wicket then goes Lawrence to Lyth, and Lyth forces off the back foot. Rolls down to backward point. Ryan Patel does the fielding. And there is no run. So this will be the final ball before tea. 232 for 4. As in around the wicket goes Lawrence. And Lyth plays this studiously back up the pitch. That will be tea. Terrific partnership this. 111 between Adam Lyth, who's on 82. Johnny Bairstow's on 57 after losing Root for 44, Brook for 7 at that point, 121 for 4, but the captain and his senior pro doing a terrific job here. And Yorkshire go to tea at 232 for 4.
Thanks, Churchy. Time for a breather for the boys then. Yeah, good recovery for Yorkshire from that 121 for 4. And 2 overs remaining. Where will we be in about 3 hours' time from now? By the time they get there, I would imagine. Adam Lyth and Johnny Bairstow receiving the acclaim of a good Headingley crowd this afternoon as well. It certainly would be, just to the eye at very least, the largest crowd of the season so far on this ground. And as I say, plenty of work to do as the evening wears on. But as Churchy said, and as I mentioned earlier, time to have a little chat while the players are off the field with a special guest. Now then, alongside I have Jill Smith. Welcome, Jill.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
For those who don't know Jill, formerly of Yorkshire as a player,
right.
of Middlesex, and of course England, World Cup final of 93.
93 at Lords, that's correct, yeah.
Fast bowler back in the day.
Back in the day, fast. I think I slowed up a little bit.
Well, I don't know. I reckon I'm looking at you now physically. I think you can still get it through at what, 80, just 85-ish these days. Probably
70.
just dropped below 90 a little bit, Jill. So, Jill's come to talk to us, folks, about talk about Jill's career, but a couple of books as well that have just been released about 6 weeks, a couple of months or so ago. So first of all, what cricket means to me and what Yorkshire cricket means to me. Just tell us where the idea came from in the first place.
Absolutely. So I play golf at a golf club up in Northumberland, and a guy who plays at the same club had done a book, What Football Means to Me, and he showed me a copy, and I jokingly said to him, Neil, that's not so bad, but cricketers have got more about them. Why don't we do a cricket one as well? So from that random chat in the golf club bar. Never sit in a golf club bar on your own. 2 weeks later, we were practically on the road starting to take photographs and ask people to tell us in 300 words what cricket meant to them. My connection here with Jane Powell was my captain when I first played for Yorkshire and then for England. Very kindly got us here. And the whole premise of what we wanted to do was, for me, was to give something back to the game. I started here in Yorkshire, I started in North Yorkshire, and Yorkshire gave me the chance to go forward, play for them, play for England. And I always just feel it's something nice to do at the end of a career. Well, it was quite a long time ago, to just give something back to the club that supported me in my career.
So what cricket means to me in the first instance, and then, well, you know, Yorkshire cricket,
Absolutely.
it's the largest geographical county that plays the game at first-class level. So why not get stuck in with a few Yorkshire stories?
Absolutely. So the initial concept was we made contact with the Cricketers' Trust, was to do it for charity for the Cricketers' Trust. And then, of course, we got here, and on Players' Day, the first day of Players' Day last year, so it's only been in the making for about 12 months, 13 months, and Jane and Kevin Sharp was here and said, you know, almost what I'd said to Neil, that's a good concept, but a Yorkshire cricket book's a better concept. So, and again, with my roots in North Yorkshire, what I couldn't possibly turn them down, and it's been a fantastic journey around Yorkshire, around the country for the national one, but meeting a lot of people in Yorkshire has been an absolute pleasure to put the book together.
We obviously don't want to get too deep into the stories, because, you know, you've put a lot of work in, you want people to buy a copy of the book. We'll maybe come back to that in a little while, but first of all, just give us a feel for you and cricket. How did you get started with the game?
Sure. So I lived in a village called Craythorne, not far from Yarm in North Yorkshire, and the guys were playing Saturday Langbar League, and I was playing on the sideline. I was probably about 14, 15, and there was a group of us similar age, 2 girls, probably 5 or 6 guys, lads, and the woman who was doing the tees came out. She was one of the Craythorne players' wives, and said, you look like you can hold a bat. Do you fancy a game for Ingleby Cross ladies? We play on a Wednesday evening. So the other girl and I, Bridget Jones, went along the following Wednesday evening to Hutton Bombville, where we had to take the fencing out from around the wicket that protected the wicket from the cows. And I played my first women's cricket match there. From there I went on to play for North Riding, a Northallerton-based team. Was spotted there, went to play for North Yorkshire Juniors, and then from there went into the Yorkshire team round about 1985. Which I absolutely loved. My first Yorkshire game was in the middle of Thirsk Racecourse, and I thought I'd made it. I really thought I was part of the big girls Yorkshire squad, and even back then, the book shares a lot about camaraderie, belonging, community, friendship, and I remember back then being a 16, 17, 18-year-old having exactly that same feeling about being part of a family. And I'm so delighted that that's what's come out in both books.
And back in those days, I mean, how many women's teams were playing in Yorkshire?
Right. Well, Yorkshire was actually one of the biggest counties to have teams. There was Wakefield, North Riding, Pudsey. So we were one of the stronger counties, and Jane will tell you that if there was a strong Yorkshire, there was a strong England, and you know it surely was, because 1986, when I first played for England, I think there were 6 of us in that team from Yorkshire, but very different to now. You know, I read about Danny Gibson like everybody else the other week, 190,000 for 6 weeks' work. And back in the World Cup in '93 that was in England was saved by a grant from the Foundation for Sports and Arts for £90,000.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very different world.
So come a long way. So you played with Jane, as you say.
Yes.
Did you play with Romper?
I did, yeah. Romper and I were in the same Yorkshire and England team, yeah. Karen Joblin, Janet Tedstone, Linda Burnley, all went on to play. Alison Elder, we all went on to play from England, from Yorkshire cricket, and you know we had a fantastic structure up here. I remember training over in the old pavilion.
Yep.
Behind the old pavilion, sharing cars to go to cricket matches, you know. And some people say to me, do you regret not playing now? And in some respects I do. But in other respects, you know, the scrutiny compared to our day is quite different.
There's an obvious, well, yeah, there's a scrutiny about the game today. There's an obvious difference in the financial side of things and what you could have made from playing the game.
Yeah.
But in what other ways do you think you might have missed out now? Is that because maybe the structure around the game, the coaching and all the rest of the stuff that goes with backroom teams,
Absolutely.
you wouldn't have had any of that real support, would you?
When I first played for England, there was a physiotherapist, a manager, and one coach. No batting coach, no bowling coach. And having that ability, you know, I was really lucky. I had the very good luck to be in that team and get some coaching. Ruth Pridder was one of our England coaches who was out of Eastbourne PE college, as it was at the time, and she brought in different coaches. We had Steve Bull, the psychologist, before the men's team had him, so she brought the game on an awful lot. But the ability to play at Headingley, I never played at Headingley, and just I think the focus on cricket. We would finish on a Friday night from our work, jump in our cars, drive to Brighton to play Sussex in an evening, you know, to play Sussex on a Saturday afternoon. So there's some of that I think I miss, and I see the professionalism in the game now, and I probably would have liked to be a bit more professional than we were.
Where were you playing your Yorkshire home games at the time that you were playing?
Yeah, so we moved around grounds, Wakefield, as I've mentioned, Thirsk Racecourse. Beedale Cricket Club was one of the common grounds that we played at, and then actually the women at that time had a county championship, which was based around Cambridge University colleges. So a lot of our county cricket was based in there as well.
Obviously, the Women's World Cup taking place this
Absolutely.
year. You've got great experiences, great memories of that. I mean, just talk us through what '93 was like then.
Yes, yeah. So, I mean, as I've just said, it nearly didn't go ahead, but for a grant for Foundation of Sports and the Arts, we had a great start. Then in about round 3 we got beaten by New Zealand really unexpectedly in Kent, and we were really quite deflated, but we had Sharpie as one of our coaches there, and I read Sharpie's piece this week on the website about having some fun and resetting and going again, much as he's doing with the women's team at Yorkshire right now. And he was very much part of that reset, go again. And we reset, we went again, and we beat Australia at Guildford, which was the most unexpected result. Australia were by far and away the expected winners of the tournament, and by our victory over them, they were knocked out of the tournament. It was based on a league system that year. So it was New Zealand and us that went through. But again, the camaraderie, the sense of belonging in that unit, it actually, when you went home after that World Cup, the euphoria of winning such a thing at Lord's, and then going home to the flat in Northolt, I lived then, and back to my job at Hammersmith and Fulham, it's quite a letdown, you know, it's quite a different, whereas now, I assume the players spend a bit more time together, in their professional status for the game.
Yeah, so as you say, and it must have been quite frustrating. You've won a World Cup. You want to tell the world that you've won a World Cup. Nowadays, that would not be a problem, would it, with the media coverage, because that was lacking back in those days. We're talking probably a good decade or well, maybe less than a decade before television really got involved with women's cricket.
Yeah. So John Helm, met John here
Yeah.
today. So John covered the first proper lengthy coverage, Channel 4 at Lords. We played Australia. Australia were the visiting Test series and One Day International Series team. And John was the commentator on that first. I remember him so well. But after that, very little. We didn't capitalise on it. I was players' representative for the Women's Cricket Association at the time, trying to get. We've won a World Cup. The Daily Mail portrayed us as women dressed as men to go. Gucci's side had just lost the Ashes, so should these women be sent out instead? And it, very stereotypical at the time of that sort of thing. And I'm pleased to say how much it has moved on now, and the women are looked at for their capabilities, batting and bowling, fielding wise, rather than for a sort of novelty aspect to some of it as well.
So for those who know and follow the women's game and the England women's team in particular,
Yeah.
I mean, can you compare your bowling style, for example, to anybody who around now?
So it's probably a bit sort of filerish. She's
Scary,
probably a
then.
bit quicker than me, but probably a bit filerish. I think for me, I was very much based on economical bowling. We had a training drill where we used to have a piece of newspaper, tabloid newspaper, on the wicket, and if you could hit it 6 times in a row, you were off. And I really took pride in trying to be the first one out to get those 6 in a row.
I'll tell you what, Jill, if you could hit a tabloid newspaper 6 times in a row, you'd be playing in this match for the Yorkies right now.
So, economy, I mean, I'm very lucky. The game is a very different game today, but my one-day average is still the best one-day average in the world. So, but we have to put that in the context of it. Much low-scoring games back then. The strength in the batting has improved tremendously, and the quality of the equipment you play with has improved tremendously.
But you can still see that sense of pride written all over your face when you say that. So, what Yorkshire cricket means to you? I mean, if you can encapsulate that in 300 words or in a minute, what would you be saying about it for yourself?
For me, I mean, born in Yorkshire, I probably wouldn't have been a waif and stray type of kid, but cricket definitely defined me in a way that it showed me that something I could do. I enjoyed sport at school, and I wasn't too bad at most sports, but being taken into that cricket environment and being looked after and being helped to improve my skills, and to look back now and see what we achieved as a team as Yorkshire. I mean, we led by Jane, we won multiple county championships, and then I moved to Middlesex and couldn't beat Yorkshire, and then that encouragement to improve my skills to go on to England, it was Yorkshire that set me on my journey, and I'm ever so grateful for it.
Back in those days, of course, stereotypically you'd play hockey, wouldn't you, at
Yes,
school,
exactly.
and netball and all of that. So, I mean, did you feel, presumably, to carry on playing the game, you must have felt included back then? I remember being involved at Pudsey St Lawrence when I was younger,
Yes,
and of course, not a lot of women's or girls' cricket in those days that I knew about. I remember you mentioned Wakefield, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
At the club then, we had Catherine Lang playing in
Right.
the same age group as my younger brother.
Yeah.
Separate changing rooms and all those sorts of
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
But, I think Catherine felt, she can speak for herself, but I certainly got the distinct impression that she felt, very much part of the whole offering that Pudsey had to make. And
Absolutely.
you-
I did play a couple of games for Craythorne in the Langbar League, and it was like there was a sense of pride in that. We had this good young woman playing for us, and I'm sure Catherine. I mean, fantastic leg spin bowler, Catherine, and went on to play for England as well, of course. But that sense of you can play, you've got the skills. There wasn't a lot of that sort of You know, we've got a girl in the team. I remember turning up to Thornaby Cricket Club. Is that Jess Ralston's club? I'm not sure. I think it is. But I remember turning up to there, and you know, actually, once they got over the fact that Craythorne had brought a woman, you know, it was great stuff. You know.
Crack on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Yorkshire folk do. Crack on.
Exactly.
Crack on with it, Jill.
And those stories particularly come out in the book about how people have been supported. We had a reading in the book today from Gillian Houghton, who plays walking cricket at Harrogate, and the difference that cricket's made to her life and the friendships she's made. It's not at county level and it's not at international level, but you can see the genuine support she's had through cricket. And that, to me, is just as powerful as Jeffrey scoring his 100th year in whatever year it was.
They're going back out for the final session, so Jill's going to stay on comms with me for a little bit to start this session off. But here's your chance while they're walking out to give us the book plug then.
Yep.
So it's available at?
It's available at What Cricket Means to Me. There is a website where you can purchase the book. We are also in the long room and around the ground tomorrow morning, so if anybody wants to find us in the long room tomorrow, we'll happily sell a few books down there, but predominantly on the website. And throughout the summer we've been invited to a few different Yorkshire events. We're going to go to Higham, to the disability cricket, and Jane has also arranged some of the women's and Kevin Sharp women's events for us. So we'll be at some events as well. And I'm really grateful for the opportunity today. Thank you.
So Google What Cricket Means to Me.
Exactly that.
And you'll be able to pick up a copy of the book on the website. Or if you do happen to be heading to Headingley, or you're thinking about it and now want to come, not only to watch what unfolds in this match, but also to maybe get Jill's signature on the book, then do that tomorrow morning, is it, before
tomorrow
play
morning.
starts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll be here for about the first session tomorrow morning. That'll be great.
Fabulous. Right. Well, great to chat about that. And Yorkshire find themselves walking back out at 232 for 4 in their first innings. Could have been a bit sticky, was a bit sticky really, at 121 for 4 when Harry Brook was caught at first slip of Matthew Fisher for 7, but Adam Lyth 82 and Johnny Bairstow 57. It's not a bad pair to have walking out to the middle for your first stint on commentary this, Jill.
Absolutely. I mean, Lythy, I've watched play cricket for Yorkshire for many a year. What a great guy. And I was just saying earlier, you know, he's the type of guy that you break him open, he's got Yorkshire written right through him, isn't he? He's always played well at the top of the innings, and he takes it, obviously, takes his professionalism very seriously.
Yeah. Now, Ryan Patel is going to start the evening session at the Kirkstall Lane end of the ground. Bowling to Bairstow. Rory Burns is at first slip. We've got a backward point who's just been eased further out. A squarer point, more like a fly gully actually at the backward point. Then a point, and it is the fly gully. Reece Topley, I think it was, who fielded the ball and has lobbed it back in. They've got a single there. The field will change from right-hander to left-hander. Adam, he's put together a very patient 82, and Yorkshire supporters will be saying thank goodness for that, because he's been in from the first minute this morning. 82 in 64 overs. Patel, floodlights on at Headingley for those who are listening but unable to watch, and that's turned away backward of square leg by Lyth for a single. I know you've not had loads of chance to watch today because you've been so busy selling, what was it, you said 25,000 copies you've sold today, Jill.
We've sold about £2,000 worth today, which is absolutely phenomenal. We couldn't imagine that we'd have done that today. So thank you, all the generous people of Yorkshire, for doing that for us.
Now Patel in over the wicket. Bairstow drives a ball that was up there and inviting him to do so. It didn't really get hold of it as well as he might. Straight to Dom Sibley at short extra. No run.
Interesting, Jonathan, about adapting to the different games. I know we've been playing county championship cricket predominantly at the start of the season here.
Patel again. Bairstow runs it down to Sibley, but not going to get through for one.
Adam Lyth is one that seems to adapt to the red ball game, doesn't he? And has a focus on it that it must be hard for players now. We won't be long before we go into the blast season now, I don't think. And the players who play both red and white ball, it is fascinating to see that adaptation in the game.
Yeah, in fact, end of next week. Well, the 22nd. Yeah, end of next week. The first match at Trent Bridge, that was a decent delivery by Ryan Patel. Bairstow leaving. There was a yelp from out in the general direction of the field of play, which I think that it was considered to be fairly close. 2:34 for 4. Welcome back to listeners to 5 Sports Extra with Yorkshire 2:34 for 4, as I say. Bairstow driving firmly here to Sibley. That's the final ball of the first over of the evening session. 65 overs in. Lyth 83, Bairstow 58. Partnership so far for this 5th wicket worth 113. Will Luxton for 8. Matthew Revis for 9. Joe Root for 44 and Harry Brook for 7. The 4 wickets to have fallen so far. 1 to Jordan Clark, but 3, perhaps more pertinently, to the man formerly of this club, Matthew Fisher. How often does that happen?
I know, when you...
And Fish was rested last week, probably chomping at the bit, ready for this.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And right on cue, he's back into the attack. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 36 so far for Fish. He's just wanting his field sorting, and if he can strike with the early wicket of either of these two in this final session, that will get the visitors off to another good start, as it were. And that's nicely played by Lyth, down square on the leg side, 1 run. So Jill's just been on with me during the tea break, for those who didn't hear it, talking about her 2 new books, What Cricket Means to Me, and given that she's a former Yorkshire and England player, What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me. So we'll get details from Jill again in a mo of where you can avail yourselves of a copy of either or both of those books. Well, we've just been talking around Jill's career, the 1993 World Cup win. Johnny Bairstow on strike. Matthew Fisher switches to over the wicket, running towards us. Ball short of length, doesn't really bounce as much as the length felt like it might. Thuds into the pants and is away backward of square leg. There is some bat on it by the looks of things, because James Middlebrook hasn't signalled anything else. So a single to Johnny takes him to 59, Lyth 84. So go on, just remind us again.
So What Cricket Means to Me is available at whatcricketmeanstome.co.uk. It's online sales, and all of the funds from What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me is going to the Yorkshire Players Association, and What Cricket Means to Me is going to the Cricketers Trust.
Good delivery from Fisher, passes Lyth inside edge, taken quite a long way across to his right by Jamie Smith, which tells you it was ducking away down the leg side, swung really after it pitched. So, yeah, just to put you in the picture if you weren't aware of the book, just a collection of short stories, really.
Short pieces just on more about that sense of belonging, or that moment that impacted a life, rather than the statistics of the game.
Fisher in, Lyth drives, but straight to Sibley at short extra cover, no run. I think it's a great theme, isn't it? Because it's something that we can all identify. We're all here because cricket means something to us.
Absolutely. I had a friend who sent a copy to their brother in Australia, and by return, the friend had an email from his brother defining what cricket meant for him in 300 words. So I think version 2 might have to come out next year.
There you go. Already started on the sales pitch for the sequel. Fisher round the wicket to Lyth. That's pushed out square on the offside. Patel's giving chase from backward point. And they're going to come back with a bit of pressure on Dan Lawrence out there in the field. Going to come back for 2. Good running between the wickets. It's been a feature of this partnership.
Yes, they've built a good partnership after the early wickets. It's really recovered it. When you sort of, after Warwickshire, you kind of wondered whether we'd have another little collapse, but these two have done spectacularly well to draw it back with this partnership.
Here comes Fisher again, and Lyth shoulder and arms to complete over number 66 then at 238 for 4. Will you be making it to any or many of the Women's World Cup matches?
Oh, yep. I'm definitely here for the Scotland game in June. And actually, we've had a couple of ex-England players have had a couple of invites to some of the events during the summer while the World Cup's on. So I'm looking forward to being involved with that. It's always good to meet up with past teammates and you know, also folk like Catherine, who played a generation after me, will be involved too.
Patel is in, and Bairstow pushing out to the offside, but can't get it past the infield. And I suppose, just like any of us, it doesn't matter what level you play at, whether you're a World Cup winner or you're just playing with the fourths in your local club or whatever, the Sunday League team, it's that camaraderie. I bet the girls get together again, and it's just like you just walked off the field that day.
It is exactly like that, Jonathan. Yeah. It is exactly like that.
Patel in, and that's a lovely shot by Johnny Bairstow, who's cut it backward of square on the offside. And no chance of any fielder getting his hands on that. Seemed to pick up speed on its way down to the Taverners stand. So Johnny ticking away on 63.
Last year doing the book, I ran into Amanda Stinson, who played for Yorkshire in England, and I hadn't seen her for 30 years. And it was almost like we were back in the day with the memories and the reminiscing, just like every club cricketer does, as well, as you're suggesting.
Patel. Bairstow tries a similar cut shot. He's been out ramping twice this time back in county cricket. I was going to say this season. He's certainly been out once this season, down at Taunton the other week doing that. He tried to get underneath it. Yeah, I think that's just one of the fantastic things about cricket for me, is that you can see a bloke who you played with yonks ago and the same old jokes and stories straight away. It's just you drop on that same wavelength.
Absolutely.
Patel, and Bairstow forward and smothering that latest delivery by Ryan. Mark Church is back alongside. We'll bring him in a mo. But well, obviously things are going well by the sound of it with the books. Look forward to finally getting through mine. And then to version 2. As Patel makes his way in once again. Bairstow defending once more. Yeah, just wishing you all the very best, Jill. It's been a pleasure to have you in the comp box for the last half hour or so.
Thank you.
We hope the pen runs out tomorrow with so many book signings, and thanks very much for joining us. And we'll hope you'll come and join us again next time you're around.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Jonathan, and thanks to everybody who's purchased a book today, and hopefully see some who haven't tomorrow. Brilliant.
Jill Smith, World Cup winner with England back in '93. Final ball of the over there by Johnny Bairstow was pushed out into the offside, and there was no run. So 242 for 4. Lyth on 86, Bairstow 63. By Yorkshire standards, this has been a very healthy partnership because it's worth half the runs on the board, 121 of the 242. 67 overs in, and Churchy is back to talk you through this Matthew Fisher over.
Yeah, they've done it very well, have Messrs Lyth and Bairstow. I'm slightly concerned about the light, and the light meter's just been brought out for the umpires. As Fisher around the wicket from the Howard stand end, driven by Lyth up towards mid-off. They mainly get a bit twitchy when the floodlights are on and you start seeing the shadow of the players from the floodlights. So the light meter was just brought out to umpire Middlebrook. He's got that light meter in his pocket now, down there at the Howard stand in. Lyth on 86 has been out there for 191 deliveries. As Fisher around the wicket he goes to Lyth, and Lyth covers up, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Had one big moment, did Adam Lyth when he was dropped by Ryan Patel on 31 at third slip. No Sean Abbott after the tea break for Surrey. Reese Topley's out there. He looked a bit stiff at the end of his spell, did Sean Abbott. So right, Reese Topley is out there at the moment doing the 12th man duties for Sean Abbott. Lyth settles over his bat once again. Fisher around the wicket to him. He lets this one go off a goodish length. Just coming back at him a touch, taken by Jamie Smith. That new ball will be due in 12 overs time. So they'll get 16 overs at Yorkshire with the new ball tonight, sorry. But as I say, slightly concerned about the light at the moment. I think it will drift off this cloud, but it is quite gloomy out there. And as I say, you can see the star-shaped shadows of the players by their feet. As Fisher is in once again, and this is pushed by Lyth, nicely played. Just guides this down towards third man, chases on. Ryan Patel will get this inside the boundary rope. They'll come back for 3. It's good running as always from Johnny Bairstow. Good aggressive running from Bairstow and Lyth. Lyth moves on to 89, 245 for 4. Lovely interview there with Jill, with her 2 books and doing some book signing.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely to chat to Jill.
Book signing tomorrow as well?
Yes.
Yes, very good.
And it sounded like she's got through, I think she said, £2,000 worth or something.
Ooh, that's all right, isn't it? As that hits the pads of Bairstow, as he's looking to work that one down towards fine leg. Round comes Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Good effort, that.
If only you and I could do that on
commentary. I'm not sure.
Maybe in a season.
Yeah. I'd like to write a book that I was able to sell £2,000 worth of book. I'd be very pleased with that. But still, my hard-hitting fly-on-the-wall documentary novel, Typical Surrey, from the 2018 Championship winning season, there's still quite a lot of those left. As in comes, Fisher. Bairstow's looked to pull this. It's hit him high up on the front pad. It rolls away down into the gully. End of the over, 245 for 4.
That surely must have been the third print run, though, that you've only got to
No. Well, I always say, they always talk about when you get your first book in your hand, and it's a magical moment. And mine was in the gentlemen's toilets at the Kia Oval, at the Vauxhall end of the ground, where they'd been stored, and we couldn't find them. And then we managed to find them that they'd been stored in the gents' toilets. So my first moment of handling my first hard-hitting novel was in the gents' toilets. I probably should have known then, really.
What? And somebody said, I've been dying to get my hands on one of those books by Mark Church, Typical Surrey. And the response was, you're in luck.
Oh, Jonathan Deutsch.
Here's Patel to Lyth, who turns that in front of the square on the leg side and picks up 1. I'll get me coat. You can get in touch on at Jonathan Doig if X is your thing. Mick Auckland has done that and sent me in the James Wharton selected for England Lions story on the Yorkshire County Cricket Club website. And congratulations to Pumba, as we've recently found out is one of his many nicknames on that selection, even though he's not playing in this match. Nicely bowled here by Ryan Patel, bit of a way dip, and Bairstow also met that with quite a nice shot as well, scything it away.
The interesting thing with Bairstow is he's beginning to middle everything now. Wasn't quite doing that at the start of his innings. Really had to get his head down, battle through it. He's just beginning to middle everything. Should be a slight concern for Surrey, because when he's on, he can be utterly destructive, Johnny Bairstow.
Patel bowling to Lyth, though. Another no ball, this time from Ryan Patel. There's been plenty of those today. I make now 16 runs in no balls, so 8 of them.
I just wonder if it's that they haven't been here for a while. Sorry. They haven't bowled here for a while. That's too many no balls.
Yeah, it's Patel again. Lyth gets his hands through this. cracking shot for none. That's a good piece of fielding at short extra cover, because that was undoubtedly boundary bound.
That's a great looking shot from Adam Lyth.
Fielded by?
I think that is Dan Lawrence in there.
I was going to say that, but something about his movement didn't feel like it was. Thank you. Here is Patel, and Lyth playing out square on the offside. I can recognise this chap fielding it, Matthew Fisher. Lyth on to 91 at Yorkshire. Well, put it in the diary. They have a batting point for only the 4th time this season.
Yeah, and that seemed a long way off at 121 for 4 in the 36th over. So, cracking partnership this, worth 129. Want to keep going from here, though.
If David Coleman was around, he'd be saying, Lyth 1-0. Thick inside edge from Bairstow here. Middling it, is he? That's gone down to fine leg for 4. He's got away with one there, Johnny. He's 68 now, 254 for 4, greeted with warm applause, but there would have been 1 or 2 hearts in mouths out there as well.
Yeah, that wasn't that far away from his leg stump, I wouldn't have thought. But you need your moments in an innings. We've seen Lyth have a couple. Run way down to the boundary rope for 4. They've done it very well, these two. They really have. Proper partnership this at the moment.
Telling again, Bairstow's going to get 4 more. Wide of off stump. He was entitled to play that one, really. Just opened the face and ran it down through third man. And he moved into the 70s. The partnership now worth 137. 258 for 4 after 69 overs.
This is what I mean. Bairstow's beginning to tick now. That will be the concern for Surrey. Just beginning to up that rate as well. 3.74 and over. As long as it's around about 3.5, you can keep control of it. But as I say, when Bairstow's on it, he can change the complexion of a day very, very quickly. It enables Lyth just to go about his business as well. He's on 91. As Fisher is around the wicket to Adam Lyth, he's up on his toes. Turns this one down into the leg side. Fisher's got terrific figures today. 3 for 43 in his 15th over. He's been very good today on his first return back to Headingley with Surrey. Because as we were saying this morning, last year's game at Scarborough, of course, so it is his first championship game back here. Matt Fisher. Fisher around the wicket to Lyth. Always had a fiddle. Outside his off stump. Naughty shot that from Adam Lyth. And he'll be cross with himself for having a little fiddle with that one outside his off stump.
Yeah, he's having a word with himself, isn't he? Doing a bit of gardening. You mentioned he's got a good record against your boys. He has got 1,000, just over 1,000 runs, or nearly 1,100 runs, in fact, against Surrey at 45.66. So, yeah.
Be some hundreds in there as well. He's got a good record against everybody. He's a very, very good player. Here's Adam Lyth. Settles himself down over his bat once again. As around the wicket goes Fisher, and that's left alone. Coming back. Fisher doesn't think that was too far away from Lyth's off stump, but again, as we were saying this morning, Lyth knows exactly where that off stump of his is.
Curiously, he's never had 100 against Derbyshire, although it wouldn't be a whole lot of games against them. And he's never had 100 against Worcestershire. They're the only 2 counties he's not scored a ton against.
So he's not going to get that chance this year. Needs one of those 2 to come up, doesn't he? To Division 1 to get the full set. As in around the wicket goes Fisher once again. Effort ball. The grunt of effort there from Fisher. Played by Lyth down into the offside. Because he's still got a few more seasons in him, hasn't he, Adam Lyth?
Well, you'd have thought so, although we did have recent messages saying that, suggesting that he was on the downgrade because he's had a small window with relatively low scores by his standards, but I don't see anybody knocking him off his perch at the top of the order for some time yet.
You can sort of see him after he does knock it on the head, becoming a batting coach. As forward goes Lyth, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's one of those I think that will want to stay in the game, because it's been his whole life, really, hasn't it? Cricket. I'm sure he'll want to stay in the game.
He's had 2 tons against Surrey previously, one of them being a double.
As I say, he is a very good player. Okay, he might not be at the top of his form, but today he's just battled through this. Again, as Fisher's into him, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. Just dipped on Jamie Smith as he was about to take it. That delivery from Matthew Fisher, a maiden over from Fisher. 258 for 4, Yorkshire. In this final session of the day, Lyth has 91. Bairstow is on 72. I'm going to attempt to catch the bus back tonight, I think.
Yeah.
I am. There's every chance I'll get the wrong one and end up going in completely the wrong direction, but I'm going to give it a go. And then I'm going to walk it tomorrow.
Are you staying in town or
in town?
Right.
In town. I'm going to walk it tomorrow, as long as the weather's all right.
Yeah, good.
I was going to walk it this morning, but then I thought I'd get lost. So I thought I'll remember how to get there, and then...
Only a couple of miles, you'll be fine. Ryan Patel bowling to Johnny Bairstow with 10 overs to go before a second new ball can be taken. Bairstow just having a little forward prop to that one. Johnny, highest score of the campaign for him, bar none, and he's not had 100 yet since he came back into the side as skipper. That is something I'm sure he would love to put straight. A fair way off that just for the moment, but he's getting a bit closer with this stroke, which is out to Dan Lawrence in the cover sweeping position. Punched that one very firmly, picked up 2.
Well, it's exactly what we said, isn't it? It's looking a nice pitch to bat on at the moment, but this ball is now in what is 71st over, so it looks to me like this could be another one of those you've got to use the new ball extremely well.
Patel again. Bairstow just flicks off the legs but can't get it past Rory Burns. Unless something happened when I've been out at the back of the box, the ball hasn't yet been changed today, which is unusual this season. Most matches involving Yorkshire have had several ball changes per day, sometimes per session. So the visitors seem happy enough with what they've got in their hands at the minute. Nicely played by Johnny Bairstow. That's pretty tight to off stump, and he's just adjusted the body. And as Churchy says, he's definitely striking it better today, and just that sort of shot, the adjustment he made, smoothly running it down to third man, tells you that he's feeling pretty good, I think, out there.
Yeah, and the other thing is, he's pretty aggressive in everything he does, Johnny Bairstow, which is what I love about him. But at times at the start of his innings, he was trying to be aggressive with the bat, but just wasn't timing anything. And all of a sudden now, everything's in the right place. He's middling everything. And it's been a very good innings from the captain, this. They're going to block out the covers for Lyth. There's a sort of diagonal 4 fielders now cutting out the cover ring.
Yeah, Patel in. Lyth opens the face, runs it out to one of the many on the offside, Dom Sibley, who fields one-handed, lobs it back to Rory Burns, who was calling the shots with the field there. Can you imagine, when we were talking about Gareth Batty being a bit of a cricket badger earlier on, I'm sure he won't mind either of us recognising him as that, but I don't know Rory Burns, but I'm sure the conversations between the pair of them are probably worth listening to as Patel's in, and that's driven by Lyth out to Matthew Fisher, sweeping on the western terrace boundary. 1 run to complete the over at 262 for 4.
Yeah, they're 2 quite different characters in that Gareth's quite, he'll get emotional about things, and he's a brilliant head coach. Rory Burns, he doesn't say anything until he really feels he has to. And then when he does, people tend to sit up and listen. So they work quite well together like that, really. Fisher will continue. He's very popular around here, though, Gareth. He was doing his fielding drills at tea time, and then he was, "Oh, I'll come and see you in a second," to somebody in the crowd as this one's pushed down towards backward point, and then he wandered over for a chat with someone in the crowd. No run for Lyth here. Goes for a little wander again. 92 not out is Adam Lyth. There is a slipper gully, a backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, extra cover, wideish mid-off, mid-on. Sean Abbott's back out there now. He's up at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Jordan Clark's all on his own. Down there at long leg, as Fisher is in, and that just cramps Lyth for a little bit of room coming back into him. Lawrence is getting warmed up now. Might do a bit of arm twirling. Or is that Thomas? That's Thomas, apologies. That's Thomas getting warmed up down there in the gully, because Dan Lawrence is all the way out, sweeping up on the cover boundary rope. But just having a chat with Fisher. It's been very tight today, Matt Fisher. Hasn't given a lot away. He's in, around the wicket to Lyth. Lyth lets this one go. Outside his off stump. So yeah, it's Adam Thomas who's getting warmed up there. He bowled very tidily, Adam Thomas, I thought, today. He's got a bit more pace to him than Ryan Patel. And got a couple to hop a bit, didn't he? And was getting a bit of swingy. Talented boy, this one. Really is. It's on a few things during the winter, playing club cricket in Australia. Scored a stack of runs out there during the winter. As in around the wicket comes Fisher, bangs this one in short of a length. Lyth ducks underneath it, and then came into the side and made the 100 on debut and 40 odd against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. So he's made a pretty good start. As Adam Thomas, still only 19. It's another one of these young men. Somebody's on the balcony. Waits again, does Lyth. Fisher. Over the wicket he goes. And Lyth turns this one off the stumps into the leg side. We'll get a single out there to Josh Blake. That'll be one more to Lyth. Takes him on to 93. Yorkshire move on to 263 for 4. It's still quite gloomy. But they're happy with the light at the moment, with the floodlights on. But as I say, the umpires understandably get a bit twitchy when the artificial light takes over from the natural light. But they're terrific floodlights here. High up. Lots of bulbs, very important for floodlights, having bulbs that work. As this one is just nipping back at Bairstow. Looks to work it into the leg side, hits the thigh guard, rolls away. End of another Fisher over, 263 for 4 Yorkshire. Lyth on 93 and Bairstow has 75.
Still 24 overs left in the day's play, so a lot of cricket to be played yet. And a second new ball might change things out there. I'm sure these two, even if they've not said it to each other, they'll just know. 8 more overs. Let's make sure we're still here. And for other reasons, they want to still be there in 8 overs. Adam Lyth 7 shy of 100. Johnny Bairstow 25 runs away as well. Ryan Patel continues and bowls to Lyth. He's still got that strange configuration of fielders greeting him to the offside. He just defended that back down the pitch to Ryan Patel. So there's a man at third man. There's no slip in place. A square, very square point. A man at square cover as well. A sweeper out at extra, well, yeah, probably orthodox cover. Shortish extra cover. Rory Burns, mid-off, mid-on. Straightish mid-wicket. And a long leg who's nowhere near the boundary edge, 20 yards in. Lyth plays out to one of those offside fielders once again.
Elsewhere, in Division 1. Leicestershire 265 for 6 against Essex. Budinger 89. Eskenazi's 33 not out. Weatherall made 61.
Patel bowling again, and Lyth whips off the legs down to long leg, 1 run.
Somerset and Sussex. Somerset are 284 for 4, with James Rue having gone back to his normal position of 4, 86, and Tom Abel 50 not out, and Archie Vaughan 28 not out. Hampshire, with it raining, so there's a delay down in Southampton, of 128 for 6 against Nottinghamshire.
As Patel bowls, and Bairstow runs it down to 3rd man for 1.
Fergus O'Neill 4 for 32. Josh Tongue has 1 for 44. And Glamorgan, they were 0 for 2. Glamorgan, they are now 241 for 4. Carson out for 85, but Kellaway's got 100 hit. He's 110 not out, is Ben Kellaway. It's a good recovery, that, for Glamorgan from 0 for 2.
Patel to Lyth, gets the ball short of length, tries to work it square on the leg side, but misses out.
Now, into Division 2, Gloucestershire 136 for 8 against Northamptonshire. Kent 315 for 1 against Durham at Beckenham. Dawkins 148 not out, North East 114 not out. They're usually quite flat at Beckenham, the pitches.
Yeah, that's driven by Lyth. Full-length delivery from Patel, fielded by Jordan Clark. No run to complete over number 73 at 265 for 4.
Ben Stokes is into his 12th over. It's taken the only wicket, that of Zach Crawley, as Ben folks. There's an irony there. But yeah, oh gosh, that could be a long old game. If you on day 1 at Beckenham, 319 for 1. They're like roads at Beckenham. They really are. Lancashire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire 247 for 9. Middlesex and Derbyshire. Middlesex were all out for 177. Derbyshire are 28 without loss. And in the Metrobank One Day Cup, the Blaze look like they're going to be beating Hampshire, because Hampshire 209 and the Blaze are 205 for 7 in the 45th. Now, Adam Thomas is into the attack, as we suspected, but he's going to bowl from the Howard stand end. Coming in over the wicket to Bairstow. Bairstow's forward. Plays this one very politely back up the pitch, and there is no run.
Majid Riaz has been in touch. Lovely little email this, Majid. Thank you. Get through it in between deliveries if I can.
Just the one slip in there. That's Rory Burns. As in over the wicket goes Thomas, and Bairstow waits for this, just pops it into the offside.
So when you were out of the room, DT and I were talking about Callie. He says, feeling a bit emotional listening to DT talk about Callie. This is the first season of cricket without my dad, who passed away last October.
Oh.
More in a sec.
Waits again as Bairstow. Thomas, right arm over the wicket to him. Oh, that's too short. That'll be pulled by Bairstow, and Ryan Patel does pretty well out there. Deep backward square, and it'll be a single for Johnny Bairstow. He's on to 77, 266 for 4.
He says, like many people in life, there's always regrets about what ifs and should have beens. But we always used to talk about cricket, and he used to tell me some stories about various Pakistani international players who he managed to coax into playing for his Bradford transport team in the early 1970s.
Very good.
But inevitably, the ringer would be spotted by someone knowledgeable, despite my father's protests that the fast bowler Asif Masood was actually a bus conductor.
As opening the face here is Lyth. Quick singles taken down to Jordan Clark at backward point. Lyth scrambles the single, and they're through for one more, so Lyth moves on to 95, 267 for 4.
Yeah, my father's protest that the fast bowler Asif Masood was actually a bus conductor who just started with the firm last week. My condolences to all who've lost loved ones. I always think that if we remember them, a part of them stays with us.
As in over the wicket goes Thomas. That's driven by Bairstow, and good fielding by Dom Sibley, diving away to his left-hand side.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yes, no, absolutely. Well, condolences there, but I'm sure your dad's still watching away. As in over the wicket once again comes Thomas, and this is cut by Bairstow out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. He'll get a single. I like that idea, though, that you sort of say, oh, he's just joined the firm, he's doing some ticket collecting. He's just joined the firm, he's a mechanic. Brilliant, brilliant.
Yes.
Works as long as nobody recognises them. That's the only thing.
And I can imagine that. Can you imagine turning up at a game against Majid's dad's Bradford transport team? I recognise that guy.
Yeah. That's
Mr. Riaz. I recognise that guy you've got bowling for you. I've seen his action before. Is it Imran Khan?
Yeah.
No.
Well, the thing is, though, with things like that, then everybody actually wants to test themselves against them. And I always think for the pro, it's a nightmare because you've got to perform.
Yeah.
Because if you don't, well, why hasn't he? Some of the Surrey boys say that sometimes they feel under even more pressure when they're playing club cricket because everyone's just expecting them to do things.
You can understand that. Here's Patel bowling and Bairstow. Just running one down to third man again. We'll rotate the strike, move his score on to 79, the partnership to 148, and the score to 269 for 4. Adam Lyth is 5 runs short of a first-class 100. He's put this one together in able fashion. He's still greeted by an assortment of fielding positions in the offside, and Patel bowls round the wicket to him, and he's cut that one for 4. Through backward point. Flailing dive does not manage to reel it in. Now he timed that really well. All the time in the world for somebody like Adam Lyth, I guess, to the pace of a Ryan Patel delivery, and that brought up the 150 partnership, 238 balls. 53 of those to Adam Lyth, and 79 have been earned by Johnny Bairstow. So 273 for 4. Patel makes his way in. Lyth tries to get his hands through this one, wide of off stump, and there's a sharp intake of breath from round LS6 because that was pretty close to the outside edge of Adam's bat.
That was very close. That was a naughty shot. For a man with his experience, he's got a lot of hundreds in his career.
In comes Patel. Lyth works one square on the leg side. He's got 41 of them now. As he comes back for a second run then. A third first-class 100 against today's opponents. And as I say, a 41st in his career. 101 in 338 minutes. 220 balls. And the boundary he hit just before achieving it was his 15th, and he gets a big hug from Johnny Bairstow. It's the first ton of the season for Yorkshire's ever dependable man from Whitby.
Yeah, well played, Adam Lyth. Really good innings, this. Fighting himself as much as anything at the start of it, but he's got through it, and he's got another 100 under his belt.
Dropped on 31, of course, by the man who's bowling at him now, Ryan Patel, as Lyth runs this one down to third man. Picks up a single.
Yeah, that's looking significant now. Dropped on 31, now 102 not out. That's what the really good players do, isn't it? If you get a chance, they make sure they grab it with both hands.
Now can he go really big? We'll see. 155 the partnership at the moment. Johnny Bairstow, Yorkshire captain, on strike. And he just defends this one into the offside, and there is no run. So 21 overs remaining in the day. Time for a change in the com box. I'll leave you with Churchy, and Liam will be with you shortly.
Thank you very much indeed, Jonathan Deutsch. Liam Thomas coming back, and Adam Thomas is going to continue from the Howard stand end. Here are the stats from the Adam Lyth century, but a very good innings this from Adam Lyth, really is. Now that new ball is due in 5 overs time. And sort of in a holding pattern for that at the moment, I think. As Adam Thomas then coming in over the wicket to Adam Lyth. And Lyth is playing this one back up the pitch. Liam, welcome back. Great innings this from Adam Lyth. Because I said at the start of his innings, it did look like he was fighting himself a little bit.
Yeah, he started off with a couple of nice drives down the ground. It's typically tough in that first hour. He had at Headingley, I think, batted beautifully.
Yeah, he's held the whole thing together. This one is down the leg side, and Jamie Smith's got a fingertip to it. That's hurt Jamie Smith. That has hurt Jamie Smith. It was sort of coming out the footholds. Adam Lyth wants a drink. So, yeah, we may see the physio coming out here for Surrey, because he's taken that right on the end of the finger. There's Jamie Smith, and you could see it hurt. Now, Liam, you know all about this. Yeah. Sometimes you see keepers punching the ground just to try and get a bit of feeling back into those fingers, but this one he immediately threw the glove off. So I think we're going to see the physio out there. Here he comes, Paul Steele.
Yeah, I think Patel were signalling for that straight away. I know exactly how that feels when one slides down leg side and you don't quite take it cleanly. On the thumbs, I've got bad thumbs myself, like you say, probably have them taped up potentially, but if it's just on the end of the finger, or sometimes you get it where it knocks it back into the joint, potentially, if it hits you flush on the finger end, so just have to wait and see. He did throw his glove off straight away, and Patel were signalling for the physio to come on, so I think one thing you try to do is kind of see if you can bend your fingers, get that movement, get that blood flowing. He did look a sore on that though. He wasn't happy straight away, was he?
Nope. And it's when you guys throw the glove off straight away. I always knew that there was something going on. And if that glove gets thrown off, it's hurt. I think he's all right, but I think he might need a bit of the old magic spray here. Paul Steele, terrific physio. Paul Steele did a brilliant job last week with Gus Atkinson when he got smashed by Josh Tongue a couple of times. And now he's just working on Jamie Smith. Of course, Surrey do have another keeper out there in Josh Blake. It's enabled Surrey to have a bit of a committee meeting out there as well, and it's enabling Sean Abbott to have a lie down down there with Dan Worrell down on one knee, having a natter with him, and Matthew Fisher as well.
I just nipped out for while I was off comms to see a couple of friends, and we were chatting, saying how cold does he look.
Yeah, he's frozen. Is Sean Abbott. Jamie Smith's okay. He's popping the inners on. It was also one of those horrible ones that was right up in the footholds as well, going down the leg side.
Yeah, they're awful them. Like I say, if you don't quite, you're always blindsided down the leg side. He's gone. See if it bounces a little bit indifferent, wrapped on the end of the thumb. Looks like potentially, and it's an awful place to be now when you stood up to the stumps. Back in your hands, absolutely killing. I won't be surprised now if he ends up one straight through to him here. Got to take another one. You literally, sod's law that you stood up, you've got to catch the next one. It's like, yep. Just give me a break. There's no hiding.
Mother cricket again.
No hiding.
Okay, we're underway again here. With Adam Thomas coming into Adam Lyth. There you go. First one. Lets it go, but it's nicely taken by Jamie Smith.
A little shake of the hand probably now coming. Just cheers for that, Adam Thomas. Don't fire another one down leg side again, please.
Waits again. Does Lyth. Thomas is into him. Lyth, that hits the thigh. God's thinking about a single. There isn't one there. Yeah, it was Gary Wilson who used to do that. If you got hit on the end of the finger, he'd take the glove off and punch the ground. Just trying to get a bit of feeling back into it. I often wondered if that possibly did a bit more damage in the process, really. But
I think for me, it's kind of just, can you get that bend in motion, get that blood flowing? Is it all right?
And again, over the wicket goes Thomas. And this one's pushed into the offside by Lyth. Well, they always say with sort of rugby players, prop forward, you can always tell by their ears, because they've got their cauliflower ears. I think you can tell when you meet a keeper because their fingers go in all directions when you shake them by the hand.
To be fair, I've got arthritis in two of mine starting. My thumbs are knackered.
As this one's left alone, outside the off stump by Lyth and taken very neatly and tidily by Jamie Smith. End of the over, 280 for 4, then Yorkshire. Lyth 102, Bairstow 79, partnership worth 159. I was saying it seems a long time ago it was 121 for 4 when Harry Brook went. There would have been a concern in the Yorkshire dressing room with the low first innings scores. What they mustn't do now is have a clumsy 45 minutes.
I think that's what the Yorkshire fans will want to see, a bit of fight. Like you say, the wickets have fallen all too easily. So it's been a bit of a struggle for them. But yeah, these two have dug in. Adam Live, so I guess a good team. Comes to the fore.
Ryan Patel continues from the Kirkstall Lane end. Played that shot a few times, Johnny Bairstow, just taking it off the top of his off stump and guiding it down towards third man.
I do think sometimes as a cricketer you need a little bit of luck. Obviously being put down with that relatively easy chance from Patel, sometimes you need that just to get you back on track, especially when you've had a couple of bad decisions. Same other cricket evening itself out.
Oh, she's always watching.
She is.
She's
always
always
watching. She knows
watching.
when you're cutting corners.
Yep.
Got his just rewards today.
Around the wicket comes Patel. That's pushed away into the offside. I did a podcast about Mother Cricket a few weeks ago. Always watching.
Ian Salisbury, one of our coaches at England, always said that Mother Cricket, she'll know, you'll get found out.
She'll
catch you out.
Definitely. She can punish and she can reward, Mother Cricket. As around the wicket goes Ryan Patel. This is driven out into the offside by Adam Lyth. Fielding's done by Dominic Sibley.
Quite a quirky field now. Got a point, like a close catching cover, in between cover and point, so a deep extra cover. So just trying to see if they can just get in Lyth's eye line, maybe draw a mistake, draw an aerial shot to that region.
Drives again, does Lyth. The other thing with this, I know they've got the short mid wicket. He's a very, very good player, but on the angle as well, he may just work around that front pad a little bit because anything through the covers, they've got that blocked out now for him.
Yeah, I think he just wants to, like I say, play nice and straight. There's a nice gap between wide mid on. Potentially, if he does, he's trying to swing that ball back in. If he gets full, punching back down past him.
Tells in, he's forward here. Nicely played. Gently into the leg side. Dan Lawrence comes across. Looks a good pitch.
Yeah.
Get through that new ball. It does look a good pitch, like we were saying.
I said all day that it's been a fantastic cricket wicket. I think you put the ball in the right areas, you get enough opportunities. So just enough in it. But like you say, you bat long, you bat time, you take it deep, and you get the just rewards, really.
Yep. So this over, got 19 left today on this opening day here at Headingley. And Lyth will just lay back and guide this one down towards third man. And they will pick up a single, one more to the total. Rory Burns across, gives Ryan Patel a little pat on the back. Adam Thomas will continue down there at the Howard stand end.
How do you think Rory Burns will be feeling about his decision, having put Yorkshire in at the toss?
I think it was the right decision. And I think at 121 for 4, he'd have thought this is going well. But I think you have to give credit. I think we're sometimes, in these situations, I think you sometimes don't give the two batters enough credit. And I think these two have done a terrific job so far. As Thomas is in to Lyth, and Lyth is playing this one out into the offside. And I think, you know, this is two very experienced players realising this is going to be hard work here. So we're going to have to sort of see off the Surrey quicks. No, they're coming again because that new ball's available in a couple of overs' time. There you go. Brilliant from Smith because it's just been whacked on the finger. And again, that one was wide outside the off stump.
Full of length as well.
Yeah.
Not as easy as it made it look there, actually. Smart piece of wicket keeping, that.
think he just got a nod from his captain, stood behind him as well. As Thomas is in, and that's too short. That'll be cut away by Lyth. Great placement in between Jordan Clark and Ryan Patel.
See the body language of Ryan Patel there. That one just whistled past him. A backward point. Bit of an eye roll. Nice bit of shape on the ball. Just waits for it and carves it away from that backward point region. Beautiful shot.
Yep. See it again now. Just waits for it, as you say, and then away through the gap for 4. Thomas is in again. Oh, and Lyth's driving. That's a nice shot as well. That beats Dominic Sibley at short extra cover, and that's going to go over the boundary rope and away for 4 more. So Lyth moves on to 107. Yorkshire, apologies, 111. Yorkshire move on to 290 for 4.
Nelson's column, 1-1-1.
Yes, indeed. And 10 runs away from a second batting point now are Yorkshire. It's over the wicket again to Lyth. Oh, nice hands again from Jamie Smith. Probably not what he really wants, that, after being hit on the end of the finger, but he's done it very nicely.
Counting down the ball so that new ball is so he can go. Take him some 15 to 20 yards back. Who do you think they'll be the new ball bowlers for? Surrey,
Fisher, Worrell.
Great hands.
Down the leg, so nicely taken by Jamie Smith. End of the over. 290 for 4, so yeah, it'll be Worrell and Fisher again, I think.
Even though Fisher just bowled that spell, we were discussing that, thinking what would be the plan if he's bowled that one and keep him to that new
they'll
ball.
still give him a go with the new ball. He's a fit fella. He's Fisher. If he doesn't, then you've got the option of Abbott and Clark as well. Patel's going to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Just 9 for over.
Coming into Johnny Bairstow, standing up straight as always with that bat raised in the air. I was saying, I would have thought bowling at Bairstow is quite intimidating. He's one of those that he sort of dominates his area, doesn't he? When he stands at the crease, he's sort of dominating that area, Johnny Bairstow.
It's quite important, even with his look, his demeanour.
Yeah.
So like Yorkshire grit.
And also because he's got a short sleeve sweater that's a bit baggy, he looks even bigger, it seems. I don't know why, but today he's looking even bigger than normal. As in over the wicket goes Patel, and he's in behind this. Plays it down in front of him, and there is no run. He's a bit like Jordan Clark in that you like having those two in your dressing room, don't you?
Yeah, they're going to give you all. Work hard. Say he's got a thankless task. Captain, keeping, batting. So I think that slide down to number 6 might have helped him a little bit.
Patel's into him, and he plays this late. Dabs it away down to third man. Here comes Dan Worrell. He's warming himself up by running in and bowling the ball to Jamie Smith there, Dan Worrell. So that'll be 1 more to the total. So I think we know he's taking the new ball from one end.
Definitely.
With Worrell. Left-handed Lyth. Comes back on to strike. Around the wicket then goes Ryan Patel, and Lyth drives handsomely, but it's good work from Dom Sibley. Moving away to his left-hand side. Been a very good crowd in here today. It's the 2 sides as well. I think Surrey coming always, this Yorkshire-Surrey rivalry over the years. Bustles in once more. Does Ryan Patel. And this is turned off the stumps by Adam Lyth. I think Patel thought he was through him there for a second. Ends up with his hands on his head. 1 more to the total. 292 for 4. Every time I come here, there are 2 things I remember. Number 1 is Mark Ramprokash's 100th first class 100 and the chaos of that day with the great Dave Callaghan. And the other is when I was at university, and I was rather proud of this, I put in a full day of watching the opening day of a test match against the West Indies from the Western Terrace, as forward goes Bairstow, and then went straight to Ellenborough Road, watched England play Sweden, I think it was, in a European Championship warm-up.
Remember the score?
No, I don't remember much about the day, if I'm honest with you. It was one of those where when I watched the game the next day, I thought, was I there for that? I don't remember any of that happening. Great day, though. Great day. So, yeah, they managed to fit the two in a day. 292 for 4. But the Ramprakash 100, that was one of the most chaotic days of broadcasting I've ever been involved in. Because there'd been this whole thing waiting for it to happen. And it hadn't. And it went on for about 6 weeks. And he was on 99 and he'd turn up and the game would start, my phone would go, and do you think he's going to do it today? Well, I'm not actually sure. I am really, so if I knew that, I'd be a multi-millionaire, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. And then I must be honest, the game looked like it was drifting for a draw. So the great Dave Callaghan decided that we were just going to go out and have a quiet drink. He said, quiet drink, Churchy. And I'm going to take you to one of my favourite restaurants. Anyway, that went on for quite a while. So we both turned up. We weren't in the best of form the next day in the morning. As in over the wicket comes Thomas. Oh, now Lyth. It was short and wide. He's just reached across, got bat on it, and it's shot off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. So it was very short and it was very wide. And he's just reaching across here, gets bat on it, and away to the boundary rope it goes for 4 runs. 296 for 4. Meanwhile, England were playing South Africa in a test match. So all the press were at that. And as the day moved on, both Callie and I suddenly begin to realise this could be the day. As this is short, pulled away by Lyth and very well fielded out there by Matt Fisher. Does very well, keeps it down to a single. And then panic ensued. So we've worked our way through it, and then funny enough, he got it with hardly any press here, because as I say, they were all at Edgbaston, and England lost that Test match, and then Michael Vaughan. That was when Vaughan resigned the captaincy. So all the press were there, and it was just me and Callie, a photographer, and somebody from a satellite TV station who was dispatched here very quickly. As forward goes Bairstow, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Amazing.
David Wainwright was the bowler, I always remember that. And he was using Scott Newman's bat. So he'd borrowed Scott because he'd been short of runs. So he just borrowed Scott Newman's bat and got the 100th 100 with it.
Superstitions in cricket,
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? This is cut away by Bairstow. Out into the offside.
She's a little bit frustrated, I think. He's Adam Thomas.
Yeah. He's just gone a bit short in this over.
His second spell has not been as tidy as his first one.
Well, there's one ball to go, and then the new ball becomes available. So you would expect to see Worrell straight back into the attack from this Kirkstall Lane end. Settling himself down over his bat is Lyth, and that's down the leg side. Very well taken by Jamie Smith. It's the end of the over. 298 for 4. Lyth 117, Bairstow on 82. And Dan Worrell is marching up to take the new ball from this Kirkstall Lane end. So this will now get interesting. Not that it hasn't been, but with the new ball. And the key thing is that these two were still there when the new ball got taken.
Yeah, it was. And I think from a Surrey point of view, I think they'll be looking to try nick a couple out. Maybe these two out. Make some inroads with that new ball, see if we can get in the right areas. We know that Dan Worrell's going to try and pitch it up, get the ball swinging.
So, Dan Worrell has that new ball. He's violently warming himself up with
the old ball.
Yeah. He bowls it away violently, the old ball. Down below us. So he's now got the new ball in his hands.
Slightly more attacking fielders. 2 slips have gone in now. Ringfield. Deep third man, deep square leg, just behind.
Floodlight's still on. So, Worrell. This will be his 16th over of the day. He's coming into Johnny Bairstow, and Bairstow turns the first delivery down into the leg side. Josh Blake comes up to do the fielding, and there is no run. Maybe some people who were here that day that ran Prakash did get that 100th 100. Then I remember it all finished and we all had to drive to Sheffield for, there was a one-day game at Chesterfield the next day. And when he walked out to bat, they sort of announced 100th 100 yesterday for Mark Ramprakash. Over the wicket again. Goes Worrell, driven by Bairstow up towards mid-off. Abbott does the fielding.
That's a bit of shape on the ball from Worrell then. Trying to pitch the ball up, give it a chance. Met with a full blade.
Sean Abbott, you're right, does look very cold. He's got all his jumpers on.
It's not the warmest, is it?
No.
Let's be honest.
No, it isn't the warmest at the moment. I don't know what's happened because it was lovely a couple of weeks ago. Seems that there's an Arctic front I saw. Whatever that is.
Back end of next week.
As forward goes Bairstow. Plays this one down to backward point and there's no run.
They'll want 100 will Bairstow against this good Surrey side. Want to make a statement after having a few low scores.
Well, it's interesting, Jonathan saying that he hasn't made one since becoming captain.
Yeah, I want this, will Johnny. Normally at his best when he's got a point to prove. So you can tell that by his demeanour today, the way he's dug in, the way he's played. 82 off 140 deliveries.
Over the wicket goes Worrell to him. Oh my lord, he's gone after this. It's very wide. And it's a tumbling take from Jamie Smith. It's not the greatest bit of cricket we're going to see today, that. All looked a bit messy.
Yeah, it wasn't the best bit we've seen today, has it? I think Johnny would have been disappointed if he'd got out there.
Yeah, he'd have been very disappointed to have got out there.
I was walking around a bit of gardening saying, did you really need to play that?
Yep. Because the difficulty will be on this is getting started. We've seen that. As here is Worrell and Bairstow sensibly played. Just opens the face, guides this one down towards third man. It's difficult. That new ball. But these two have been out there a long time now. They came together in the 36th over. So what's that? 44 overs they've been together. It's a lot of cricket today that these two have been with bat in hand, batting together.
I think if they could just get through this period, so Dan Worrell's into his 16th over, Fisher's ball 16, Clark 11, Abbott 15. I think if he can really put some overs into these Surrey bowlers' legs.
Worrell's in, and Lyth is playing this one off the back foot. That's the end of the over. 299 for 4, so a run away from a second batting point, Yorkshire. Tom Laws is jogging out with a drink for... So it will be Fisher. So it will be Fisher again with the new ball.
So he's been picking the bowlers so far. 16 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 44.
He may have to face one of my hard-hitting interviews at the end of the day's play. All the players get very nervous.
The tough questions that you're going to ask
Oh,
them.
they almost have to be dragged out of the dressing room.
To be fair, if they've bowled 20 overs in a day and Yorkshire 350 for 4, I can imagine there'll be some tired bodies.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Dan Worrell, after the first day at Trent Bridge, his first proper bowl in 6 months. Poor old boy. To go up on the balcony and go and meet him. He was fit and firing the next day, though. So, Fisher with the new ball now. He's into Johnny Bairstow, and the first ball's a little bit short and wide, and Bairstow's waited for it and cut it away. Through backward point, over the boundary rope and into the boundary boards, and Bairstow has moved on to 87. That brings up the 300 for Yorkshire, so second batting point for Yorkshire.
Yeah, a bit of a loosen of that from Matt Fisher. Start the ball on their own line outside the off stump, swinging away, short and wide. Johnny Bairstow equal to the task, carves it away through backward point for 4 runs, takes him to 87.
87 not out, Johnny Bairstow. As Fisher's into him, Bairstow gets another one, cuts it away out towards Josh Blake, who does the fielding in front of the Western Terrace. That's probably the quietest it will ever be over there, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a couple of people in there, but there's only sort of one little section of it open at the moment. Because normally, if you're down in front of the Western Terrace, you're getting advice on just about everything.
Yep, I've sat down there a few times as a spectator when it's been quite rowdy, especially as the day goes on. Bairstow almost hit that one a little too well then.
It was
to the square man on the square cover boundary.
It was a very good shot for one. Lyth, he's taken this off his hip and pulls it away down to the fine leg boundary rope. Fisher looks disgusted with himself there and starts kicking at the footholds. But, yeah, he's just on the hip of Adam Lyth and just helps it on its way. Lyth moves on to 121. The other thing a new ball can do is go to the boundary.
Yeah, he started like after lunch though, but then he picked up the big wicket of Joe Root with his final ball with a good delivery, so he'll be hoping to re-emulate that again. I think, let's say it's 4-1-4, so he'll be disappointed with the start, especially with the new ball in hand.
Fisher's in again to Lyth, and Lyth's pulling again, and this will be 4 more. Now that's a good shot from Lyth. I don't think that was that short, actually. It's just Lyth has swiveled on it. Yeah, that's a good shot. Swiveled on that. He's taken that off about middle stump, waist height.
Yeah, middle stump, swinging into leg stump, back of a length. Picks it up pretty well, to be honest. Square to that square boundary. It's fairly short on that side. So Fisher coming round the wicket now, change of angle. I like this. Let's see if he can get his line right from around the wicket. So Adam Lyth.
Lyth now 125. It's down the leg side. It's very well taken by a flying Jamie Smith.
Just in his own head here at the minute, searching for something. It's difficult coming back for your 17th over the day. So before that, it's been the pick of the bowlers. Picking up 3 wickets.
Yeah, he has bowled well today. Fisher. Bit of a cry of keep going here. Sounded a bit like Dan Lawrence, that, even from this distance. He's out at extra cover. Fisher in once more to Lyth, and Lyth plays this one straight back up the pitch. Fisher does the fielding off his own bowling. End of the over. 312 for 4 Yorkshire. Lyth has 125. And Bairstow's on 88.
Yeah, we'll be happy with that comeback over with the new ball. He's been so consistent early doors. Disappointed with that one. Like, to be fair, though, he's got through a heavy workload. He's been fielding on the boundary edge. Got through a lot of work.
God, it is hard work bowling fast.
I know the fitters out nowadays, aren't they? And so the recovery that they put into it, but still, it's difficult.
I wake up every morning now feeling the legs are stiff and sore. Everything. The thought of having to go out and try and play cricket. As this is dug out by Bairstow, first ball of the Worrell over. The leg side. David Townsend, though, who's sat at the back of the box, he leaps out of bed every morning dreaming of bowling 30 overs of fast, quick bowling.
Just been for a net, hasn't he? Out back.
Yep, he has, yep. He's eaten all the biscuits today, I'll give him that.
He was moaning about him. He wanted dark chocolate, he was telling me.
Yeah, he's saying he's got a side problem at the moment.
Criticism that I didn't bring dark chocolate biscuits is what he said.
I know. It's no pleasing him. Oh, now that is smash back at down Worrell. And Worrell's done pretty well to get something on that, because that was hammered back at him by Johnny Bairstow. It was more of a sort of evasive action from Dan Worrell.
I don't think he really had a choice there,
No,
did he? I think he tried his best to get out of the way, but struck it well, did Bairstow on 88. Yorkshire 312 for 4.
He really did hit that hard. Back down the pitch. Worrell running away from us. This arcing run of Dan Worrell. He is into Bairstow, and Bairstow lets this one go, and Rory Burns likes that. In there at first slip. So yes, David Townsend today, he's eaten all your lovely chocolate biscuits. He's wandered around the media centre. He's had his jacket potato. He's been an impact summariser today. It's been impact summary from David Townsend today.
It's
It is
30 minutes. Is
you
that
can
right
do
to
whatever
do?
you like, David, in your very trendy hoodie as well, I've noticed. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and this is just played late by Johnny Bairstow down towards third man. And they pick up another single. One more to the total. 313 for 4. But he's with us in an official capacity tomorrow. He's coming off the bench for you see.
So far, I might do that tomorrow. I might sack cricket off, come in, do half an hour, walk around the media box.
Yeah.
Are you bringing biscuits?
Yeah, he'll bring his biscuits tomorrow. Will Townsend. As in comes Worrell, and Lyth will just push this one off the back foot down towards backward point. Josh Blake does the fielding in there at backward point. So the partnership worth 192 now. I saw Bairstow do this with Joe Root a few years ago here. They both put on a huge partnership against Surrey. So at the moment it's Lyth and Bairstow. There's a lot of chatter out there from Surrey. They're just trying to keep themselves going here. That was David Townsend yawning at the back of the box as this one's turned into the leg side by Lyth. And they will pick up a single. One more to the total, the end of the over. And Yorkshire are 314 for 4. And welcome back, Jonathan Deutsch.
Thanks, Churchy. I've just been downstairs. So apologies for the tardiness of my return. But what I can tell you is I've just bumped into the wonderful Mark Gilliver, everybody's mate in Yorkshire cricket, in Gilly, downstairs. Given him a mention already this season, but I will do again. He's just been saying to me, first time I've seen him since, sadly, he suffered a stroke not long ago, a few months back. Not in the best of nick for a while, but good to see him back and at Headingley supporting the Yorkshire boys, all of whom he knows in one way or another. I think he's coached quite a few of them during his life and obviously played Bradford League cricket a long time and Yorkshire age groups and all that. Adam Lyth works one off his legs for a single. He was just saying, I think it was Facebook or one of the social, I think probably Facebook, I think he said that when he mentioned what had gone on, because he didn't sort of know whether he should or not, 900 and odd messages of sport, and that is, he was talking about why you love cricket with Jill Smith's book earlier on, as Bairstow has a flash at one that was nipping away from him, and Matthew Fisher nearly finding the nick. Adam Lyth's come down for a chat with his skipper. You know, why we love cricket and all that, and that's one of those things, isn't it? Because 900 odd people bother to send him a message. And they're the only the ones that are have got a Facebook account, so they'll know a lot more people. And it's that community, isn't it? That sense of community and support, and he sort of said, quite emotional about it. And why wouldn't you, really?
Yeah, he's a legend around the Bradford League. He's Gilly. Very well thought of, very well spoken of. Always giving back to the game, especially with the kids. All the coaching he does at Bradford and Bingley. Even when he used to come out and play, help the second team out, he's always in there to help the youngsters. So, a great guy.
Well, short of length there, pulled by Bairstow towards mid-on, and they're going to come back for 2. Jordan Clark did get down for it, but sort of parried it for an extra run. So Bairstow into 90s. Yeah, and I just left the conversation by saying, as I'm sure you probably would if you'd have been speaking to Gilly, Liam, right, I'm just going to go back on air and talk a bit of rubbish, just like you.
I bet that went down well, didn't he? Give him a little chuckle.
Always.
Yeah, fantastic bloke is Gilly. Picked up a Missouri helmet off him a few years ago when he helped me out, sorted me out for that one. So, say fantastic bloke.
Ooh, Bairstow gets lucky. Very similar to Joe Root earlier today. This one, I think, went between the inside edge of his bat and the outside of off stump, whereas Joe's, I think, went past leg stump. That brings up the 200 partnership. That's what the applause is for, not so much for the shot. There is a man at long leg, but Dan Lawrence down there had no chance of getting it. It went much finer than that for 4. But 200 up. A little bit of gold for Yorkshire in a season that has so far been, barring one knock, pretty miserable in their first innings, and they have today managed to capitalise on the use of the good facilities out there as Fisher comes in again and Bairstow over the top defends into the offside.
I'll say what I said for Sam Whiteman's 100. He's 1 hit away now. Very next ball, he danced down to the spinner, back over his head for 6. Can Johnny do the same? He's 1 hit away. So I think you were saying to Churchy that it would be his first as Yorkshire captain. It'd be great to see him get it over the line, wouldn't it?
Yep. So Fisher on his way in from the Howard stand end. Ooh, Bairstow again. Tries to play the drive. There is a man set there as well for the catch at short extra cover, Dom Sibley. And once more, Matt Fisher getting the ball to nip away from him. Played and missed, the Yorkshire captain. 321 for 4 after 84.
And also 2 slips ready and waiting as well from that big booming drive. So Fisher's kind of struggled since he's come back with that new ball. To his 18 for over, that's his completed today. 4 maidens, 3 for 64. So before that spell, he were going at 2.5 and over. He's now up at 3.5. His economy rate for the day. Don Worrell to continue with that big arcing run.
Yeah, comes in now. Past umpire Goff, wide of off stump. And Lyth leaves. He seems to have moved on from the 90s up to 127, Adam Lyth, fairly serenely.
He had a couple of back-to-back boundaries. He cut one away for a point and then played a glorious cover drive. Says sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. So dropped on 31. There's a couple of dismissals and he wasn't happy with the umpire's couple of decisions, but rectified that against a good Surrey side today. Cream always rises to the top.
Here he comes again, Worrell. Helped around the corner by Lyth. And they're just going to jog through for 1 run. Dan Worrell, unusually really, wicketless today. Got through plenty of work into his 18th over now. None for 50.
I think Yorkshire fans will be happy with that, though. This is what they've been wanting to see. I think sometimes they've teetered on the edge where they've started to build a partnership. And like you say, they've lost wickets in clusters. And that's something that's happened after lunch. But these two have been rebuilding fantastically. And say that true Yorkshire grit. And that's what the Yorkshire fans want to see. A bit of steel digging in.
Ooh, Worrell has one that doesn't bounce on Bairstow. And because of the nature of the way Johnny plays his cricket with the bat, i.e. not a great deal of foot movement, always looks a little bit worse, doesn't it, when it nips on him. Having a wander. Adam Lyth is doing a bit of gardening and may also be just trying to get his skipper to reset once again.
He's got a couple of loose drives and deliveries, so hopefully he's not saying in the nervous 90s. Get this home.
Again, Bairstow overbalancing slightly, drops it into the leg side. 2 slips back in place with this second new ball still just under 5 overs old. Set back on the western terrace boundary for the pull shot. Backward of square leg. Mid wicket, mid off, mid on. Cover, point and 3rd man.
I think it'll mean a lot if we can get this over the line. Just one bad ball from Dan Worrell, getting up to 99 potentially with a boundary.
Here he is. Oh, Bairstow plays that nicely, swinging delivery. Watched it well. Jordan Clark fielding up at mid-on. The light conditions have improved since I had a wander round.
Full shot that for none. Punch down the ground, full face of the bat. Only 1 off this Worrell over so far from Adam Lyth. Rate quite healthy today, 3.8 overall.
Waits. In he comes, Kirkstall Lane end. Wide of Bairstow's off stump, and he shoulders arms once again. We've got substitute fielder coming on for Dom Sibley, sporting number 75 on his back. Couldn't quite make out the name, unfortunately.
Libby and Brad Sylvester's running on some drinks, gloves, towels for Lyth and Bairstow. And the umpire asked for a drink as well, I think. It's always got to get on the umpire's good side, haven't you?
Yeah.
Here you go, sir. How are you?
Send him a couple of sweets as well there, you know. Just
Yeah,
sweeten
keep
him
the
up.
energy levels up. So if I get out to bat next time, please, sir. Nice little 50-50. Please let it go my way. Very good from Adam Lyth.
I think Michael Goff's got a pair of gloves on himself, hasn't he, out there? Square leg. It's going to be Matthew Fisher then to bowl to Adam Lyth. Not with the ball at that moment in time, though. He's stopped just before his delivery stride. Just a heads up, and also by way of reminding myself, actually, I do have a 6:05 update, which will be down live on the commentary, so you'll get a minute or so about what's been going on today. Fisher bowls and Lyth defends. Like back in the old days, there were 21 of those to do when I first started doing this commentary job in 2019. Just the one these days. Sometimes as well like that.
21.
21 a day.
Jesus.
On the hour, every hour. And various other times as well. Adam Lyth. Well, he's got through 85.1 overs of play today. Steps across and tries to flick that latest delivery down to fine leg, where there is a fielder waiting, but couldn't quite make contact.
Yeah, look, some weary bodies in the field. It's been a tough day for the Surrey bowlers.
Elsewhere, Warwickshire, Glamorgan 295 for 7. Leicestershire 314 for 8 against Essex. Hampshire 128 for 6 against Nottinghamshire. It's raining there. Fisher bowls wide of off stump, and Lyth does play at it but misses. Somerset 323 for 5 against Sussex. Middlesex all out 177, and Derbyshire 57 for 2 in response. Kent 367 for 3 against Durham. And Gloucestershire 154 all out. Northants 4 without loss. Lancashire have bowled Worcestershire out for 270 and are 10 without loss. It's the latest from around the men's game. Fisher bowls, and Lyth leaning back cuts this one out to the sweeping Worrell and picks up a single. In the Women's One Day Cup, the Blaze have beaten Hampshire by 3 wickets. Blaze 211 for 7, knocking off Hampshire's 209 all out in 45.1 overs. Yorkshire women, of course, back in action this weekend. Beaten at York just a couple of days ago. Here's Matthew Fisher. That is a lovely shot by Johnny Bairstow to take him to 99. Wide of third man. Just a bit too much width from Matthew Fisher. Those who've got the opportunity to see this again, we talk about his lack of foot movement, I did, but he certainly got into a good position with his feet to play that shot.
Beautiful shot, just lets the ball come, stays nice and still, uses the pace, guides it behind point. Races away for a boundary, taking him on to 99. He's 1 away. I think he's going to want to try and do it in this ball. Get that monkey off his back. Yorkshire captain, first 100, backs against the wall. It's this strong Surrey side.
In comes Fisher then, and Bairstow. That will be it. 4 runs backward of point like a tracer bullet, and Johnny Bairstow gets his first 100 as Yorkshire captain. It's his 29th innings since his last first-class 100 here against Middlesex in a Division 2 game in August of 2024, his 32nd first-class ton and his 17th for Yorkshire. The second time he's made three figures against Surrey, and the only other time he did so, he went on to make a big one. In fact, 198. And again, the challenge is on. Can he turn it now into a big one? 196 minutes, 160 deliveries, 1-6, and that was a 15th for.
Yeah, fantastic. Not by Johnny there. Thoroughly deserved the win. Just till he came to the crease that he just had a bit between his teeth. Really mature innings. Took the sting out of the game. Fantastic.
Worrell into Lyth. Ball that he slants across him down the leg side.
So these two just need another 173 to beat that partnership between Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow. 2016 at Headingley. Can you remember Joe Root's score that day?
I must confess I can't off the top of my head, Liam.
I am absolutely shocked.
As in comes Worrell, and Lyth trying to turn it to leg, plays it back to the ball. Go on, remind me.
It's 213 he got. Never normally ask you a question like that. You normally pull out the answer straight away. I like my favourite little game, asking you a question like that. I remember last year when I asked you Adam Lyth's highest score. I think you knew the where, the when. But no, these two have batted brilliantly. Partnership 210.
Apologies, Joe. It probably won't give me an interview again now. On the back of that. You've exposed my lack of knowledge about all Joe's individual scores.
Very sorry.
Dan Worrell round the wicket, bowling to Adam Lyth. Leg slipped back in place, but he bowls this one wide of off stump, and it is left well alone by the Yorkshire opener. So Adam on 129. He's been out there for, well, the entirety of the day, barring lunch and tea. 387 minutes of cricket we have therefore had. 261 balls he's faced. And he's scored almost 100 since he was dropped by Ryan Patel at slip. Good delivery by Worrell here. That thuds into Adam Lyth's pads. This could be overthrows. They crossed for one. It's been chased down, but he did get his hands on it, but not quite in time to prevent it and himself from going over the rope there, Sean Abbott. So, I've missed the signal after all that, checking on the fielder.
Leg buys.
5 leg buys.
The stiff chase by Sean Abbott down there.
Yeah, we'll just check the board. It's still showing the 3-3-1 it was. Yep, 5 leg buys then.
Not sure if Jordan Clark's carrying a little niggle. I saw him moving gingerly in the field earlier. He's only bowled 11 overs today. Not sure if he's carrying a knock, potentially.
336 for 4. Worrell making his way in, and Bairstow pulls out of any thoughts of playing at that one. The crowd, good as it's been today, just beginning to dwindle that time of day, isn't it? Got to get home for me tea. Tea were on table at 5:30.
Getting a little bit peckish now.
But I think there's quite a lot in the long room, keeping warm. Still that sort of chilly feel to the day, around about 10 degrees.
Well, he's going back now. I'm going to change of play here, maybe. Try and go one back in or bowl a short ball. Bit of a dangerous game to Johnny with that short boundary, especially now. He's on 103.
Here comes Worrell. Up there to drive, and Johnny has chipped it away, really, in the gap between point and cover. And he's over the rope out on the east side of the ground. Probably not his best offering of the day with the bat, but certainly not Dan Worrell's best with the ball either, because he started out a little bit off stumpish, and with the swing he's been getting, was heading away from Bairstow and just gave him the opportunity to swing, didn't it?
Yeah, just a bit of free it really. I think he tried to play a little bit straight and just come a little bit across it. So just catching that thick outside edge, but through his hands, managed to get enough on it to run away for 4. That's not what you want to be bowling to Johnny Bairstow when his eyes in. 107, and might see the shackles come off a little bit. I'm not surprised at this at all. Abbott coming back into the attack. I think Fisher just struggled since he took that new ball, so see how Abbott settles into this spell. So he's been moving a little bit gingerly as well. He's got through a decent workload as well, 15 overs, no wickets, 57 runs.
Yeah, but we obviously know that the pitch is playing well. Yorkshire lost those 4 wickets for 121 runs, but apart from posting runs, just building in confidence, picking up batting points, I think comes Abbott, and that's turned back at a square leg by Lyth for a single. Yorkshire just want to try to do to their opponents what's been done to them in most matches this season, and that is get some overs into the legs of the opposition. So while, you know, Matthew Fisher's bowled well, nobody's bowled particularly badly. Not been able to pick up as many wickets as they would have liked, Surrey. And Yorkshire just, you know, it'll feel like a tiring day in the field, won't it, I guess? If they pick up 2 or 3 wickets in these last 8-9 overs, then they'll finish the day on a bit more of a high. Abbott comes in and Bairstow drops that into the offside, no run.
I think that's been the frustrating thing when we've watched Yorkshire this year, especially at home. It started off in the same trend. If you can get through that first hour, yeah, it's tricky. But as the day goes on, it becomes easier to bat. The pitch gets flatter. Every time Yorkshire have started to get a little bit ahead of the game, they let the opposition back in. Happened at Hampshire, happened at Sussex. And they were allowed to be bowled out for being bowled out cheaply, whereas now, today, they've really dug down. Got a nice big score, 341 for 4. The bowlers are tired, and then coming towards the end of the day, you get a fewer bad balls now to get after.
Here comes Abbott. Bairstow just dinks it into the leg side. With Jordan Clark set back somewhat, he gets through for 1.
It just allows you to be able to really progress, and like I said, they're going to come back tomorrow. If they're still here at the end of the day, they can kind of accelerate through the morning, take that energy into the second innings, and if they can nick a couple of wickets out early doors through Surrey being in the field for long periods, like say Jamie Smith's going to have a day and a bit in the field, then he's going to have to maybe potentially open, coming back in if there's 2 wickets down. Can we get after him? So yeah, they've given us a fantastic opportunity now, which they haven't been doing so far this season.
But in, throws one up well wide of off stump, and Lyth happy to leave. Yeah, so the York is on the cusp of a 3rd batting point, and that would be as good as it's been in the competition so far this season. 3 batting points in that 511 they posted here against Sussex. Abbott then, none for 59. 2 to come in this his 16th over. It's wide of off stump again. This one from round the wicket. Lyth happy to leave.
Do you think these two will just try and get through to the end of the day and maybe look to potentially see what happens in the morning, then kick on? Think that'll be the plan?
Yeah, I reckon so. I reckon they'll still pick up what they can tonight, but there's absolutely zero hurry. They've scored at 3.89 and over without trying to score at 3.89 and over, if you know what I'm saying. That's just happened. So there's no problem in terms of them being slow here, and that can obviously, over a 4-day game, occasionally have its issues. Lyth cut that one nicely out to Dan Worrell, picks up a single off the final ball of the over, 343 for 4. So yeah, just got to bat as long as they can, and you know, if they carry on going along at this sort of rate, then they're still giving themselves time in the game. What they ideally obviously want to do is really put this good Surrey batting lineup under some pressure, wouldn't they? At some point, you would think they'll be done and dusted tomorrow. the way it's playing out there, who knows when.
Yeah, I think if you can carry that energy, though, I think if you get a big score, I think you're obviously buoyed by that. You take that energy into the second innings. I think naturally you've got a springy step. There seems to be a little bit more zip in the surface. And I think if we've got some fresh bowlers at some tired Surrey players, I think that'll stand us in good stead. And I think that's Yorkshire have always felt like they've been chasing the games that we've been playing. They've been playing catch-up, whereas this one, we're actually got the potential to be in real good control. And I think it's a great position to be in, especially against such a good side like Surrey. Jordan Clark's going back into the attack. I did think he was struggling a little bit earlier, but we'll see how he goes.
Yeah, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47. Jordan Clark, he picked up the wicket of Matthew Revis when he left one this morning. 8 overs remaining in the day. Clark round the wicket. Lyth tucks the front knee up and gets one away, probably off his pad, judging by the pace of how the ball's gone down to fine leg. Yep, says Michael Gough, leg by.
I think one thing that these two did when Dan Lawrence came into the attack, and I think it's something that they should be doing, is trying to get after him. I think you can put him under pressure and keep the Surrey seamers bowling. It'll help Yorkshire's case as well. There's a short boundary, both from right and left hand to attack if they want to get after him.
36 extras so far today. Like having another batter in the side, isn't it? 9 byes, 10 leg byes, a wide and 16 no balls. Lovely stroke by Johnny Bairstow up to mid-off this time. Ball again swinging away from the right-hander, which both Worrell and Clark have done. Jordan Clark, as I mentioned earlier, strapping figure. And he's back to us as he's about to set off in and bowl end to Johnny Bairstow, who has just dropped that one out backward of point. Adam Lyth quickly giving him a negative from the non-striking end. Stay put, skipper. Nothing stupid at this stage, as Liam was hinting at. I'm sure they'll want to be there at the end, just pick up what they can between now and then. Need to do anything in a rush.
If they do offer up some bad deliveries, then that's when you can get after. You don't need to go searching right now. There's plenty of bad balls that they can, say, maybe attack.
Still runs one down towards third man, but point round to do the fielding. Yeah, so, you know, life's full of challenges, cricket's full of challenges, isn't it? In this season, Yorkshire's batting in the first innings has been a challenge. They've so far produced some of the goods here, this pair in particular, with centuries each. I suppose the challenge here is get to the end of the day and then really make something of this innings tomorrow so that you can put pressure on the opposition. Don't let it peter out for 400 from here, something like that, when it could be a big one. Bairstow plays out square on the offside, picks up a single.
Yeah, I keep saying you need to take that energy. Naturally, when you come off the field and you're carrying that energy and momentum from the first innings into the second innings, you naturally get that zip off the surface, put the ball in the right areas. Like I say, people are naturally motivated. Whereas if you kind of stumble to 400, like you say, and you lost wickets in clusters, you kind of nullify that momentum that you're going to take. So Yorkshire in a really strong position here. So the experience of these two has been really telling. So they'll see that, they'll recognise that.
Clark to Lyth. Ooh, helmet will have a stoppage here, and that's clonked him on the side of the helmet. And Jordan Clark has gone up to him and just checked he's okay. But yeah, we will get a natural stoppage while the drinks are run on, and
Johnny's laughing
as the concussion check. Make sure he's okay, go through the usual protocols. Yeah, Jordan Clark having a bit of a giggle with, well, Johnny's having a bit of a giggle, to be fair, not Jordan.
It's a nasty one at first sight, but it's going to need that helmet change after the impact. So once you get hit on the helmet like that, you've got to replace it and can't wear the same one. It's deemed as unusable.
What it is, though, as well, Liam, at this stage, is it's a break in concentration out there when they were both concentrating on trying to get through to the end of the day.
Yeah, Obviously, just takes a little bit of time out, so I'm not too sure it's quite good for the Yorkshire or Surrey team.
You can see a sort of stripe along the back of, well, right around Adam Lyth's head where the helmet's been in place, can't you, at the moment? Heads up, by the way, folks, that update for BBC Radio Leeds will be coming in the next 2 or 3 minutes. But we have a break in play at the moment for those listening who can't see the pictures, with collections of players at either end of the pitch following that short ball. Adam Lyth trying to get into position to play the pull shot, but the ball got there first and has made fairly stiff contact flush on the side of his helmet. Yorkshire physio is out there just checking him over. Seems to be okay to our eyes from this distance and on the monitor. Not quite sure what questions are asked when you're out there. But we do have a change in the comm box anyway for this final half hour, so we'll let Liam go have a final breather. We've got 7 overs to go, so around about 30 minutes or so from the end of play. And Churchy will step back in. Still just waiting for the OK to continue here.
Yeah, we had this with Gus Atkinson at Trent Bridge. Physio's doing a very good job here, taking time. I think I'm right in saying that they get a series of questions at the start of the season, and then they have to get the same sort of answer when those questions are asked. Not sure what those questions are, but yeah, normally what happens, they'll check the helmet, make sure that's all right, and they'll get the umpires to keep a little eye on this as well. With Gus Atkinson, Paul Steele, the Surrey physio, sort of told the umpires, I'm coming back out in 2 overs to have a look at him. Came back out, and then he said to the umps,
Update time. Yeah, Yorkshire currently 345 for 4. We have a stoppage in play, Johnny, because Adam Lyth has just been clonked flush on the side of the helmet by a short ball from Jordan Clark from this Kirkstall Lane end. Lyth on 131. It's his 41st first-class century. And Johnny Bairstow with his first 100 since becoming Yorkshire captain, his first since August of 2024. He's not out on 109. It's a 5th wicket partnership that's so far yielded 224 much-needed first innings runs for Yorkshire, who lost the toss and were put into bat this morning by Surrey. It was an unhappy start. Will Luxton for 8, Matthew Revis for 9 were out when there was just 38 runs on the board. Joe Root made it to 44 before Matthew Fisher, formerly of this parish, took his wicket, one of 3 for Fish today. He was LBW, as I say, for 44. Harry Brook made just the 7, another Fisher victim. But then Lyth and Bairstow have taken things from 9 minutes past 2 to be precise, right through until this point in time. We still have 7 overs to go on day 1. And Yorkshire, with 2 batting bonus points to Surrey's 1 bowling bonus point, are 345 for 4. So still a stoppage.
Yeah, they're trying to find the right helmet for him as well now, because they want to change his helmet. So they've got to find the right sized helmet for him. So 3 have been bought out for Adam Lyth to try and find one that fits, because obviously the helmet he was wearing sustained a bit of damage. But you don't rush any of this. And as I say, the umps will keep an eye on Adam Lyth, because with Gus Atkinson, then after Paul Steele had gone off, he batted for about 25 minutes, half an hour, and then the umps got on the walkie-talkies and said, you need to come back and look at him. And then he got taken off straight away. And he's fine, but he failed the concussion test then, and that was his game done. But this at the moment is trying to find a helmet that fits Adam Lyth. So there's some adjustments being made to helmets at the moment. Almost like being at a garden centre with hanging baskets, this. So many helmets out there. But at the minute, they don't seem to be able to find one to fit Adam Lyth. So they're doing some more adjustments to the helmets. and see if this one fits. But you can't rush this because it's got to fit him. You can't continue with a helmet that doesn't fit. So let's hope this one is a bit better for Adam Lyth. He seems not happy with this one either. We might never go home. Could be helmet stops play here. I don't think I've ever had that before. No, he's fine. He's got a helmet that fits now, has Adam Lyth, and he's good to continue. So that's excellent because he's played very, very well today. He's 131 not out. Still not happy with this helmet, mind. He's adjusting it. I think it's the chin strap. It's a bit like when you have a rucksack, if you know what I mean. And the strap on the rucksack is too tight. And then you try it, and I can never do that buckle thing. I always get it wrong, and then it becomes too loose. And that's what he's trying to do here with his chin strap. He's Adam Lyth, but he's okay. So Lyth's good to continue. And we've got 7 overs remaining tonight. Great roar outside for Johnny Bairstow's 100. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff.
It's been a while. It's first as captain in first-class cricket. He did get one in the Roses T20, of course, at Old Trafford last year.
No, you could see what it meant to him as well. So Sean Abbott it is from the Howard stand end. Coming in over the wicket to Johnny Bairstow, and he's whipping this off his pads out towards Dan Worrell, a deep mid-wicket. And they will pick up a single. One more to the total. So 4 runs away now from what would be a third batting point. Yorkshire. And the partnership is worth 225 now. So would I be right in saying, I know there was the 5-11, etc., but it's probably their best day with the bat, isn't it? Batting first here on a day where there was a bit about this morning. As Abbott comes around the wicket and Lyth's covering up, plays this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. Because to go from 121 for 4 to 346 for 4 is a pretty good day. Especially when you've been stuck in as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah, because when they got the 5-11, they didn't start batting until going on for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. They were 192 for 1 at the end of the day's play there, so they clocked on pretty quickly.
Yeah. Abbott around the wicket to Lyth. Lyth's forward driving. Doesn't time this at all. Then looks at the toe end of his bat here on Sports Extra, the BBC Sport website and app. And on your smart speaker. I popped up one floor to see Mr. Howes up there. Great. We got a great view here, and he's got a great view from up there. Very high up. Slap bang behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, we were up a floor above for the first couple of home games.
It is high up there. As Abbott, little inside edge from Lyth onto his back pad, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run.
At the moment, that Sussex match has provided the most Yorkshire runs in one day, but with 6 overs to go, I fancy this will probably just shade it. But anyway, it's thereabouts to answer your question.
I think being stuck in as well. I think that's the other thing. Being put in and then you end up in this sort of position. It's been a pretty good day, this for Yorkshire. Abbott is around the wicket and driving is Lyth. Have to say the big moment though, Ryan Patel dropping Adam Lyth on 31 off this man, Sean Abbott.
Yeah, the facts are, aren't they, that it could have been a lot worse day at 121 for 4 than it has been. So, yeah.
No, they've recovered brilliantly. And, you know, it's a really good partnership, this, between Bairstow and Lyth. You know, the captain and his most experienced pro. As Lyth waits once again as Abbott's into him, and Lyth's letting this one go. Outside his off stump, end of the over, so 6 to go tonight. I've made a squishy Yorkshire cricket ball, which I found, which I won't take with me, obviously, because it's not mine to take, but it's nice to fiddle with.
Well, I'm going to say you've been fiddling with the microphone sponge all day, so it's kind of taken over from that, hasn't it? Really?
Yep, I can spin it in my hand, and yeah, nice actually. It's a squishy one. I think people use these to de-stress sometimes
Yeah.
as well, don't they?
If you can you get the angles right to bounce it against the back of the combox door into the wall and back into your hand? You reckon
No.
you can do that
No, I fear I would
without
just...
wrecking the?
No, I fear that I would
kit.
hit David Townsend with it, and I don't want to do that because he does take up quite a bit of space there at the back of the box, so I don't want to hit DT with this ball. Certainly while he's looking. At the end of the day, when he's walking up the corridor, I'll launch it at the back of his head, but not at the moment. He knows it's coming.
Jordan Clark bowling to Bairstow. Up there to drive. He's dragged it really up to mid-on.
Dreadful from Townsend there. Just flicked it to him for the catch. He's
Has he
dropped
dropped
it. It's rolled under the table.
He played for Oxfordshire schools, you
Did
know.
he? Yeah. Yes, well, that wouldn't have been an excuse for the Oxfordshire schools, would it? That you looked away at the moment that you nicked it. That wouldn't work out.
346 for 4. Clark to Bairstow. Nicely played out to the square sweeper, Dan Lawrence. 1 run. How's Dan's season started with the bat?
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely
I
outstanding.
thought I'd seen him get a score
yeah,
again.
he's been outstanding. A
Um,
couple of big hundreds in there. Got
yeah.
120 odd last week against Notts. No, sorry, 105 against Notts last week.
the big 100 was against
Essex. Yeah. And no, sorry, the big 100 was the first game of the season against Warwickshire. Then he got one against Essex, and then he got one against Notts at Trent Bridge.
Clark round the wicket. Ooh, Adam Lyth. Ball that climbs on him. Tries to cut that. Not so far from getting a top edge. Mind you, had he hit it, might have disappeared into the Howard stand over the head of the two-man cordon.
What Bairstow and Lyth don't want to do here, though, is give Surrey a sniff tonight.
No.
They don't want Surrey coming back tomorrow with a ball that's only going to be 16 overs old and have a fresh batter to bowl at. Plus, they'll probably think about having a night watchman padded up at the moment.
Yeah, Clark in again. Lyth, much more circumspect, plays that one back at a point. No run.
Because how often do you see it? Big partnership late in the day, one of them goes, then they send out the night watchman, then the night watchman goes. So it can the complexion of it can change quite quickly. So these two will just be saying to themselves, make sure we're there in the morning.
Or should be. 2-2-6, the partnership. It's been a very, very good one. Oh, again, that climbs on Lyth. He played that really well. He's really hitting the pitch, isn't he, Jordan Clark here?
He's a strong man, is Jordan Clark. Lyth played that very well. For a man who's just been clonked on the side of the crash helmet, made sure he's right in behind that, played it down. Very good bit of batting that from Adam Lyth.
Exchange of advice, perhaps. Worrell to Clark as Clark's in. Lyth again from the crease, just dinks that back to the bowler. It was a useful over, and as I say, really does. Earlier on today, when it felt more about swing, it feels like it might have got a little bit more breezy perhaps out there. Might not be helping that much, but earlier today he was getting the ball to swing, and he's kind of gone hard length there, hasn't he, in that over in particular.
Yeah, there hasn't been much swing with this second new ball, has there, tonight? So I think that's his plan of action. It's going to be Abbott from the wood stand end with 5 overs remaining on this opening day. Johnny Bairstow will be the man on strike on 111. Partnership's worth 226. Abbott is in over the wicket, and Bairstow lays back, drags it down to backward point. Quick singles taken. Ryan Patel comes to his right to do the fielding. That'll be one more to the total. That brings Lyth back onto strike. 131, 348 for 4. Cloudy evening here in these. Actually, the light's improved. it was pretty gloomy at one stage this afternoon, and they did call for the light meter, I think. Now it's fine. Got the floodlights on, but it's absolutely fine at the moment. Abbott, around the wicket he comes. And, oh, a little inside edge from Lyth. There's been a few of those today. It's a great effort to get round to it by Josh Blake, but he's taken the ball over the rope. And that's a wave for 4. There was one for Bairstow, but I think he was on 95. That's the 350 up. So that's a third batting point for Yorkshire. But there was one for Bairstow. I think he was on 95 off Fisher, where he went after the drive, big inside edge, just past his leg stump. I'd had a couple of those today as well, but you need moments of luck. Lyth stands with that bat raised as Abbott's into him, and Lyth solidly forward. Abbott's bowled a no ball hit. Been a few of those today. That'll be 2 more to the total. 354 for 4.
I wonder if Yorkshire have put a call in to the GP, because George Hill will be suffering from a pretty bad case of pad rash at the moment, won't he?
That's
been
why
sitting with him on since at least 2 o'clock.
Well, that's another reason for probably having someone padded up as a night watchman just in case. In around the wicket once again goes Abbott. This is turned by Lyth into the leg side. Off goes Sibley to do the retrieval work. He'll pick up one more. 355 for 4. Back onto strike comes Johnny Bairstow. 112 not out. Johnny Bairstow. I remember seeing him get a big 100 here. A massive partnership with Joe Root a few years ago. Played really well, the two of them, on that day.
Yeah, Liam was just quizzing me about that.
In over the wicket once again. Oh dear, is Abbott looking to cut this is Bairstow. It's actually gone under his bottom edge.
I couldn't remember.
It's a few years ago
what Joe's
now.
individual score was.
Yeah, it's a few years ago now, but they both got massive hundreds.
213 apparently, Joe got.
Was it? Yeah. I just remember they both batted extremely well. It might have been the game where it was meant to be Peterson and Ponting both playing for Surrey. As in over the wicket goes Abbott, and this one's pushed back up the pitch by Johnny Bairstow, and there's no run, but Ponting didn't play in the end with a wrist injury, I seem to remember.
I've never met KP yet, actually, but Ricky I did, because I did a game back in the days when I was doing stuff for a well-known satellite broadcaster at Guildford, and Ricky was playing for Surrey against Lancs that day.
Yeah, that's right.
And yeah, he was very willing to do selfies with people.
Very nice man. This one's pushed into the leg side by Johnny Bairstow, and up comes Jordan Clark. Yeah, I remember that being quite disappointing. End of the over, 355, because all the talk was, wow, Peterson and Ponting. But then, yeah, I think Mr. Ponting woke up and had a sore wrist, poor chap, and didn't play in the game. But Kevin did. I think it ended as a draw. But I do remember Bairstow and Root, massive partnership between those two. I was babbling on about Ram Prakash's 100th 100, and I was thinking to myself, gosh, the ground has changed a lot since then. But of course, we were sat at the other end, weren't we? In the Howard stand in those days, commentating.
Comes Jordan Clark at the Kirkstall Lane end, wide of off stump, and a bit short of length, and Adam Lyth just limboed out of the way of it. Michael Goff's taken a stroll down the pitch here, and he's now speaking to Jordan Clark about running on.
Yes, I like it as well because he's wearing his gloves.
Yeah, it's like a
Umpire
snooker
Goff.
ref.
Yeah, absolutely. That or a traffic policeman. Telling you to...
Adam Lyth currently has a break of 136. Clark comes in, and that's short of length and played out to point. No run.
I don't think Surrey bowled badly today. I just think you've got two players who batted very well. They've had their moments, Surrey. 121 for 4. They were right on top, but I think at times you have to give batters credit. That one massive slice of luck for Adam Lyth, but he's made the most of it.
Yeah, here is Clark and
Wow.
Lyth again with a bit of limbo, but plays a curious shot. It looks like he's trying to cut that, and he's ended up going sort of through mid-off, really. Dan Worrell Fields 1 run. Good afternoon to Charlie Hall, who says he's just going from work and food shopping. Great.
Oh, lovely.
Glad you got that ticked off before the weekend, Charlie. Always a good thing. He says, turned it around big time. So happy for Bluey. Form is temporary, but class is permanent. Lyth has always been a class act. If you've been out food shopping, Charlie, you'll have missed mention of Mark Gilliver, who's here on the ground today. And I know an old pal of yours from cricketing days as well has played nicely through the covers by Johnny Bairstow for 2. 114 now to Johnny. Partnership 237. 358 for 4. But yeah, Gilly's here. It's been good to see him after suffering that stroke, as I mentioned earlier in the year. Also Yorkshire cricketing folk. Glad to see him back on his feet.
Just pulling Josh Blake in front of square at deep backward square for Bairstow.
Yeah, Clark bowls and Johnny drives again. So if the shots are there to play, they'll still play on this pair. And whatever they do, with 19 balls remaining in the day, the Surrey attack will just be hoping for one false shot. Maybe 2. Final ball. Jordan Clark's 14th over. He's picked up that 1 wicket of Matthew Revis much earlier in the day. His first over, in fact.
Oh,
He
that's
pinged
quick.
that one in short and quick over the head of Bairstow. No run. The speed gun's been saying around about 80. Just out of the side, Jordan. Felt quicker.
Funny the old speed guns, because do you remember when Shoaib Akhtar bowled the quickest delivery of 100 and something miles an hour, and Nick Knight had all the time in the world and just knocked it into the leg side for a single, and then suddenly it went up on the board,
Yeah.
and it seemed that everybody went mad, but it was played with great ease by Nick Knight. They're depositing Dominic Sibley out to deep backward square for Abbott, who's going to come around the wicket to Adam Lyth. 3 overs to go today. Short, and Lyth waits for it and then tugs it out to Dom Sibley. And they will pick up a single. 1 more to the total. Lyth moves on to 138. Bairstow comes back onto strike on 114. 359 for 4. Sean Abbott. Honestly, you give somebody a ball and he can't help himself, David. As in over the wicket comes Abbott, and this is pushed by Bairstow out towards extra cover, and there's no run. It's like having a small child at the back of the class, isn't it?
Judging by his handling skills, I think third man and fine leg, one end to the other.
No,
Probably during his fielding days.
Yeah. He said he wasn't looking when I threw it to him. I certainly wasn't, because I've got my back to him, which is probably the best way. Over the wicket comes Bairstow. Oh, shout for LBW. That must be tight. Not given. Must have been mighty tight there. But over the wicket to Bairstow. Hasn't really gone anywhere on the crease. Oh, that is tight. Not given. I think the only thing you can think is that missing leg stump. But it was a tight old shout. That's the only thing you can think is umpire Middlebrook thinks that's going to be missing leg stump. Hit him on the back leg, but not given. Bairstow's still there on 114 as Abbott over the wicket to him, and this time Bairstow's solidly forward, plays it back up the pitch, and Abbott does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
And if Johnny and Middy happen to be going out for a pint tonight. I've no idea if they are or not, but if they are, I think Johnny might be buying the first round.
Gone for a little wander as Bairstow towards square leg. Waits again with that bat raised as in over the wicket goes Abbott, and that's way down the leg side. Jamie Smith gets a glove to it. They'll get a single though, because he was trying to get back to his feet. But couldn't quite get to his feet quick enough, so they'll get through for a bye. One more to the total. 360 for 4. Gone to strike comes Lyth on 138 from 284 deliveries. He's been there since the first ball of the day. As Adam Lyth faced the first ball of the day. Did Adam Lyth? Around the wicket comes Sean Abbott, and Lyth's up on his toes, punching down to Ryan Patel in there at backward point. End of the over, so 2 to go today. And Yorkshire 360 for 4, with Adam Lyth on 138 and Johnny Bairstow on 114.
And Lily, who's been quiet today, has been in touch. A great century by Adam Lyth. I sadly had to leave early due to train problems. Great batting by Adam Lyth and Johnny Bairstow. And I've written a bit in the What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me book. If you want to get hold of a copy of What Cricket Means to Me or What Yorkshire Cricket Means to Me, you can Google that or those titles and you will be taken to a site of similar URL. We had Jill Smith on earlier today. And Lily has written a page in the book.
Quite right too.
Clark in. Oh, Bairstow with a bit of an airy-fairy wide of off stump and misses. Yeah, so Lily's words. Well, I don't want to spoil everything for you, but I can let you into the secret that she says she started to listen to BBC Radio Leeds cricket commentary with the late, great Dave Callaghan in 2013, and I continue to listen. And my days are made so much worse with the commentary of Jonathan Doidge when I am not at games.
Sure it doesn't say that. I'm sure it doesn't say that. Great, Lily.
GBH of the hero, she says. As that's flicked off the legs by Bairstow.
Oh, brilliant.
Good diving stop. That has saved 3 runs.
Josh Blake out there. Brilliant bit of work, especially in the penultimate over of the day. Got round, dive, full length and kept that inside the boundary rope, did Josh Blake. I always feel sorry for Lily at times when she makes her rock cakes and brings them for David Townsend. And I don't think he fully appreciates them. Lily, I think you should just throw them at him. I thought they were very tasty last year in Scarborough.
Yeah. Here's Clark, and that's dropped into the offside by Lyth. No run. I think DT, didn't he walk into the umpire's room with one of them and say, I think you need to use that as the second new ball?
Yes. He wasn't as complimentary as he should have been about Lily's rock cakes.
But anyway, in Jill Smith's book, you can read an entire page of Lily Halloumi-isms.
Very good.
So that's just one feature and worth the purchase price alone, I'm sure, as Clark bowls. That's full, and Yorker attempt, and a good Yorker attempt too, but also met well by Adam Lyth's defensive jab.
Really, really enjoyed this innings from Adam Lyth today. The way he's constructed it, he's had to get his head down. That one big moment of fortune, but you need that sometimes. And yeah, he's held this whole thing together today.
Clark in again, goes short, Lyth leaves. Not out, says, hi Jonathan, some useful information for Mark Church. If he walks up St Michael's Lane to the church, crosses Otley Road, there are loads of buses into town just outside the original Oak.
Thank you so much. Say that again. Come out of the ground. St Michael's Lane, yes.
Yeah, basically go down the side. When you get to the traffic lights at the end here, where there's the Banksy, Willis.
Oh, I saw that. Yes.
Turn left and just walk straight up that road.
Did that?
The Burley Banksy, sorry, not.
Oh,
not
sorry,
Banksy.
not that.
Yeah.
I thought I didn't
We have
realise
our
that
own
Banksy was
here,
into cricket, right? Burley Banksy, excellent. That's really good. That it's got Willis's figures and Botham's figures on it.
Yeah,
really good. So yeah, there and then
turn left,
and then there's lots of buses.
Come out by the Sky Rack and the original Oak and loads of buses around there.
Oh, ideal.
Clark to Lyth, who fends that off down the leg side. End of the over, 361 for 4.
Thank
Very
you.
depressed, says, please tell your co-commentator that Ramprakash made his first-class debut against Yorkshire for Middlesex at Lords in 1987.
Yes.
Made his first-class 100 at Headingley and his 100th ton at Headingley, and I saw all 3.
And he made his Test debut here as well, against the West Indies.
He liked a bit of headers then.
Yes.
And Bent Nielsen says, good evening. Couldn't bear to watch earlier on, so I watched some women's cricket. While a few wickets were lost, this is a good first innings for Yorkshire. Come on, Lyth and Bairstow, 250 more, please. Some people are never satisfied.
Wow. They'll be in a good position then. As this is the last over of the day then. Sean Abbott is coming over the wicket to Johnny Bairstow. It's down the leg side and it's taken by Smith. Yeah, that's remarkable, really. All those milestones, and Ramprakash did them all here.
Good evening to David Carr as well, while I've got a chance to say that. David Carr, of award-winning journalist of the Racing Post.
Oh.
So, obviously press colleague from that side of life. He says, just listening to you on the way back from York races today.
Oh, right.
Prince of Wales owns the land at the Oval.
Yes, he
It's been a
does.
better day for the family's horses than their cricket team. King and Queen had 2 winners at York and 1 at Newbury.
Excellent. As this one's down the leg side again. And Bairstow gets nothing on it whatsoever. It's the King now, isn't he? The King. 361 for 4. He's been to the Keir Oval a few times, actually. But yeah, it's his land. Abbott turns again in the distance. 2 slips in there, Burns and Thomas. So, looking to punch off the back foot, doesn't really time. This is going to get a single as Sibley comes around to do the fielding. So Bairstow moves on to 116. The partnership is worth 241. Very good runs. Experienced Yorkshire pair for the 5th wicket. Sean Abbott's going to come around the wicket to Lyth. He's got something in his gloves now. Just not quite sure what's happened there for Adam Lyth, but he's okay now. Just putting his glove back on.
I think he had a bit of Yorkshire grit in there, Churchill.
Yeah, well, although everything is gritty up here, isn't it? Everything. Nothing is done without grit
We love
in
the
Yorkshire.
cliche. We love a Yorkshire stereotype.
Yes, as in around the wicket once again. Comes Abbott forward, goes Lyth. Plays this one down to backward point and there's no run.
We say what we like and we like what we say.
Yes. Goes Dom Sibley out towards deep backward square. Now Lawrence is going across to the leg side, so they're setting this up that it's going to be short to Adam Lyth. Because I think Adam Thomas has gone to leg gully now. And Josh Blake's going a bit finer down here at long leg. So yeah, this is set up for the short ball from around the wicket now. Might be a complete and utter con to Adam Lyth, but they're just trying to make something happen with 2 balls of the day remaining.
Just trying to eke out Adam Lyth's concentration levels as long as they can, aren't they, really, just to test them. Can he keep it going?
Abbott's in, there's the short one. Lyth just ducks underneath this. Taken by Jamie Smith. So 1 ball of the day to go. And if Lyth gets through this, then I'm sure, quite rightly, Mrs. Bairstow and Lyth will get a standing ovation all the way back to the dressing room.
It's a good ploy as well, just, you know, drag it out if you can. He's thinking end of day. Just got to survive a couple more minutes, couple more balls.
So, final ball of this first day. Sean Abbott coming into Adam Lyth, who faced the first ball of the day as well. And Lyth's on his toes, pushes it into the offside. He gets through the day. Fantastic partnership. Adam Lyth, there is just not one bail off with his batters who's walked off. And Lyth 138 not out. Bairstow 116 not out. The partnership is worth 241. At one stage after lunch, it was 121 for 4. But at stumps, Yorkshire 362 for 4.
Yeah, remarkable effort from Adam. I'm going to have to check the record books to see who the last Yorkshire player to bat for an entire day was.
Yes.
I think it'll be a while, that.
Jeffrey. That'd be the obvious.
Yeah, it's a lovely little landmark, even though he's not out yet for Adam Lyth. 434 minutes he's batted. And yeah, an unbeaten 241 for his 5th wicket. Warm applause, and plenty have stayed in by the sound of things out there. We've got a lot of cricket to talk about tomorrow, and Yorkshire have acquitted themselves well in the end on day 1. Surrey, well, having put Yorkshire in, feelings at the end of the first day?
I don't think Surrey bowled badly. I think they had them in trouble. That one big moment when Lyth got dropped on 31. I think we saw it gets easier when you get in. And those two have just batted very, very well, I think. I think they've batted extremely well. And Surrey will come back tomorrow morning with a ball that's, only 16 overs old, and try and knock one of these two over early. But, yeah, I don't think Surrey bowled badly. But I thought those two batted extremely well.
Yep, a lot of cricket then to be played on day 2. We'll be here to cover each and every ball, both on the BBC Sport website and app, and any other BBC services that we're notified of while we're on. Plus, of course, those of you watching on the stream. Yorkshire 362 for 4, thanks to Liam Thomas and DT. DT is back tomorrow, and Liam back on day 3, when, by all accounts, we're going to still be very firmly around. We'll see you tomorrow morning, just before the start of play at 11 o'clock.